as we bring you two back to join us. And maybe in the guests, there's somebody with a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or something like that who's curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. I saw a hogwash in the queue, and he seemed to have run away. Interesting. He didn't care about this panel, I guess. Or backing up his message. Yeah. Hello, Penny. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
41 years old.
Did you say 31?
I said 41.
Oh, I almost gave you back a decade. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I 100% believe in a God. I don't think that it is. I don't think that God
100%.
can be. I 100%, yeah.
What does that mean? 100%.
I 100% believe God exists.
So you can't question your belief at all?
Nope.
I would want to ask you which god and why, but if you can't question your belief, why did you even request us?
I feel like that would be like the reason I requested that, because I feel like there's.
To say that you can't question?
Well, I feel like there's a God that we have to. Perhaps
Right,
it's
but
like
I'm not interested in being proselytized to. I'm curious why you can't question it.
I can question it.
But you said you believe 100%. What does that mean?
I can question it. How about that?
Then what does it mean to question your belief?
I feel like to question your belief just means to ask. Okay, so perhaps I was like super like overzealous. Yeah.
Okay.
I came because this live is like, okay, so anyways, I'm open-minded 100%.
100% open-minded.
Have you noticed that I use a lot of like
extreme language?
Yes, like hyperbole. There you go.
I was.
You know, they say only Siths deal in absolutes.
Okay, so I'm ready to have a conversation. If you guys are cool, I'm ready to have a conversation. But
I'm not sure what cool is, but we'll try the conversation thing.
Well, just people that are actually normal, like just like, yeah, let's have a conversation.
So which god do you believe in?
So I believe that there is a God. I don't know which God it is. I believe that there is a God that's so bigger, like it's bigger than us. We have like our, I can't like just locate it. Like he's not like a God that's actually from like a religion. Like it's just a God. Like it's just bigger than us. I can tell you how I know it's real. I could do that. Do you want me to tell you what I know about this God? I could tell you about the truth.
Stop for a moment. Stop for a moment. You're saying that you believe that there is a God. You don't know which God it is, what religion it has to do with, what doctrine describes it.
I don't believe that the doctrine describes it. I feel like doctrine attempts to describe it. Yeah.
You think that it is attempting to describe this God, the one that you... Which doctrines are trying to describe this God?
all of the religious, all of like ancient, like everything is trying to describe this God. It's something
So
that's bigger than
Thor,
us. It's bigger
Thor,
than us.
Loki, and
Mhm.
Zeus and Hera
No, well,
and all
it's,
those gods
I
are the
think
same.
that, well, I would say that if you just close your eyes and just think
Hmm.
about what is actually real, you'll
It
feel,
sounds to me, Penny, like you saw a live about belief and didn't care really about what the topic was, and you'll do what you can to stay on panel so that you can preach a sermon about what it is. But you're not really
no,
hearing the
I'm actually
questions.
just having a
Have you
conversation.
heard the question?
Yes, what's your question?
How do you hear questions when you start to answer them in the middle?
How about you just ask me a question and I'll respond, and then we'll know if I'm on the same wavelength.
Wavelength. Okay. When you say that you believe that there is a God, but you don't know which God it is, what is the thing you're calling God?
I feel like that is something that is like a linguistic issue. I feel like God is so much bigger than us. It's not a word. It's just, it's something that's bigger than us.
Something that's bigger than us, like a house.
Yeah. And like I'm
Is a
trying to be
house
really like
God?
sweet here, and I feel like you're like making me feel like I'm being mean or something, but
Penny, I'm not trying to make you feel like you're being mean or that you're doing anything wrong.
okay. But like
We're
I'm trying
trying
to
to see if
mhm.
you can question your beliefs, and in what ways you do.
100% I can question my
You
beliefs.
say
Yes.
you can 100% with that sort of extremist language. I'm not sure that, like it, I'm not sure that you even, well, I
Ask
don't
me
want
what
to
what
sound
do you want me to
insulting.
ask myself? Like I know that there is something that's out there, but I
Something.
don't
What is
understand
the something?
something that's like in our heads. I don't know. Like it's
So
something
it's
that's like
something in our heads.
consciousness. It's consciousness, I think.
Consciousness.
Yes.
So,
I
so thinking,
100% believe.
what, what is consciousness?
Something that's like we can't define. It's like it's something within our heads that's just like I don't know. It's something I can't describe to you guys. Like it's consciousness is higher than us. Like it's a higher consciousness. But like
A
there's
higher
ego too.
consciousness?
Ego is like it's like the parts of us that we don't we're like angry. Like that's ego. Like there's something I don't know. I can't
So
explain
if we're
it.
angry, it's ego. If we're not, then it's not. I'm not. So it's sounding, Penny, like you're
Yes.
trying to say something in our heads is related to something that is
Yes.
outside of our heads. And
Yes.
I'm trying to understand what the thing outside our heads even is, but you're kind of lost in the word
No,
salad of trying to
I'm not lost.
explain.
But yeah, you're right. You're right. I am lost. But I am 100% sure on what
But you're
is
not.
true.
But you're
What?
not.
Yes, 100%.
100% is a thing that you just use to sound confident when you're not sure. I've
Perhaps,
already
yeah.
kind of noticed that.
But I really do believe this to be true. Like, I believe the devil works through our ego,
What's a
and
devil?
it's something that is like, it's a negative influence. It's a negative
So
energy. I
things that
don't
are bad or negative are the devil. What's
know. I just feel like I'm trying to tell you what's really happening in this world. Dang it.
but it doesn't sound like. Here's the thing, Penny.
What? Yeah.
If you knew what was really happening in this world, don't you think that you would be able to explain it in a way that at least made sense to you? And so far, have you made sense to you even?
Well, I would say, like, have you been able to explain things that make sense to you? You have this
Yeah,
life.
if something makes sense to me,
So you
I
created
can't
this
explain
life
it.
for a reason. So what makes sense to you?
Asking questions and questioning the answers
You're questioning for a reason, though, my friend, right?
to see if others can question,
Right. Why are you questioning?
to see if others can question.
Right, but you have a reason you're questioning because
I
you
just did it. I just
also
told you it
you
twice. You're
because you
ignoring the
also
answer because you don't like it.
no
But it
I
is to see if others can question. It's not for
because
some ultimate
you
grand design.
also
It's not a god. I'm just seeing if
because
people
you
can
also are
question.
smart and so
And
you know
Penny,
what's
it
going
doesn't
on.
sound like you can question. It doesn't sound like you even care what I have to say or what I've said.
Well,
You're
I'm
just kind
like
of talking
talking over
past me.
you. I'm sorry.
You
I'm
do.
sorry.
You do like talking over me. So I think I
I'm
like
stopping.
not being talked over. So maybe another time when you can control yourself a little bit, you can try again. But it doesn't sound like that's what's happening here. It's fine, Penny, another time, maybe. But I'm just not interested in letting it turn into a spectacle. I'd much rather have a calm conversation with someone who can question their beliefs. But maybe another time that will be you, Penny. Drink some water. Calm down. Calm down is the wrong phrase. Drink some water. Have a think on what it is that you are trying to question, even, and what that means to question your beliefs. You can tape traders, but it's much better if it's something that you can articulate at least a little bit, and something that, more importantly, you believe, or at least think you do. I'm not interested in something you're cosplaying to impress or to demonstrate. I really do want to implore honest beliefs. I don't know that that's true, Jason. That sounds like a belief. I wonder if you can question that. Full of a room with people who have at some point likely changed their beliefs. I think that's a semantic argument then, Jason. You're just trying to define ideal in a way to replace or supplant belief. Oh, hell yeah, Fibonacci. I'm glad you enjoy your blueberry coffee in whatever way you do. That's a very proprietary definition. Yeah, it's a really good coffee. That's why, I mean, I don't know what brand you're on, but that's why I enjoy it. It doesn't take nearly as much cream or sugar to enjoy. Is that who I think it is? It's a Noi. Hello. It's a sleeping Noi, isn't it?
Yo.
You are awake, okay. There's a sound there. I thought we caught you sleeping.
That would have been a scenario.
It's happened. Yeah, many people in the room. Nothing wrong with coming up sleeping. I just set you down gentle.
I appreciated that. Yeah, speaking of blueberry coffee, I bought this blueberry pancake coffee.
Interesting.
And it had skulls and stuff on it. Made me think of you. So I bought it.
Mm-hmm.
And man, this shit busting, man. This shit busting in the morning.
I'll have to try the pancake variety. I haven't tried blueberry pancake coffee. Just straight.
It's got a maple thing going on. Yeah, it's good.
I imagine a little maple flavor in there is pretty good. Still prefer just the straight blueberries, I think.
So is your coffee like you just put like blueberry preservatives in it, or?
Well, if I run out of the pre-made blueberry coffee, then I just mix a dark roast with some frozen blueberries.
I like the way you move, son.
Mm-hmm. They're diced up, so they get more surface area.
Heck yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, I was coming up here to ask if there was ever an opportunity that when you had a guest up, if I could ask them questions. Because I feel like you have
to graduate from question E to question R.
Yeah, because I feel like you brought me into a very with questioning my beliefs. You brought me into a real good scenario with what I believe in. And in case the audience doesn't know, I'm a Christian, and I've gotten to a point where a lot of the when it comes like to the stories and the historical context of a lot of things, I guess I don't really need them. I don't really need them, and
you don't need them.
Yeah, I don't. I don't really care if they're real or not, and I've noticed.
Call yourself Christian?
I'm sorry.
Why do you call yourself a Christian?
I guess I just say I'm Christian. I just say I'm Christian for people to understand that. I guess it's that Abrahamic God. I guess is to clarify that particular set of ideals is the one that's influences my behavior and stuff like that. I guess it's a clarification for other people in case they ask if I have a different faith, a certain faith. And
so you do believe that the Abrahamic God then exists?
Yeah, I believe Jesus existed,
and that Jesus existed.
Yeah.
So
And
then, do you believe that Jesus is the immaculately conceived son of that God?
yeah, I believe that when it comes to my faith and my relationship with this God, that it's Jesus that has brought me to that place. And that's the person I communicate with that I feel like has my back. And, you know, and the Bible itself is really just I guess you could say, a precursor to that. And
A
is,
precursor to that. So, absent the Bible, you believe that you would still believe in Jesus and God
yeah.
if you had never heard of the Bible?
Yeah.
How
If
would
you had to
you?
put a name on it, if I had to put a name on it,
You would feel that there is a sacrificial son born of a virgin and a godlike entity that set up that scenario.
yeah, because I feel like there's a lot of faiths that have that sacrificial person born of a virgin. Because I've looked into like other faiths and stuff like that, and it seems like that the virgin birth is very, very common.
Is it?
Yeah,
Is
it's
it
very.
really that common?
Yeah, it's like hundreds of different beliefs.
Are you sure it's hundreds?
Yeah, like globally, and like different not just like with like Egyptian beliefs and other stuff like that, just other beliefs in general. It's just a bunch. There's a bunch of them. It seems like there's
So there's a few. There's a bunch, as you say, of world religions that have virgin births, and so you feel like you would come to somehow believing that there is a sacrificial son born of a virgin who you just have to believe in.
I guess.
Why do
I
you
think
think that you would come to these conclusions absent the Bible?
I guess it was the Bible that kind of put that particular story in my head, I guess. But like I said, I feel like there's plenty of other things I could have ran into that told the same story.
Aren't there plenty of things you could have run into that would have told completely different stories as well?
Oh yeah, I could have ran into like some Norse god shit or something like that. Yeah, definitely. Um, obviously that doesn't have that. But still has. But at the end of the day, it still has some angry gods in it. And the Bible definitely talks about an angry God. Gets real pissed off.
So do you think that you would, absent the Bible, still believe in an angry God that also
yeah, I feel like
loves you?
I just feel like with like where I'm at with my faith recently, that's kind of why I haven't read my Bible in a while, is because um it's not that I don't think I need it. It's just where I'm at spiritually in myself. You know, my relationship with Christ is very personal, and I kind of I don't really feel like I need to like follow like the do like what they consider the do's and don'ts and stuff like that. I don't really need to follow like the traditional way of things. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like it's just me and Christ out here, and but at the end of the day, it's mostly me and my behavior and how I treat people. That's really all that matters in the end, and where I go when I die, or what happens to me when I do bad things or when I do good things. I try to keep my ego in check by giving credit to someone else or something else, and that something else I guess I call is Jesus. And I don't really need a Bible to tell me what it is and what it ain't. I feel like my heart is at a place where I know what it is, and I guess it's kind of selfish for me, and based on just my own relationship. I'm not here to judge no one.
So, Noi, you originally came up to kind of see about being able to question a believer. I'm curious, what question do you think that you would first want to ask someone who believes what you believe?
I like the one thing I want to one thing I've always asked Christians throughout my whole life, because I've always questioned my beliefs. Even in church, I've always asked a lot of questions. And probably the biggest question I've ever wanted to ask was, do you really think Earth was made in 7 days? Like, do you really believe that, dude? Like, do you really, like, with all the evidence we have, do you really think something like this only took a couple days? Like a week? Like, and it's like, do you really think that we're made from like dirt? Do you really think that we're not, like, because on one hand, like, man, Adam's made from dirt, but in another verse it says that we're all wonderfully made in his image. And I'm like, is God dirt? So it's like, do you really believe it? What's up, Hammy?
I said it would seem he is if we're made in his image.
Right. So I'm sitting here, I'm like, hold up, Shen. That don't sound right. And it's like, that's something I really go, because I also believe in science. I'm not a flat earther. I don't believe in this weird translation.
If they say they do believe that that God is dirt because we're made in his image and we're made of dirt, it says. If they agree with that, what's your next question?
So you're walking on God, bro? Like, are you walking on God? Because we walk on dirt every day. And if he is dirt, what kind of dirt?
Right. And if they say he's everything, he's in everything. So
he's in everything.
He's the dirt. He's the air. If they say that, what's your next question?
Like, if they say he's the air?
Mm-hmm.
My next question would probably be, like, what kind of air? Would it be like a gusty air, or
all of it?
A dry air?
He's everything.
Well, then I would ask, what do they mean by everything?
That's a better question.
Yes.
Well, because I mean, when you say he's everything, I'm thinking like everything. Like he's this stool. He's this fan. Is it? When you say everything, are you talking animated, non-animated?
Mm-hmm. These are good questions to try to seek clarity on. But Noi, what does God to you?
God to me?
Mm-hmm.
God to me, I believe is Um,
I think you might be a good questioner one day. I think you still got some questions for yourself.
Well, I just feel like God for me is particularly something that is, or something that I can't describe for others to understand, if that kind of makes sense. It's like I said, my relationship is personal, you know? And I feel like if you're not me...
If you can't describe it, is it possible that even you don't understand?
Yeah, and I think that's fine.
So then what is God?
Well, I've always moved about... I think when it comes to... For me, when it comes to God, it's the purest thing about you. And I feel like for me, that's love and honesty. And those are the biggest those are the biggest things in my life that matter more than anything, is love and honesty. And
so what matters most to you? Whatever matters most to a person is God? Or is it just your God?
sure, I guess whatever matters the most to a person, or it could be whatever.
Is that really God, though? Or is that just an assignment of a familiar word that has power to something that you feel like you can feel, like love or kindness?
Yeah, or recognize or see in other places. And
does that just give you a way to kind of verify that something called God is there because you feel the things you put the label on?
Yeah, I guess it's just something I just don't... Because if someone asks, what does love feel like, I'm like, I can't describe that. I can't. I don't know what it feels like. Like I don't know that, like, what that feeling is. It's just called love. Or
You can't describe it at all.
It's something that feels bigger than I am, and if that makes sense, something that's past my understanding, but I can sense it, I can feel it, but it's like I can't, like, I don't really know if language can describe it. That's why I feel like it's personal,
If it's personal, is it possible that it is psychological?
Oh, definitely.
So then, beyond your mind, is there anything that is God?
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
Beyond your mind, is there anything that is God?
Beyond my mind, is there anything that's God? It sure feels that way.
In your mind, it feels that way.
Yeah, because I feel like it's because it's trying to describe it as like trying to bring other people into my world, and I never really want to do that to people. So
Right.
I guess I really can't.
But what we're doing isn't trying to bring everyone into your world. It's trying to get you to question it a little bit, right?
Yeah.
But you're doing good, Noi. Hammy, do you have any questions for Noi?
If the god is personal, and it could be psychological, then how would it manifest in the real world and the experience we have here?
Like, how would it manifest through me into the real world?
No, more like how do we see this in the real world as far as it being something outside of you?
I guess this is that's a good question, because when it comes to when it always comes to that question, like, can we see God, anything like that, I've never try to show people God, like here's God, this is where you need to go, this is what you need to do, or anything like that. It's always been how I act in the world, and what God has done for me. And I guess the way I would show someone God is treating them the best I can, and just being completely honest and as possible. That's a good question. How to see God and where you see God, because I see God in different ways, and there's different scenarios that I feel like I see God, but it's not like it's a person right there. It might be a action of some sort or something like that. I feel like, that's a very strong sense of, love that's being expressed there, and I feel like that's God when I see it. And if that answer makes sense. If it doesn't, I'm sorry. And holy shit, that's a unicorn.
Holy shit, Hell. Thank you. Wow.
And W's in the chat for the unicorn.
It's amazing, Hell.
That shit just threw me off. Whoa.
Shit.
Yeah.
Thank you, Hell.
Slam dunk Hell.
Appreciate you, Hell. It's so good to see you again, too. I was worrying, and what an entrance.
Yeah. Came in here like Prince. Good shit. It's like Michael Jackson at the Super Bowl. My God.
Wow.
That just knocked me off my course of thought. Freaking ADHD. Dang it.
All right, shut up for a minute, Noi. Hello, Hell.
Morning, guys. How are you?
Good morning. It's so good to see you
This
again.
is my eat to you.
I've missed you so much.
I miss you all. Oh my God, how are you guys? How's everything? Miss you all.
It's going. We're doing what we always do. We're questioning beliefs.
Yeah, I see that. It's been a long time since I questioned. Since I've been in so I explore all the time.
You were traveling the world last I heard. So
I did. It was really nice.
are you home?
It was really nice. It was how can I say it? It was refreshing. I think that's a word that I can use.
Well, I hope you had fun while the rest of us just sat in here in the dark, questioning beliefs. I'm really excited for you, though.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I did have fun, but yeah, thank you. See you all seriously. But enough about me. Let's question. I came here today to question. I have
Hell
energy of
yeah.
question.
We've got Noi, and we've been questioning him for a bit, but he's got some questions to sit on. Like, what is God? And is it even something that can exist beyond your mind? Noi, you said the first question you would ask a Christian if they came up here would be, do you really believe in the 7 days of creation? And I know I've asked you if you believed that. Does the creation by a God matter to you in your beliefs? Does being created matter?
No, because I just don't see it. Yay, dolphins. I just don't see it as possible. I feel like you can't. It's just not possible because, like, how can there could be a creator would have to be created, and that doesn't fit logic.
So then creation isn't a pivotal part of believing in a God for you.
No.
It being what made you.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe my mom and dad made me. And that whole process of that whole process, that's what created me. And what made us as humans is through evolution and evolving from other things.
So if we came about through processes like evolution, then I guess the biggest question, Noah, is why God at all? If it's sounding more and more like you take God on with the Jesus title and everything, but as a more psychological construct, or it's a safety net, a blanket even, to kind of cover up with, but not really share or express in a way.
I guess it's just something I I have, and I guess it's something that keeps me on a straight path, and a certain way to view the world and how to move about the world and how to treat people. Because at the end of the day, there are things in the Bible I just don't agree with, and I feel like being told I have to do this and that is a bit I don't really want to go about the whole construct of religion, you know what I'm saying? And I feel like when I stopped going by like AKA rules or tradition or something like that, I felt more free. I felt more the way they describe a healthy relation, the way they described a healthier relationship with God. I feel like it got more healthier with me getting rid of those constructs, and that's when I realized, it's all, for me, it's personal. And I'm not here to preach to nobody. I'm not here to sway no one. I'm not here to move anyone to go a certain way. I'm just here to be the best person I believe I can be, and treat people the best that I can, and whatever. And I hope that brings out the best in them, or at least the best that they believe in themselves. And wherever they end up with those beliefs, that's where they go,
I might have some more questions for you, Noe. I'll let you stay for a minute.
Thank you.
And we'll see if you get to jump in, but make sure you don't interrupt me. We do have a new guest joining us. Redline Copper, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
21.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Some monotheism, yep. There's a god. That's why we're all here.
Monotheism. You
What's
said
that?
monotheism.
Yeah, there's only just one single god, and there's not really any
Is it a
religions. It's just
particular
like,
god?
what's that?
Is it any kind of particular god? Is there descriptors for it? A name?
Just like a magic sky man, as in what you guys would call him.
What you guys? What do you mean?
It's pretty much like you guys say it as a joke, but it's not.
Who are you guys?
Well, I said you guys, as in like
Are you
people
just
that like
trying to
believe in Satan and praise Satan.
Redline, are you actually capable of questioning your beliefs in a mature way, or are you just trying to trigger people who aren't here?
Oh, bro, what do you mean? I just said clearly you guys don't praise God. You guys praise
Who's
Satan.
you guys? How did you determine what anybody else?
At least like 3 people in here, as you guys.
How did you determine what anybody else on this panel believes? Noi's the only one who's expressed anything about God, and they believe in a God.
Okay, well, I guess I can't speak for everybody.
So, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, grow up. When you decide that you can converse with adults, maybe you can try again.
I'm over here getting blindsided by Redline. I'm just over here playing Lion King.
Lion King.
Like on the Wii?
Like a Genesis. Well, I'm playing it on my tablet, but it's from the Sega Genesis.
Oh, the Sega Genesis one.
Do we think that he can behave himself? He's in the queue, trying again. I'll give him a shot. It does say be respectful on the screen, so I will ask that you be respectful.
Appreciate it.
Oh,
I don't know why you got mad. I'm just trying to be nice.
are you trying to be? This is you trying to be nice. Assuming what other people believe and trying to put them down.
Oh, I didn't mean to put anybody down. Let me turn my volume up there.
Fascinating. So you're saying that before, okay, don't rub on the microphone again. That's not necessary.
Oh shit, you can hear that?
Yeah, we can.
My bad.
So you were saying that you believe in a God, right? It's not a God of any religions. It's not the God of the Bible, the Quran, the Bhagavad Gita. It's none of those.
Well, I would say it's the one of the Bible, but it's not he doesn't associate with a religion.
So he's
like the churches and all that
described
shit.
in the Bible.
What's that?
Is the Bible about him?
Yes.
So you believe in the God of the Bible, just not churches that are associated.
Yes.
Have you read the Bible?
Parts of it.
Stop rubbing on the microphone.
Oh, I didn't know I was rubbing on it. I just moved my phone.
So you've read parts of the Bible.
Yes.
Does it matter to you if the Bible is true or not?
Well, it's got to be true.
Why does it got to be true?
Because it says, or your thing says, can you question your beliefs? And my beliefs is that...
Stop. I didn't ask you to read the prompt to me. I asked you, why does it got to be true?
I was trying to answer your question.
So the question was, why does it got to be true? You said the Bible.
Because we're in a topographical realm, and it states that in the Bible as well.
Where does it state that in the Bible?
Plenty of verses, actually.
Where is the word topographical?
It says from corner to corner. It doesn't really say topographical, but it says there's foundations. It says there's a firmament.
What shape is the earth?
It's like a snow globe shape. It's a flat topographical realm.
What does the word topographical mean?
Flat.
Wow. Do you perpetuate your own ignorance just by making more assumptions, or do you ever look anything up?
I mean, I've looked up enough to be part right, or partly right, honestly. That probably has a different meaning, topographical, but
yeah,
I still know I'm right.
I think that's the last time we're going to listen to you rub on the microphone. It's really disturbing that you can't pay attention to boundaries. I would be very interested in questioning a flat earther who actually believed, but an idiotic teenager pretending to be something he's not. I'm not. I could give two shits less. Get out of my life altogether.
Oh, flat earthers.
I'm sorry, Hell, you didn't even get to ask a question. Noise still got a personal God up there, and it's Christ-shaped. We can question it a little bit.
A personal God. But how do you know if he exists or not? No, your personal God.
There's been situations where I feel like I've been in a bit of a state where I feel like I was reached out to by something that was higher than me, that I couldn't explain, that somehow knew things that only I would know, and somehow knew things that I didn't know that came to be. And that's when I told myself, I guess you could say, convinced myself that was God. I guess that's what they would say would be a God. Because I took at least what I felt like was being told to me, and I put that into my life, and it happened. So, yeah, it helped a lot. And, I was just give credit. I was give credit to God. I just call it God. I guess I could call it anything, but I call it God.
How did he interact with you? How did he reach out to you?
Well, it's been a couple different ways. Spoke to me, and through dreams.
Spoke to you. Did you hear his voice?
Yeah.
Did you, like, in your head or in your ears?
I felt like it was in the room. I feel like the whole room was just speaking to me. Like you ever been in a I don't know if you ever been in a recording studio where it's just all soundproof and the music's playing and it's like you can't hear nothing else outside. There's all kinds of things going on outside of the room. You can't hear you can see there's stuff going on, but you don't know what's going on because the noise inside the studio is going off. It was like that. It was like I was in my own little situation. It was a very distressful time of my life, and I was begging for something. I was begging for something, like some sort of change, and this voice just came through to me and communicated. I didn't say anything back. I just listened.
But you, like, the first time you heard that voice, did you scare? Did you were afraid? Do you think that was not real? Did you doubt that voice?
It's going to sound weird, but when it first happened, I have never felt more safe in my life. I never felt more centered and more calm, and it's so crazy because right before that I was so distressed and I was so consumed by fear and worry, and then like this voice came and it's like it all just went away, and it was like, I don't know, it's like, it felt like I was I don't know if you ever ridden a bike and you ever went down a really fast hill and it's just like free, you feel like you're just floating. You don't even feel the pedals anymore, you don't even feel the tires anymore, you're just going and your face is just in the wind. It felt like that. It felt like I was just so calm and centered and at peace, and I just wanted to be there forever.
So when that voice reached out to you,
Yeah.
you did mention you were in a very stressful point in your life.
Yeah, before that, yeah.
Have you ever thought that was only your head trying to cope with the stressful situation that you are in?
Yeah, I felt like it could have been. It
It's
could
like
have been
your
in my
brain
head.
was tricking you into believing something due to the stress.
Yeah, I felt that that could have been a very possible situation. But the thing is like I've been in like I was at a very high point of stress there, but I'm sorry, but I've almost done stuff to myself, like hurt myself, and I never got that sensation from that when I did that. When when I attempted to do those things, I feel like this situation that I was in, the kind of situation I was in, and that stress was probably considered mild considered to those, and that triggered that. So I was like, that's why I don't really consider it something in my head, because I was like, if that's going to happen in that mild situation, why didn't it happen in those higher stress situations? I felt like I was just at a time of my life where I really needed something, and it was like I really did need something, and he showed himself. And I feel like that's why it was something different than something that's just
Could
in my
it
head.
be any entity other than God?
I'm sorry?
Could it be the voice that you heard is a different entity? Like, could it be a jinn? Could it be anything?
I guess I consider I called it God because it was it was such a fulfilling moment. It was a very fulfilling, safe, loving moment, and from what I've learned from about what people who also say they encountered God and how they describe meeting God, I feel like it kind of aligned with that, so that's kind of why I just gave it to that credit, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. But I do ask my question. I'm sorry if I can, if you feel like my next question is kind of, I don't know how to say it, but like,
No,
why
he's a
does
tough
God,
cookie. He can
yeah,
take it.
yeah, why does God only reach out to certain people if he's God? Why he only reach out to certain people but not the rest of other people? Have you ever asked yourself that question? No. Why
I
did
have.
that voice reach out to you but not, for example, to your own brother or your siblings or your neighbor or anyone around you?
Mm-hmm.
We all been in a stressful situation in our life, and at some point of our life, we lost hope. A lot of people never heard that voice.
Right. Well, just like with anything, when it comes to communication, I can't, because I've asked myself that same question before too, and for me, it's I don't know. I can't speak for him, or it, or whatever God is. I can't speak for it. I don't know why. I used to ask myself that same thing, like, why does God never talk to me? Until he did. And I wasn't even looking for him, I wasn't even asking for him. I was just asking in my head. I was just like, God, something, give me this. Something's got to give. I need something to get me through this.
It sounds like you asking for him.
Well, I wasn't even asking for him. I was just asking for something. Yeah, right.
Something.
Yeah, it could have been anything. It could have been
Could have been anything.
Yeah, I was just asking for. Honestly, I was just asking for a break. I was like, please, can I catch a break?
And how do you know what didn't come from you?
How do I know what didn't come from me? Because it was something that I've never. I know me. I know who I am. I know what I'm capable of, and this was just something different, man. It was just something so.
What if that's something that you're just capable of now?
That's the thing. I've never tried. I've never tried to get there like that. I've always just took what was put upon me and I acted on it. And I'll be honest, it's helped a lot. I feel like I've matured a lot. I feel like I became something a lot, and whatever that voice was that came to me and told me what to do and how it was going to turn out if I just focused up and truly and like truly did these things with wholeheartedly without doubts. It all came true, and I guess I give that credit to God, and I call it God. I guess I could call it anything, but I call it God, and yeah.
Do you truly believe on that voice?
I'm sorry?
Do you truly believe on the voice and dreams that you had?
Mm-hmm.
Or do you have like certain kind of doubts about them?
The only thing I've ever had doubt in was, I guess, the constructs around what they call God. I guess like the stories and the Bible and different things like that. But things personal given to me and expressed to me away from all that stuff, I never really doubted. I've never doubted because I'm experiencing it. It's
You're experiencing what?
I guess the dreams and the when I would hear that voice.
And you don't doubt that those are from God in any way?
I don't doubt that it's from something that's higher than me.
Why?
Because I'm because before that with me as a person, I'm not too I'm very ignorant, and I'm very anxious, and I guess I don't really think that I don't really have like that big of an ego, I guess, to think that I'm capable of it. But to do that eternally, I guess I should say.
Is that really ego?
Yeah, I guess what I mean is I don't think I'm all that. I'm just I'm just me. I'm just a normal guy. And but it just felt like with all those things, it was something that was bigger than me. Something that was bigger than me, and something that knew something that would happen down the road that I wouldn't know. Oh, dang it! Freaking iPhones, dude. God. I don't know if I'm making sense to you all or not. It just felt like it was something that was bigger than me. Something higher than me. Something that knew something before I knew. Because I never, because the situation I'm in right now, I never would have thought I'd be in the situation at all. I never piqued my interest at all. I never, this isn't like, you know, like they say you choose your own destiny, something like that. This isn't what I wanted to be, but this is where I am, and I never thought I would like this, but I do, you know?
Could it not be that you're just enjoying a phase in your life? Why does this have to be something that was destined?
I feel like it's because I feel like I got purpose now. It's the first time I've ever been in a place in my life, because I just turned 30. I turned 31 in April, and I feel like this is like the first time I feel like I got everything situated. You know, I got the right friends, and I don't doubt the people I have in my life anymore. I got the right image for myself. The way I look at myself, I can look at myself and I'm like, yeah, this is you. Like this is you don't have to y'all don't have to dibble dabble into different types of things. Like this is who I am. This is what I like, and there's no questioning it. And
Interesting.
you know, like I guess I should say I have no doubts about who I am anymore. And
None whatsoever.
no, I feel like this is the person I am now. Could only get better. And
So there's room to improve.
of course.
Okay.
But I'm
Really quickly, I gotta talk past you, just because I'm gonna lose the list otherwise. But thank you to Derby, to Shell, to Fibonacci, also to Danny Grax, to Jazz, and to Hell. Sorry, my brain stopped working right when I started reading. Thank you guys so much for helping with the goal. You're all amazing. Noi, do you think that absent an explanation outside of yourself, that you would lose this confidence, this comfortability with who you are, absent some God providing this destiny for you?
I feel like if I feel like I owe it to him, and all the encounters I had in that situation. Oh, thanks, Erica. I feel like that really pushed me to finally take a shot for myself. And I feel like if those things didn't happen, I probably wouldn't have had the confidence. And I took a shot, and I stopped being afraid. And it took me experiencing what living without fear is like, and being in such a calm state like that, in such a safe state like that. And
Do you not think you could achieve that absent a God, assuming that there's a God there?
no, I don't. I feel like I needed a push. I feel like I needed a battery in the back, I guess, you know, because I had no one, you know. So all I had was my faith. So I'm just the kind of guy that gives credit where credit is due. And
Initiated this entire supposed contact with God?
Like, what was the moment of stress I was in?
Was it, but it was you, right? It was you deciding that you needed something, a break, you said.
Yeah.
Right. You don't think that you could at all be responsible for giving yourself a break? That
I think I
wanting
was
that?
I think I was responsible for stop trying to fight for one, if that makes sense. Stop trying to fight for a break. Stop trying to fight for something. You know, I feel like I was in a situation where I just gave up, and I wanted to give up, and something came along and spoke to me and said, "Don't, dude. Like, you don't need to give up. You just need to switch some things up. You need to change some things. Here's what you're gonna do, and in 3 years, this is where you're gonna be, and that's that, you know." And it was like, don't forget this. And that's when.
So there was a prediction made that you would be in this place in 3 years.
Yeah, and all I had to do was change certain things and go about certain things differently, and make some. It felt like, at least what it felt like, I needed to make some sacrifices, and that wasn't going to be easy. It was going to be the hardest thing I ever did, and I had to get rid of a lot of habits and admirations, and I guess quote unquote dreams I had. Get rid of certain people that I really cared about. You know, I had a lot of love for, a lot of feelings for, and I had to get rid of them because it wasn't good for me. You know, and at the time I didn't know that. You know, I didn't know that, but this encounter was saying that it wasn't. And sure enough, you know, I guess I could equate it to cutting off, what they say, cutting off the bad fruit, to save the tree. You know, I did that, and
You know, I'm hearing a lot of the things that you've done. Where did God actually play a role in this?
I feel like God was the one that, I guess, gave me the blueprint, gave me the playbook, and I just went about it, and I did it with no doubts, and I was going to be scared, and there were going to be things that would try to tempt me to not do it. You know, a lot of.
You don't feel like any of this could have been your own determination, your own want to improve. You said you needed a break. You were at a breaking point of sorts. You don't feel like any of this could have been you.
Right.
Why?
I just feel like,
Why
because,
could it not have been you?
because I'll be honest, Thrayle, I used to be such a pushover, man. I'm such a pushover with things, man. Like, if I ever felt like I made someone feel bad, I would backtrack so quick, and I would never stand on my own 2 feet and go about things. And, like, honestly, these last 3 years have been some of the hardest 3 years of my life, man. Like the hardest, man. And, you know, but
So
it's been.
you decided to persevere in a direction. You gave yourself a goal. You told yourself that things would be hard and people would challenge you. and some might stand in your way, but you would push and fight for it. I don't hear what I'm kind of with Hammy, like I don't hear where God did anything. I'm wondering why you think that he did, why you couldn't possibly believe that you wanted something enough to do it.
Like I said, I give credit where credit's due, and I feel like God's the one that saw this as possible, whereas I didn't see it as possible in myself. And
If you didn't see it as possible,
I'm saying before that moment, I never believed that I could do that. I never thought I was that kind of person, and now I'm a completely different person now, and I can tell people no. I can move through things, and I can I can recognize a snake for a snake now, and not have to let my emotions get the best of me. I can make the decisions for myself, and I don't feel bad anymore for choosing myself over. I don't feel bad for finally putting myself first, and my life first, and my faith
there's
first.
a lot of things. There's a lot of things there I think deserve questioning, Noy, but I don't want to push against this confidence that you're attributing to God. I think, though, that it is important that you question that, if it is God or not. I wonder why you wouldn't want to question that. Like I hear you questioning nearly every other aspect of your beliefs and your faith, the scriptures, the origins of that, the whether any of it matters. But then the credit where credit's due part. I wonder why you don't question if credit is due.
I guess for me, it's I didn't see it as possible, and he did, and I went about it, and it happened, and now I see that it is possible to. I guess my efforts are possible. The things I do are possible. If that makes sense. I didn't know how to be able to be in this kind of situation before. I never thought the kind of occupation I'd be in. I never thought I would ever excel in this kind of position, and or the things that I'm into. I never thought I would be good at them or knowledgeable at them, but I am. And I guess the way I reflect myself as a person, and I never thought, and especially coming from someone that went to church a lot and did a lot of stuff, I never thought I could have. I always had some sort of a doubt in my mind that is God listening? Is this really what it is? And because I was always told, like, pastors and stuff, like, this is how it needs to go, or it's not going to go that way. But so as I got older, it just
How do you know that the thing that you're calling God isn't something you've made up in your mind?
how do I know it's not something made up in my mind?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's because most of the things that I come up with in my mind, they're like my ideas and stuff like that. They're I don't know. It's something. It just felt so much bigger than me. You know.
Wonder why.
I don't know if my time and stress, if I tapped into something that I didn't know I had, or something like that. But it felt like whatever I experienced, it was just something that was, I don't know, something just out of realms, you know.
I wonder, Noy, if you can question that anymore. Joe, we don't need your camera at all, but I do need your age for TikTok TOS.
All right.
Joe,
Yeah.
need your age.
I am 40, about to be 41.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I do. I believe in God.
Which god do you believe in?
It's hard to say. So I believe in God. I believe in Christ, but I am not your
So the
typical.
god from the Bible?
Well, no. So the Bible has always been an area of very confusing. It's very confusing for me because I've actually researched the Bible and the scriptures and the Apocrypha and all the things that are not canonized. And there are, ultimately there was no New Testament after Christ's crucifixion. So the New Testament was ultimately put together, even though they say they were inspired by God, they were put together by man. So I'm very open-minded, but I still find balance in my curiosity and my connection with God, if that makes sense.
Not quite. I'm not sure what you're calling God then. So it's not the God of the Bible then.
It is the God of the Bible, but I think it's more than just the Bible.
Do you believe the stories from the Bible before the New Testament to be true and literal? Like the creation story, the Adam and Eve, the flood?
So in ways, yeah, but I also think that people read the Bible with their eyes, and I think it's meant to be read spiritually and not taken for, literal, not literally.
What does spiritually mean?
Spiritually,
What does spiritually mean?
Spiritually is being open to, how do I say this? I guess different realms of spirituality. Like, I don't know how to explain it.
Spiritual is being open to spirituality. I'm not sure what spirituality is.
So wait, what can I ask you? I know you're the host, but can I ask you like what your belief is, just so I have an understanding? No. Okay, I see. Okay. Well, I think spirituality is like whatever makes you feel connected to something higher, a power or God, whatever you want to call it, anything beyond yourself.
Anything that connects you to something beyond yourself.
Yeah.
That's godlike.
Yes.
So when you say that you have to read the Bible spiritually, you have to read it in a way that opens you to things beyond yourself.
I'm not saying anybody has to read the Bible. I'm saying that I think a lot of people hide behind the Bible and they don't even understand it because it's.
Do you understand it?
No, I don't think anybody can fully understand it. I don't think it's possible. And like I said, there was a point of time where I was like in this, I'll say this Christian like cult, but a very Pentecostal cult. And I did a lot of research and thankfully I got out of that. But I also have a logical side of my brain, and I believe that my creator, God, whatever, made me this way. to be inquisitive and to ask questions and to be curious.
Why do you believe there is a creator God?
For me, just personally from experiences that I've had, just moments of getting down on my knees in horrible times and then being literally saved.
What is getting on your knees and being saved have to do with a creator?
Because you're calling out to somebody, you're calling out to your higher power, your God, and asking for help and receiving it.
So you say that you call out and received help.
I have.
But how does that indicate that there is a creator of anything? That's indicating that something, or that you perceive something intervening when you ask for it. But did it also say it was a creator while it did it?
No, I think you just feel it. It's just a feeling. I mean, you're a creator. You created this, Yeah, you're inspired by something, and you're created. You're a creator.
So you just feel like there's something there that's creative. I'm not sure how,
because everything is energy, man. Everything's energy. I feel like things work, ebb and flow, and there's.
What is energy?
Energy is just it's a currency of energy is just current. It's just life. Like everything is energy. I know you're gonna troll me on that, but
I'm just gonna change the background. What is energy?
I gotta think.
That's a question.
You certainly may, Crows. How you doing?
Good morning. Mutton chops, hammy. So I'm currently, hold on. Right, I'm just leaving the shop, okay? Just give us a minute, right? So my question is this: if you are in with the big good God from the Bible, then why are you using words like energy? Why are you? Why are you using this framework as a reference when it kind of goes against? I mean, it's metaphysical language or science language, depending on who you're speaking to. So why are you using that to reference and frame your understanding of your God?
I'm not. I'm saying that in the way that I believe. I'm not one of those Bible thumpers. I know what I've learned younger. I have my own discernment, and I'm open-minded. So I'm not hiding behind the God of the Bible. I'm just saying that there's things that I don't think we all understand. And there's lots of scripture that's not canonized that people say is not godly, but it was found with scriptures that were canonized. And what I'm saying is that ultimately, as far as the Bible goes, in areas that I've struggled with in the past, is that man chose what got canonized in the Bible.
You can call a spade, right? I'm outside, I'm next to the road. You can call a spade, but at the end of the day, it's still a shovel, right?
Mm-hmm. So what are you trying to say?
What I'm saying is I don't understand. I genuinely don't understand.
But I'm also explaining to you that I don't understand everything either.
Excuse me, sir.
Hang on,
I
Joe.
was not finished. I was not finished.
I apologize.
Yeah, okay, you're defensive now. Good, now we can talk, right? So for hundreds of years, excuse me, sir, I'm still speaking. For hundreds of years, people like myself have been persecuted for people like yourself that hold the same belief system. And now that it's fucking valuable, and now that it explains all the nuances that it never used to be able to, Now you want to adopt it, circumvent it, and add it into your own belief systems. And I'm over here like, hold on. 4,000 people were unalived because of your belief system for doing what I do. So I'm trying to understand the hypocrisy. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, why is it okay for you now to do that, but it wasn't okay for us 400 years ago?
Okay, I know you're referring to the. Are you referring to the witch trials?
Oh, absolutely, my guy.
Okay.
Have you read the Malleus Maleficarum, the Hammer of the Witches? Have you read that?
Well, let me just start. First of all, I didn't know what you did, and I have no like if that's what you do, that's what you do. I don't have any judgment against you, and I did not come in here to defend.
No, it's just right. I'm going to say it before I go into the house and things get a wee bit heavier and a wee bit louder. Right? You take our language to add into your belief systems so that you have a better understanding. But on the flip side, thou shalt not suffer the will of a witch to live. Right? Right, my guy?
I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're upset about. I have nothing. If you practice witchcraft, that's your thing. Like, I have no judgment against you. I'm telling you that
I don't think
I don't understand.
He understands, which I find interesting as well. But
Get it, Thrayle. I'm not just being a testy wee cow, right? Like, you get it. You get what I'm saying.
Two things can be true.
Yeah, that's fine, right? Listen, I've just come up like a fucking volcano tornado. Do you know what I mean? It's fine. Like, I get it, right? But I'm busy. Don't talk to me for the next 5 minutes. Love you.
I was not saying anything against her. I didn't even know she practiced witchcraft.
It's all right. You didn't understand the point that she was making?
I think I did. I think she's saying that, like, I'm bringing up scripture, which in turn, like,
it's about the vernacular. We were asking you what is God, and we ended up into this energy. Energy is sort of metaphysical language, very sort of I'm going to say New Age spiritualist or anything like that.
And you said two things can be true at the same time, though.
So it's interesting. And that, I think, is the point she's making, is why would you use this vernacular of people that are typically oppressed by this other faith to describe faith in that God?
But I didn't. I said that I don't fully understand that God, and I just explained that man created the Bible, so I don't know that I truly, maybe it didn't come across clear that I've struggled with scripture.
Right. So I'm wondering then, why does the Bible, the scriptural God, matter to you at all?
I mean, it's the God that I know. I honestly, I don't know. Again, I don't know about the Bible. That's something.
I don't know is a fine answer, and it's actually a good idea to take a beat on that for just a moment. While I thank everybody for the 74,000 times they tapped the screen. Thank you guys so much, and the 44 times you shared it. All of those help us get out to the FYP, maybe get a few more people who are curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs.
75,000, yeah.
75 now. Hell yeah. Appreciate all you guys. So Joe, the question, I guess, was why the Bible, God, matters to you. You said it's what you've always known. Is it because it was the familiarity of what you were brought up with, and that's so the framework that you try to understand God with?
Yes. But I don't share all the belief. Like, you also have to realize that there's like over 54,000 denominations.
Sure. I had a few more questions.
I'm sorry.
It might clear things up. and help us understand you. Maybe you understand you a little better too. So, do you believe Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior?
Yeah, I do.
What does that mean?
I believe that if Christ came down and died for all our sins, then we're all free, and that's like a massive sacrifice but again, within the constructs, I don't know everything.
Right. We're not trying to. It may seem like a quiz of knowledge sometimes. It's not about knowledge. It's about what you believe and why you believe it and understanding that. So, you believe Jesus died for your sins?
Yes.
Why do you believe that?
Well, it's been factually verified that he was crucified.
The question I asked you was, why do you believe he died for your sins? You said it's been factually verified.
Okay.
Is it factually verified that he died for your sins?
So, factual verification that he was crucified.
That wasn't my question.
But I know, and I
haven't said the word crucified, except to repeat it back in your answer a moment ago. I'm not asking about if he was crucified.
Okay. Why I believe it? Because I have always, since I was younger, had a very spiritual connection. And I know you're going to ask me how to explain spirituality, but I can't explain what I don't know. I just feel, and I've had experiences, and that's what I think everything is. It's all experience. It's all energy and personal experience.
I don't know if I have a mod in the chat, but that might be handy. So personal experience.
Yeah, but I also see like your picture right there. Everything in there is everything that goes through my head. Every single item on that picture right there. I question everything all the time.
Santa?
You question Santa and mermaids.
No, not Santa, but mermaids, yeah. Who knows if mermaids exist or not?
Bigfoot?
Bigfoot. I'm 100% true believer in Bigfoot. I believe this. Yeah.
I feel like we're kind of retreating, though, from the questions I was asking about Jesus. You believe Jesus died for your sins, and the question as to why you believe that kept leading us back to factual verification of crucifixion or something like that.
I believe because I believe. I know. I understand what you're doing, but it's not just because. It's again, it's personal. There's personal experiences that I've had. There's things
personal experiences with a man 2,000 years ago.
Yeah.
How did you have experiences with a man 2,000 years ago?
I've been in situations where just really bad situations, and I've had moments where I've, cried out to the Lord, and I've been.
So you cried out, and something helped.
Yes.
How do you know that it was a man from 2,000 years ago that helped?
I just believe that it is.
You just believe it?
Because that was my experience.
So, and the reason prior was going back to crucifixion, factual verification, something you had said. Mm-hmm. What factual verification?
It's been verified that Jesus of Nazareth was crucified on the Mount of Olives.
Who was Jesus of Nazareth?
Oh, come on. Are we going to quiz me? I just said, like, I tried to jump in the conversation to
Right, but
share
like,
points of view, and I feel like you're trolling me about the Bible and stuff when I've already explained.
it's not about trolling you there. It's something you said. There's factual verification of a crucifixion. And I'm curious now, like, what is that? And you said Jesus of Nazareth. Is there a record of somebody named Jesus of Nazareth ever existing?
There is records. There's historical, I wouldn't say scriptures, but there's historical accounts of his existence and execution. And it's just like us. There's historical accounts of, Queen Elizabeth, or.
Are you sure they're just like that?
I mean, yeah. And I mean, they believe that they were.
Were there people at the time of Queen Elizabeth writing about her, drawing pictures of her?
Yes, absolutely.
Telling stories about her. Were there people at the time of Jesus writing stories about him?
At that time, yeah. His 12 apostles, yes. His follow. So the story, and again, I'm not saying I know this for a fact, but the stories that they say is that at that time, the teaching started changing when he fulfilled the all the prophecies of the Old Testament.
When he fulfilled the prophecies of the Old Testament.
Yeah.
When did he do that?
I feel like every time I answer something, I just get like an open-ended question, so I don't know.
That's how it works, Joe. That's what we're doing, like questioning your beliefs. You answer a question, and I'm gonna question the answer. I'm not trying to lead you anywhere. I'm following your beliefs and the reasons why. To see if you can question it.
So there's non-biblical sources that also have mentioned Jesus' execution that are not Christian at all. There's
non-biblical sources.
Yeah.
That mention Jesus.
That mention Jesus' execution.
And at the time.
I kind of remember to look back. Hold on.
Let me ask you a question, Joe, while it sounds like Googling. If you were to find that the Bible was not as true as you expected, if you were to find that the stories were stories and legends, myths even, would that change who you are?
No, because I think I already said that.
So if for some reason you were to, in searching through this, discover that there was, less than ample evidence of Jesus, or less than ample evidence of God even, that wouldn't change the way you live your life, the way you treat people?
No, it would not.
Would it change your belief or need for some external explanation for your...
For something to believe in?
Mm-hmm.
No, because again, I think that's how I basically live. I question everything. I've always been like a black sheep in that sense. I don't subscribe to one main thing. I have my belief that I said, but I also know that there's things that I just don't know and don't understand.
Have you ever looked into the origins of the Bible?
Yeah, I just told you that.
You just told me that you did look into it.
I told you that when I was in that Pentecostal group, I started looking into it, and that's when that's when I think things started to change for me. Because like I've just said, after that crucifixion, there was no New Testament for about 300 to 400 years. So who wrote the New Testament scriptures? And then who decided what went into the Bible? Man did.
So if you're having those questions, how are you answering, like, who was writing at the time? You said apostles. Like, do you know that the apostles were writing at the time?
So I guess the difference there is religion versus history, because it's not just the apostles, as I mentioned. It's other non-Christian historians that have confirmed through text accounts that he was crucified. When I'm talking about the Bible, I think that the Bible was chosen, scripture was canonized to control the masses. And it's still done to this day. Even horrible things are done.
But you still believe that that Jesus was crucified, died for your sins, that the stories of the New Testament are somehow true, despite.
No, that's not what I'm saying. But I think I don't know if I can make myself any clearer. I've been trying to say that there's parts of it that I connect with, and then there's parts that I just don't understand.
Right.
A question.
Go for it, Gross.
Are you here questioning to explain, or are you here questioning so that you can find some other answer for yourself?
No, I'm here because I saw the conversation that was happening, and it was interesting, and it was something that I wanted to hear other people's experiences as well.
So you didn't come to question your beliefs at all?
Yeah,
I
came to explain.
I didn't hear you there, Joe.
What was the question?
I said you didn't come here to question your beliefs at all, and you responded. I didn't hear you.
I didn't come here to question my beliefs. Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm. I'm asking, I guess, did you come to question your beliefs? Or just to hear other people's opinions on when we were questioning Noy?
Yeah, no, I came to question my beliefs, but also you have to understand when you're put into this situation, your beliefs that are ingrained in you, it takes a moment to process, to be open-minded to that. And I feel like, like Crows, I'm sorry if you felt offended, but I feel like you kind of like attacked me as if I was like a Bible thumper or something. And
listen, don't come at me with that.
I'm not coming at you.
You're offended when I'm not offended.
She didn't attack you as a Bible thumper. She was, if anything, questioning your appropriation of spiritualist language into a Christian God belief. I don't think that was attacking you as a Bible thumper.
Well, she got pretty upset. You don't think so?
Oh, look at that. Is that not what? Do they not call that projection?
That is, you're worried more about her mood and tone than the topic of the questions.
Okay. I don't feel that way, but okay.
Well, right, but you said that she came at you like a Bible thumper.
She did. She said how she came. What you just said I did to her, she did to me before she even knew where I was coming from.
Wow.
Again, after listening to you for 40 minutes, it is clear that you, John, are not here to question your beliefs for the purpose of your own understanding. You are here to question your beliefs in a format that allows you to explain to us.
No, I'm not trying to explain anything to you. I just said I don't understand everything and I don't believe everything. I was trying to find some sort of common ground to understand, and for the sake of conversation, I'm not trying to make anybody believe anything.
Why do you need common ground?
I'm talking about as far as conversation goes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not really a proper conversation if you're projecting your own defensiveness onto someone else about a conversation that happened half an hour
You
ago.
projected those Salem witch trials on me.
All right, I think.
Yeah. All right.
I think that we're kind of losing any productivity in this conversation now.
But I think that's kind of what it's designed to do. It's what it's like.
It's not, Joe. It's not. It's designed to see if you can question your beliefs respectfully and coherently, and I don't see that happening right now. And you know, we can say who came at who later, but I'm just gonna move forward with the next guest. I'd much rather see if, I don't know.
Grim.
Hello,
Question.
Grim. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
23.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do. I believe in one God.
And which god do you believe in?
I guess the one I believe in is the one. There's no witch. I just think it's one God that's been called by different names.
So every pantheon of multiple gods are all just
No.
one?
Just one God that could have been called by different names.
One god that could have been called by different names.
Yeah.
Which
the
one
prime
is that?
mover, you could say.
The prime mover.
Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with the origins of that phrase?
I do. Yes, I am.
Are you Catholic?
I am not Catholic, no. But I'm not sure why me being monotheistic has anything to do with which religion I ascribe to.
Is there a reason why you're avoiding which religion you ascribe to?
No reason. It's just the questions don't really... You asked me a question whether I believe in a god or not.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and then I asked which god you believe in.
yeah, and I told you the one God.
The one god. And I'm
Yes, the one
trying
God.
to find out, is this god described anywhere in any scriptures or doctrines?
Yes, he is.
Which ones?
The Quran.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
And have you read the Quran from beginning to end?
Of course I have.
In Arabic?
Yes, I have.
Do you speak Arabic?
Yes, I do.
Do you believe the Quran to be entirely true and literal, the breathed word of God?
Yes, I do.
What are the 5 pillars of Islam?
To pay alms, charity, to pray, to fast Ramadan, to go to your pilgrimage, and the declaration of faith.
Can you question those?
In what sense?
Can you question those pillars of belief? Like what their purpose is, what their usefulness is? Is there any necessity to them? How do they serve God?
I mean, I personally wouldn't have ascribed to them if I haven't questioned them and agreed with them
You wouldn't have
prior.
ascribed to them if you hadn't questioned them.
I'm sorry?
You're saying you wouldn't have ascribed if you hadn't questioned them.
Of course. Just
So
like
you're
any
saying
belief.
You're saying that you have questioned them then.
Of course. That's how you come to conclusions.
Can you question your conclusions?
Well, now that I've questioned them, or at least the subjects at hand, the conclusions are the process, or they're the result of questioning. They're not to be questioned, if that makes sense.
Why did you request up?
Because, like, honestly, I wanted to know what you believe.
Now what this is about.
If you're capable of reading the English language where it says, can you question your beliefs, and you're over the age of 18, preferably much over, then go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I'm not here to belittle you or shame you. I'm really not here to burgle your God or prove you wrong. I am here to see if you can question your beliefs. What I believe is not necessary for that. And if you're not capable of questioning your belief, then the only question that I have for you is why. But if you can, then I might want to know which God it is you believe and why you believe it.
What was the guy's reason for being up here? What did he say?
To find out what I believe. But he couldn't question his beliefs at all. He made that very evident.
Very.
To be fair, he said he read Arabic. Not sure about English.
No, I'm sure, he requested up. He was typing in chat. I assumed he could probably read and write English. But you're right, that's my fault for assuming.
Joke's on you, he can't read.
It's like that Malfoy quote where they drink the polyjuice potion, and he's like, what have you been doing? Reading. He's like, reading? You know you could read.
You know that was ad-libbed?
I didn't, but that makes it even better.
Yeah, I think that there was something that else he was about to say, but he forgot it, and so he went reading. I didn't know you could read. I'm sorry, Thrayle, but it was a bit of trivia that I knew.
Can you question that trivia?
I could.
We'll go do that. But here, we're seeing if you've got a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that. And if you can question that, well then, we might have some questions for you. Is it just me, or is the music completely gone?
Oh, no, I can't hear it.
Well, that thing gone. Turn that jam up, son.
Three Pips makes a fantastic question. Would questioning that trivia be trivia?
What a great trivia question.
It would be trivial, probably. Unless Hemi was wrong, which it is a Friday.
It is a Friday.
It's been long enough. Maybe we can give Joe another shot. Oh, or he left the queue right when I said that. Literally as the words escaped my lips. That's fine. If anybody's got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I am just here to see if you can question, well, whatever it is you believe in.
Is that one name still popping up in yours?
Well,
The werewolf name? Is he still popping up in yours?
yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure mine wasn't just like that far behind.
I still have more questions for Noy, but I want to make sure that I don't badger him too much.
Oh, you're fine. I was playing Witcher 3 because the music makes me think of Witcher 3.
Mm-hmm.
The chat lured me into a false sense of security, Thrayle.
How did they do that?
You see, they've been good all night. Not a problem. So I stopped paying attention for a bit, and then all of a sudden I hear, oh, if I have mods in chat, and I'm like, they've been good. Why? Why?
Did you sort that out? I have not been able to catch up there.
I've sorted it out so far. I
You think?
came in and laid down. Well, I think so.
I think it's the
Watch
best.
out. I'm gonna get a custom, and it's gonna pop off again.
I think
No,
it's
it's fine. It's fine. I gave one of them a juice box. It's okay.
I think it's the best audience on TikTok, and I think they can be respectful to each other. They do it every night. But now that I'm seeing, I think someone doth protest too much. But if you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. And I guess if we don't get a request, I do have a few more tasty jams from the community. I know everybody loves when I call it that.
James. What is it, blueberry jam?
The tastiest.
I had some blackberry jam, and I love it.
You're still gonna make a rap song, Thrayle. I got bars.
All right. Interesting.
I don't know.
I'd be curious to hear it.
I don't know if Thrayle is going to be making any rap music anytime soon.
Oh, I'm not making it.
Oh.
But I'll listen.
I'll be your Kendrick Lamar, and you'll be my James Blake.
Is it bad that I don't know who that is?
Oh, you'd love him. I put it like that. I'll be your Travis Scott, and you be my Tame Impala.
I don't know who that last person is.
You don't know Tame
Keeps doing that.
Oh, sorry.
It's like I know who the first person is, and then I'm like, wait, who?
They're both men that sing tremendously well, but they also their careers are mostly centered around singing. But same with like Bon Iver. I don't know if you know who Bon Iver is, but they do incredibly well with rap artists, even though they're singers.
Real quick, Joe, I don't know what you meant, trap logic style, but it's just questioning. But if you're up for it again, you're always welcome to try again. I just figured it was best to move past the sensitivities at the time. Digital alchemy. There were plenty of sensitivities on display when he was here.
Joe, no one here is trying to debunk people's beliefs. We're questioning them. If it got to a point where you couldn't answer it, I don't know is a fantastic answer. We're not going to jump on you and be like, ha ha, here we are. No, it's just, if you said, I don't know, that's a fantastic answer.
Yeah, I've never felt like you guys are trying to debunk anything I believe in.
That certain questions, like for instance, the last question I asked you, where it was like, if it's a personal belief and all that, how is God relevant at all to the outside world? And you didn't know how to answer that. Some people may see that as an attack or a gotcha style question, but it's just trying to get you to think about the answer. If the answer is I don't know, and it's an honest I don't know with nothing added to it, it's a fantastic answer.
bad joke. That's a bad, bad joke.
Uh-oh.
He decided to attack crows by saying so-called witch. If you want to be disrespectful, you can do that in the shadow realm.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. Some people in this world you can talk shit to. I ain't talking shit to no witch, man. I ain't talking shit.
Oh, witches are people too. You can talk shit to anyone, you can talk shit to them, but we don't tend to talk shit on this panel or in this room because we're here to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you've got a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, well then, we'd like to ask a few questions, not talk shit. And if you can question your beliefs, go ahead and hit one of those boxes. Join us up here.
.1 minute because mine was on 1 minute from whenever I was on Zach's live, and it stayed at the 1 minute. Usually I have them in there for 5 minutes.
I don't know what instrument that is, but he's playing the heck out of it.
Hello, Rebel. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Rebel Preacher, did you mean to join us?
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Yeah, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
My age is 40.
And do you have a belief? Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I do believe in God, but not...
Which God do you believe in?
I believe in the Almighty, but I don't believe it from a religious point of view.
You believe in the Almighty, but not from a religious point of view. Is this a particular Almighty?
It is something outside, you could say, religious texts, the Bible, the Quran, all the other religions of the world. It is an understanding where, yes, I would have to say there is a supreme power, but not in the interpretation of what we've all been educated to believe.
When you say supreme power, what is it you're trying to describe there?
Well, I'd have to say that there is a concept within the universe where there is absolutely no power. One could say a stone sitting on the ground has little influence over anything, its environment. So I would say a stone sitting on the ground has no power, even though science would say that if you analyse it...
So what was the question I asked, though? I didn't ask about no power.
Yes, there is a supreme power, and yes, it has to exist.
Did you hear the question I actually asked, or are you just kind of like pull string toy and just say what you want when you want? What was the question I asked?
Repeat it. This is where you're trying to portray power over me.
I'm not trying to portray power.
Well, in that case, just simply repeat it.
He doesn't know if he needs repeated. He asked you if you knew the question. You didn't say yes or no.
Why did you request up here?
Well, can you question your beliefs? What is your belief? Why do you believe? I'm assuming that is what you're asking.
Currently,
That's not what I'm asking. Currently, I asked, why did you request up here?
Because you showed up on my live and I decided to enter, in which I
You
was
didn't.
accepted.
In which you were what?
Sorry?
Is he cutting out for anyone else?
Yeah, he cut out for me.
he cut out for me as well.
He said in which I was blank.
I think at the end of the day that we should all have a belief in anything, whether that's a God, that a parent.
We're not here to be your pulpit. Nobody asked you a question at that point, except to repeat the one word we didn't hear. But since you're just really here to preach at us and not hear the questions and respond to the questions that are being spoken, then I think we'll just wait for someone who is capable of having a conversation, and not whatever the fuck that was.
I don't want to assign any kind of motive or anything, but it felt, I don't know, maybe it's just his voice. That's the way it sounds. Like, I'm sorry to say it, but he sounded kind of pompous.
Yeah, I don't know.
Perhaps it's intuitive with his name, rebel preacher. He's a rebellious preacher.
Like I said, it could also just be that's just how he sounds, and if that's the case, then I do apologize, but I don't know.
Honestly, I think pompous is putting it lightly, but moving on.
Hello, Golden. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
29.
Are you driving a car?
Can you question your beliefs?
Are you driving a car right now? I think that you should probably get somewhere safe and wait till you pull over before you join the live.
But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, next rest stop, get a granola bar and talk to us.
Actually, not a bad idea. Get to a rest stop. Try that out.
Stretch your legs, question your beliefs.
Hello, Stan. Can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
33. How you doing?
Doing all right. I know you've been here before, but I ask a lot of the same questions at first. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe in Jesus. He's my savior. I believe in him as the embodiment of God. Yeah.
You believe in Jesus as the embodiment of God?
Yeah, God made flesh.
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
I think I did.
You think
years
you did?
ago. Yeah, I read most of it, I think.
Most of it, you think?
Yeah, I tried to read it like front to back, but like I got bored at some point, I think.
Are there parts you remember skipping or an end point you remember stopping at?
I remember getting Genesis, and then they got into like the names of begot him, and begot whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got bored. But like I've jumped in and read different books in the Bible. Yeah, I don't think I know the whole thing.
Does it matter to you if the Bible is true or not?
No, I don't really care.
So you don't care if the Old Testament stories of creation, the Adam and Eve, the flood, those don't matter?
No.
But Jesus matters. So the New Testament stories, does that matter if it's true?
I believe it's true. I don't really care if it is or not. It's important to me.
What do you mean you don't care?
I mean, it could be true. It could not be true. I believe it's true.
It could not be true.
Yeah.
If you were to discover that it was not true, would that change anything for you?
It might change a little bit, but it wouldn't change that I like Jesus, like in the message. I don't know. The story and his archetype, the archetype of Jesus is important to me.
So his existence as a human or being the embodiment of God, does that matter to you?
I mean, not really, but like, I know that he did exist. Like, it's proven that Jesus existed.
How is it proven?
Well, I mean, Pontius Pilate referred to him. There's other references that are...
When did Pontius Pilate? There's Pontius Pilate referred to him. Where is that?
Well, I mean, I can Google it, but there's secular writings about, the man who was Jesus.
Have you read
the Bible?
Writings?
But that's is that what we're talking about? Like, I believe it, his message. Like, that's the thing.
You believe in his message, but it doesn't matter to you. Well, if I ask the question, does it matter if he existed or not? You say, well, we can prove he did. So, yeah, that is, I guess, where we're going. What is it that proves to you that he existed?
Well, do you believe that Caesar existed? Do you believe that...
What I believe doesn't make a difference. And the point you're making is really not going to make what you think it is.
All right.
Can you answer what it is that convinces you he existed?
Yeah. Secular... what is it? Scripture, like scribes and...
Like, can you say a thing instead of like a category of things that I'm, of course, going to ask you for a specific one of?
Dead Sea Scrolls.
So where's Jesus mentioned in the Dead Sea Scrolls?
Is he? I don't know. It sounds like
so
he
then
is.
Why did you say it?
Because I know that those are like first or second.
Word fishing, Stan. Like when I said, what is it that convinces you Jesus actually existed? And you said Dead Sea Scrolls. And then I said, where is he in there? You said, it sounds like he is. Are you fishing for like me to provide evidence for you?
No.
Then why did you say Dead Sea Scrolls?
Because I know it's like the earliest archaeology of scripture.
Of what
I think
scripture?
It's closest to
of what
first
scripture?
century, right? Of the Bible.
Which part?
It might just be the Old Testament, right?
So then what would it have to do with Jesus existing?
Well, I'm asking, I can Google real quick. Is it only the Old Testament or is it the New Testament also? Is it both? Is it old and new?
I'm curious.
So you've never looked into it, and when asked what reason you believe Jesus existed, you said Dead Sea Scrolls, but you've never looked into it to even see what is in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
I can't remember.
Is it just
I have looked into it, but you don't have to assume something about me. I can go Google it real quick if you want.
I'm not assuming anything about you. It sounds like
you're trying to find a fundamental of my belief, right? What is your anchor?
What reason it is that you believe Jesus existed, because you said we know he does rather than you believe it. And so I'm asking, what reason do you believe that? And the reason you said was Dead Sea Scrolls.
That's one of them. One thing.
But what does that have to do with Jesus?
Well, it just puts primary sources into play. It might
Which primary sources?
Well, dude, we're getting there.
What's a primary source, Stan?
Somebody who was there that recorded the events of the thing that happened.
Do we have that of Jesus?
Well, no, we don't. But we do have secondary sources, people that can corroborate stories that he existed. But is that what we're talking about?
Have you read the secondary sources?
There's a lot of them.
Stan, you made it what we're talking about. You wanted it to be, because rather than entertain a hypothetical about if Jesus had not existed, you said, well, but we know he did. And
okay, so I'll entertain
you. Well, no, I'm curious what it is that convinces you that you know he existed.
The same way I know that Julius Caesar existed.
Are there coins with Jesus's face on them?
There might be.
From the time he was alive?
Probably not.
Okay, so what?
Do we have writings from the people of his life that were writing about him during his lifetime?
Well, that's if you believe, the gospel, in the Bible. If you believe those are primary sources, then
are you drunk?
Debate.
Stan, are you drunk?
No. Why? Are you?
Have you been choked out?
Great call, Thrayle.
I think that's Goober number 4.
Hello, Ralupi. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Is it TOS?
Loopy.
I didn't mean to request up here. I'm just listening. Thank you.
No worries. I'll set you back down.
I'm just listening. Thank you.
No worries. I'll set you back down.
That one was not a goober. That one was actually very polite.
Noi was the closest thing to a goober in that moment.
Yeah.
Oh no! Not, I didn't mean Loopy. I meant Stan.
Ad asks, did vampires exist? And do they still do?
Don't make to the history of vampires. Don't make me do it.
Are you a Playboy Cardi fan?
I like the do they still do.
Do they still
do? Do they still do?
Don't worry, Ad. I know English gooder than you, so it's okay.
Gooder.
Yep, I know English gooder.
Yep, he's the bestest at it.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
James.
Can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
Yeah, my age is 30.
Can you act it?
Oh, that's a good one.
Nope.
Goober number 5. Sucks too, because I love that movie.
It's a really good movie.
It's so good. And I'm a big fan of peaches.
There's a 5-pound bulk bag of it's gummy peach rings.
I was hoping you were saying a bushel of peaches. I was going to get very excited. But then you said it was candy, and I'm like, I'm still kind of excited, just not as excited.
I think we should drop Noy for that.
I love fresh
fruit. Did you run out of questions for Noy?
I love fresh fruit. I'm sorry.
Now, as soon as he said no to candy, I ran out of questions.
I'm not saying no to the candy. I'm just saying I love fruit.
I mean, I'm pretty partial to blueberries, so.
See?
I don't see a problem with fruit.
I love fruit, man. I've probably eaten 2 parfaits since I've been up here.
I would jokingly say I think we should drop you from the panel, but knowing the luck, like the very second it comes out, something will glitch on your side and you will drop by accident. And I'd be like, oh no.
Don't manifest it, Michael.
No. Get back here, Thrayle. We need the Thrayle up there.
Knock on wood. At least I hope that's real word. I think it's paneling, but I hope it's real.
Okay, well, I can't get the newest one, but there's already a blueberry coffee song, apparently.
Oh. Turn up.
Well, I don't have it transferred yet, but I do have the Batcolyte one, and it almost played right at the beginning of that last conversation. I had to stop it because it was.
I do like Ketchup's song, and it's funny because it mispronounces Batcolyte.
Yeah, Batcolyte.
And the Batcolyte.
There's a couple of Michael V's that do that too.
The Batcolyte. The Batcolyte?
Cue the beat. Let it ripple and shine. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time.
Do you have a belief in God's higher powers or anything like that that lights up your hours? What is it you believe? there's a God, if you feel the energy, if there's a higher power calling out to thee, we wish to question you. So request on up. Step into the light, let your truth be known. Tell us what you're feeling deep down in your bones. Request on up. Now hold up, don't rush, take a breath with the groove. Every answer you got is a step in the move. Did you grow up with it? Was it passed through the line? Or did you find it alone in the back of your mind? Was it whispered in silence or sung out loud? Was it built in the quiet or shaped by a crowd? Do you lean on the faith when the night gets cold? Does it steady your hands? Does it make you bold? Does it dry your tears when the sky falls through? Or do questions keep dancing in everything you do? We're not here to break it, we're not here to tear, just to shine a little light, see what's living there. Every thought's a rhythm, every doubt's a spark, every truth you carry leaves a mark in the dark. So request on up. Bring your wonder, bring it down, let it all erupt. From the quiet little baby to the loud I know. Let it rattle the rhythm, let it flow, let it flow. A plan on the roll of the dice? Do you think there's a cause? Do you think there's a price? Is it written in stars or just written by man? Is it part of a story or a cosmic plan? Would you choose comfort wrapped in a beautiful lie, or a truth that stings but let your spirit fly? What is truth anyway? Is it fixed? Does it bend? Is it something you start or something you end? We're just travelers here, overspinning sphere, trading questions and rhythms from ear to ear. No debate, no fight, just a curious flame. Every voice that steps up is part of the game. Oh, so request on up. Request on up. Step into the circle, let your spirit erupt. No more road here, just a path you want. Tell us what you're feeling deep down in your bones. Request on up. Yeah. Request on up. Bring the truth you doubt. Your why, your what. From belief to disbelief, from the start to the end. Let the question keep moving again.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah. Thrayle, we
What
need
an
a
entrance, Bats.
Thank you, Thrayle. I didn't expect you to play that right when I got up. I always appreciate y'all.
As a black man, That shit was funky as hell.
Groovy, daddy, groovy.
That shit had me two-stepping, not gonna lie.
Thrayle, we need a background that of course, has the "Can you question your beliefs" on there, but it also needs to say "music break."
A music break background. I don't know about that.
Can we say intermission?
Intermission. Can we question the need for a music break background when the music break is pretty obviously happening?
Well,
thought it would be cool. Okay.
How dare you think?
I guess the counter would be
How dare I work with tools that I don't have?
How dare ye?
That's something my dad used to jokingly say all the time. Is something it's like, well, I was thinking. It's like, oh, there you go, working without tools again.
Your dad sounds like a swell guy.
He's okay. He used to be a real dick. I'm not gonna lie, but I love them.
Sorry, I didn't mean to turn that up over you.
Oh, it's
just was too quiet.
but no. He's a lot better than he was like whenever I was a kid, but
That's how I feel about my mom. But it's like the older you get, the more you appreciate what they did.
Ketchup says it's not a bad idea, especially for you. And so this is how Ketchup goes to the Shadow Realm.
Bad Ketchup. Bad Ketchup.
I'm not actually sending him there, though, Louie.
It's the fear of it. The fear of it.
What do you think the biggest questions you'll go away from today with, Noy, as far as your belief in God?
If it was just me, got some self-reflecting to do. I guess not just with my beliefs, but with myself as a person.
Do you think it would affect your confidence going forward if you were to find that it was all you? Do you think it would make it to be as firm in the choice to become the person you become?
Oh, definitely. It's just I don't know if I'm gonna if I gain confidence or if I lose it. That's really where I don't know. And honestly, it's if I gain or lose it, I don't know. But I will say, with where I'm at, I'm happy. I'm happy. Whatever it is I went through, I'm happy I went through it because I needed to. That's what I believe. I feel like I really needed to go through that. I don't know what I don't know where I'd be right now if that did happen.
Hell was asking you about other people who might reach that point of desperation, that point of needing a break, of calling out to God and not receiving it.
Right.
Would that be more or less indicative of a God if those circumstances occur that way? If more often than not people who do cry out don't have that feeling and that motivation that you did.
I guess it all comes down to what their mindset is when they're calling out, because I feel like, people can be in the same state I was in, but maybe not as I guess conflicted as I was, because I was in a situation where I was taking a big response.
Are you saying that they'd have to be in more despair than you?
No, I'm saying I think it has to depend on where their mind state is when they're asking or they're in that situation. Because
is it sincerity?
Yeah, I guess.
So if they're not sincere enough in calling out to God for a break or for help or for relief, then that might be why God doesn't answer or doesn't intervene in that kind of last moment circumstance.
Right, because I was in this. I would agree, yeah, because for me it was a situation of I was wanting a break and I wasn't looking to gain. I guess it's something I guess that's a way of putting it. I was like, I didn't have an ulterior motive reaching out to whatever it was I was given up to. I wasn't like, I just wanted something, I wanted something to, something better, something that, man, it's hard to explain. Like, I had taken accountability for whatever position I was in, and I wanted to get out of it. Sincerely get out of it. I wanted out, and I was willing to give up whatever to get out of it. And I guess one way I've learned to put it, we put it at least in church is like giving it all up to God, I guess. And I don't know if that's the state I was in, where I was just giving it all up to Him, and I guess I unknowingly did that. I guess I was like just off the whim, I didn't like tell myself I'm going to give it up to God, just a situation where I was like, I'm just giving it all up to whatever's out there listening right now, I need something, man. I was very vulnerable.
And you think if someone else is vulnerable and giving it up to God in those circumstances with that sincerity, then God will always guide them.
I don't want to put a stamp on always, because that means that it's 100% certainty, and I don't know what 100% certainty is. I want to put it on always, but I feel in my heart, if you sincere, at least I'd hope so.
Is it okay if I ask a question real quick?
Oh, please, Beth.
You certainly may.
What if someone had dedicated their life to God for over 20 years in evangelism, dedication to the scripture, prayer, fasting, and followed all the fruits of the Spirit? Would God, for sure, in a situation like that, answer the person's prayer?
I don't know, because for me, I told Thrayle this earlier, and Hammy, it was when I feel like I got closer to God when I rejected those kind of things, fasting and I guess the indoctrination practices, and when I made it just a more personal relationship with me and God, and that's when I started to feel closer to Him and experience more things.
If a person has that, though, and they are earnestly seeking God, like with their whole heart, as told in the Bible, because I'm myself, and I know many others who have had such commitment to God, and we're atheists. So something didn't work out. How would you account for people who are genuine, are truly seeking, are sincere, and end up not finding God at all? How do you account for those people?
I can't really account for anyone else but myself. I'm sorry. I wouldn't know.
Doesn't the Bible say that if you seek Him with your whole heart, you'll find Him?
Yeah.
Well, do you believe in that verse literally?
Oh, yeah. In ways, yeah. It's just, there's so many other, because there's verses like that, and then there's, like people with the story, like then there's the story of Job, where he gave everything to God and he had everything, and yet God still took it from him, or took everything from him, and I guess you could say kind of left him hanging. And then even there's the story of Christ, where he's on the cross and he says, "Father, why have you forsaken me?" So I guess there's counters to, there's stories of people that have given everything to Christ and are giving everything to God, and bad things happened, or they felt like he wasn't listening, or
in the story of Job, did you read the entire it according to what the scripture says, or are you sound familiar with the story of Job?
Yeah, it's my favorite one, I think.
Do you think it's a testament of Job's faith, or do you think that the scripture, that the account is more or less just the account of a bet between God and his adversary?
I think it's both. I think it has to do with Job's adversity and faith, and it also has to do with him being in the middle of this bet.
If it been done with anybody else, say say instead of a god, say it was like a partner, like a wife or something, had done the exact same thing where they made a bet with their enemy that you love them more than anything, and then proceeded to challenge your love in every single way that could possibly traumatize you. Do you think that would be a sign of love or an abusive relationship?
I feel like in regards to humans, that'd be abusive.
Why does God have to follow a different sense of morality than humans?
I don't know. There's been times in my life where I felt like I was Job, and I was like, I don't know why I'm in this position. I didn't do anything. Why am I in this scenario? And I prayed on that when I was in those kinds of situations. Like, why have you put me in this kind of situation? Like I've gone through that before. That's kind of why the story of Job's my favorite, because I've always felt like I was in a battle between a lot of crappy things happening to me, but I felt like I never did anything wrong to nobody, but yet things just keep piling up and piling up, so I don't know.
I definitely can relate to the feeling of like a series of unfortunate events being your life kind of thing, where it's like thing after thing after thing after thing, where you're just like, okay, enough already. I've had enough trauma. Thank you already. But when you get out of that and you survive and you look to something outside yourself, why do you do that? Why not look to yourself as someone who endured all this? Why give the glory to God when other people, maybe who've been through the same, worse or less, survive without God?
I guess I give him the credit of getting through it, because at the end of the day, even going through all that stuff, I still seeked him, and I made it through it, and I made it through the flames, and I don't know. I've always been. I give him the credit, and
Do you give yourself any credit at all?
I feel like I feel like my credit, what I guess my reward out of it, my self reward out of it will be given. I'm just not. For me personally, I'm not worried about taking credit. I'm.
What makes you uncomfortable with taking credit for something that you specifically did? Like if I made a drawing that was really pretty and you were impressed, would it be wrong of me to take credit for making that drawing?
No, because even with things like that, I don't give myself credit. I come from a culinary background, and if whenever I make something like really good that I became creative with, I still don't give myself credit. Instead, I give credit to the things that inspired me to have that idea. If that makes sense.
Sure, it's good to give like if someone helped you with something, it's good to give like additional credit, right? But if you made like a delicious souffle and somebody touched, you might give credit. Gregory taught me how to make it originally, but I've developed it over the years, and here's how it come out. Like you might say Gregory helped you, Gregory taught you, Gregory may have like inspired you, but he didn't whisk those eggs. You did. Right. You whisked the eggs. You put it into the perfect temperature. You made sure it came out without deflating or anything. You went through the steps. So why not give yourself the credit for the steps you went through? You're not taking credit for anyone else's credit. You're not stealing from God. God has if God is real, does he need your credit for the things you do?
I guess taking credit's never been important to me. I guess I've always just cared about the results, and I don't and executing. I guess that's all that matters to me. I don't care about having the praise or having the kudos or whatever. I just wanted to do it right.
No, and obviously when we do good things as good people, we don't expect praise for it. But I wonder if there's a reason that when I point out the good things that you've done, you want to deflect instead of towards God, instead of taking any accountability for your, because there's such a thing as positive accountability. Any positive accountability for the fact that you survived. Like I survived, you survived, we survived a lot of atrocities or whatever we've been through. You may have found hope and faith in God, and I may have found hope and faith in science and the medical industry. But we both we're both still here on this live tonight and survived whatever we've been through. Do you need to deflect from yourself to give glory to God, to feel like happy with that? Or are you allowed to accept any credit at all? Like, does God prefer you not to accept credit?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, I asked like 3 questions in that sentence. I'm sorry.
You're fine. I don't know. I never really thought about it like that. And like I said, it's just, I don't know. I think it's just the type of person I am. I've never,
If God had given you these gifts and you accept credit for it, is that not in a way you giving credit to God?
The things I believe that I'm good at, I'm thankful if that counts.
Do you think that God had given you those things that you're good at?
I think he gave me the opportunity to be good at those things, and I guess, me being good at them required me to put the work in, But
So if you put the work into it, and you are the one who put the hours, the time, and the effort,
Right.
then I've still, as I said earlier, I don't see where God came into play here.
I guess I'm the kind of guy that's I'm instead of being like proud of myself, I'm proud to have been in that position and that and to have the opportunity and the people that help me to be better. I always give them the credit because they're at the same time that I put a lot of hours into be good at something, they put a lot of hours into me to be good at it, you know? So that's why when it comes to like cooking or fishing or anything like that, you know, I give credit to the people that put the time into making sure I went from being a novice to actually being, you know, pretty knowledgeable on these certain things. And, you know, because they sacrificed time, they didn't have to sacrifice into me, you know. I don't know. I guess I'm just not very. I guess I'm just not very prideful. If that makes sense, I'm not very.
Is it necessarily pride to give yourself credit for the things that you put effort into?
No, and yeah, I feel like for me, I've always just been happy with, you know, being told I did a good job or seeing people's reaction to nice things or things that I've done, seeing them have like a positive reaction. I guess that's always been good enough for me. Oh, this is like the Matt Damon, Ben Affleck thing. I'd say clearly the credit mattered more to you than me. So I'm just in it. I'm just in it for the, you know. I'm just in it for the execution. I'm in it for it to get done, and I'm in it for people to enjoy it, or I'm not really in it for it.
Oh yeah.
I was like, oh, is the show shutting down?
That just means it crashed. We're coming back.
Okay. I was just saying, like, I'm not in it for the applause. I'm not in it for the high fives or anything. I'm just in it to do it because I love doing it, you know. And if you needed the credit, if you felt like you needed the credit to feel like you accomplished something, then go ahead, take it. I mean, you know the truth, though. You know, you know who did the work, and that's what I.
Credit, or is it possible that he could just like give thanks to him at the ceremony? Like, should the professor receive the award, or should the student?
Well, who got the award?
Well, it was the student who went and did and wrote the paper, but it was his professor that taught him the subject originally.
Right. So it was basically the professor that gave them the foundation, and then that student built off that foundation and used their own mind to find something crazy and not crazy, I should say groundbreaking with that knowledge that they got from their professor.
Yeah, so which one deserves the credit?
I feel like the institution would give the credit to the student, and the student would thank their professor for.
But who do you think deserves the credit?
Who do
the
I
teacher
think?
who taught the subject, or the student who used that information and found the groundbreaking discovery?
I would say if I was the professor, I wouldn't want the credit, and if I was the student, I would probably give credit to my teachers and my professors for helping me with my passions.
But what if the professor had come alongside the student and say, "Oh, you can't take credit for that. You have to diminish your own successes and give me all the credit. Like, you have to be humble and lose all pride because I was the one who taught you." If that if that professor had said that you can't take credit, I taught you this, give all the glory to me, does that seem like a good professor and that he wants you to accept credit for the student?
Well, as far as I know, professors are educators. I don't remember God ever being an educator.
Do you think God did not teach you your morals, or do you think you got your morals from yourself?
I think, well, for me, God told me what morals are. Well, not really. I guess say God. I should say my parents taught me morals. My mother did.
Oh, if your parents taught you your morals, then why aren't you giving your credit to them?
I do give credit to my mom.
Yes, but when you've talked about all that you've been through and survived, and you give credit to God, I didn't hear you mention your mom. Which you may give credit to her entirely. I'm saying you don't, but I'm saying is you give the ultimate credit to God. But when I asked you about your morals and how you learn them, you point to your parents as like your teachers. What did God teach you then, if not morals? What do you get from God?
We're still here, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
For me personally, it's just I guess I give both of them credit. I give my mom credit for making sure I'm alive, basically. Raising me and sacrificing what she did as a single mom to make sure I had everything I wanted. And I thank God for having a great mother that brought me into this world, and is the one that
Do you think your high school ethics teacher too? If we're giving credit to everything you learned, if you're giving credit for all the things you did to the people who taught you, or then we should probably include your ethics teacher. We should include your kindergarten teacher. We should probably include any peers who may have influenced your morals. Like if we're giving credit to people who taught you instead of to you, like we have to include everybody, right? Or can we just give credit to you for your things and them credit for their things? Like we can give, like if God exists, then we can give credit him for his things, and then we can, if you exist, we can give credit for your things. Sort of the render unto Caesar thing.
I guess, well, like I said, me taking credit for anything has never really been forefront of my mind. Really, I'm just, like I said, I'm just thankful to be here, and because I could have been way worse, and yeah, I thank God for it, and I thank all the people in my life for it.
That's great, but does God need you to diminish your own accomplishments for Him to receive the glory?
I don't feel they're diminished. I don't know. I don't feel like they're diminished at all. I feel like there are things that just needed to happen, and
Needed?
I'm sorry.
Needed. Do you think you would be not the same person today, or just as strong, or do you think you wouldn't have the same ability to be kind to other humans had you not experienced those things?
Yeah, I feel like I would be a way different person, probably a way worse person.
So if anybody had been through trauma and they didn't have God, would that automatically make them a worse person? Or do you think that it's possible people to go through bad situations without God and come out the other side a good person?
No, I'm not talking about strictly just God. I feel like the people in my life and the things I went through, I feel like I had to go through those things.
So, whenever the question of who gets the credit came up between the professor and the student, I found it very interesting that you said that if I were the professor, I'd want to give it, I'd want the student to take it. And if I were the student, I'd want to give it to the professor. But you didn't answer the question exactly, because it wasn't about what would you do. It's about who deserves. You kind of skated around that.
Right. I guess what I was trying to say was I guess I don't really decide who does, but I would think a good professor would be proud to have taught a student like that. And if I was the professor, I'd be super proud to be able to have the opportunity to teach that person, to show them what it was, and they found something incredible that I couldn't find, and definitely would be proud of them. And if I was the student, I would be incredibly grateful for the professors that put that time into me to find that groundbreaking thing, you know. Because there's I guess it's because there's two different point of views. I see there's as two different answers.
Well, the thing is in this scenario, you are the person who's deciding who deserves it, right? So if you're the person deciding who deserves the credit, who do you think should deserve the credit?
I'm sorry, could you ask your question one more time, Hammy? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem. I said that in this scenario, you are the person who's deciding who deserves the credit.
Like I'm the person giving out the award?
Yeah, let's say you're the person giving out the award.
Okay.
And you're deciding who deserves the credit.
Yeah.
The student who made the groundbreaking discovery based on the knowledge given to by the professor.
Right.
The professor who gave the knowledge. Which one do you think deserves the award?
If I was giving out the Nobel Prize, I would give it to the student because they're the ones that made the discovery. And it's on the student to give credit to their professors for giving them the education that made them want to search further beyond what they were taught, because that's really how you make discoveries, I guess, right?
Does God? I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say, then wouldn't it be better viewed from your position that a God gives credit to the person who puts in the hard work, such as yourself, rather than you giving it to him?
Right. I guess my counter to that is it's just the way I'm wired, I guess. I know I work hard. I know I work hard, and but I feel like for me personally, even though if I succeed at something, someone had to teach me, and I feel like it takes more work to bring someone from a novice to a master. And I feel like it takes I feel like that takes more work, because someone's gonna bring you up to be a master, and then it's up to you to surpass your masters, surpass your teachers. And I feel like in the case of the student made the discovery that the professor couldn't, or else he was able to eclipse them, I guess.
If the professor would want the student to accept credit for their hard work, you think God would want you to accept credit for the hard work you put in, for the actual steps you went through to get where you are today? Or do you think God wants you to no, don't accept credit for the very steps you took? I gave you those steps. You should give me the glory. Is that narcissistic? Or wouldn't God want you to accept some of the credit?
I don't know if he wants me to take any credit or not. It's never taking credit's never been just never been important to me, I guess. Just
maybe not all the credit, but can you at least accept some of it?
I don't know if he would or not.
Do you, when something bad happens, do you give that to God too? Do you give him the credit for that?
Yeah.
So if you'd failed, you'd say it was God's fault? God's responsible for you failing or succeeding?
Well, I'm not afraid to fail.
But if you had, would it be God's response? Would God get the credit for that? Because if we're giving all the credit to somebody, why not? And if your success is dependent on who taught you, or is it dependent on you? Because if it's dependent on God, God should accept the credit if you lose or fail, win or fail.
I feel like failure is vital to success.
If the student did not receive done the groundworking work and receive the Nobel Prize, whose fault would it be that the student didn't receive that?
I don't think it would be anyone's fault. Because who's to say they just didn't discover it now? They could discover it later.
Yeah, but the reason they hadn't discovered it yet would be because they hadn't put in the steps, right? But if they had put in the steps, we give them credit. But if they hadn't, we can't give them credit. So it's not about a fault, I guess. Maybe fault wasn't the right word, but I
guess for me, it's like I don't know how to be better at something without failing at it and finding out what I need to change to get better. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how to. Excuse me, sorry.
So
for me, I did.
Sorry, I thought you were done. My bad. Go ahead.
No, I feel like it's all part of the process. When you fail, you try again. That's something I always stand by. You don't just quit because.
So whenever you do fail, do you say thank God I failed?
I'm sorry?
I said when you do fail, do you say thank God I failed?
Yeah, especially when I actually figure it out. When I actually figure it out, I'm like, thank God I messed up 100 times to get it right once. Now it's like, how can I get it right 100 times in a row? And then how can I do it better? So it's like, it's all part of progress, I guess,
Is the failure a testament of the teacher?
I'm sorry?
Is the failure a testament of the teacher or the student?
It depends.
Say it's a good teacher who knows their stuff and taught them, and it's up to the student to do it or not. To go through the steps to take inspiration. I see you give credit when it's good, but why don't you give credit when things only end happy?
I'm kind of confused by the question. Can you ask it again? Sorry, I think about it.
Okay, maybe I'll phrase it this way. Does God control everything in the world as far as like whether things happen or not? Like, does He have the final word?
Not sure.
Okay, is God create both good and evil?
I think good and evil's on us.
Oh, so in Isaiah, when God Himself says, I make good and evil, I Lord do all these things. Does that not say though that God does both good and evil?
I guess in Isaiah it does. I kind of think when it comes to good and evil, for me personally, I feel like good and evil's on the person.
So the evil of Job's family being unalived and all their animals and fields and children, who takes credit for that?
That's a fair question. I mean, I guess in the Bible, the devil can't really do anything without God's permission anyway, so. But then again, I see it as I see the story of Job as a test of faith, so.
Well, if we're dishing out credit, well, who deserves the credit for that? Was it Job who unalived his family and fields and children, or was it God who had a bet with an adversary and decided to that Job's family, children, and livestock were all just the price to pay to prove a point?
As far as I know, at the end of that story, it was Job that gave credit to God for overcoming that. So,
for overcoming what? For overcoming what God allowed him to go through. For overcoming the pain of losing all your family.
Yeah.
So, but who was the one that ultimately had the final say whether Job's family lived or unalived?
It was God.
So if God's responsible for Job's family being unalived, why is God credited for Job's faith despite that horrible? I don't know, boot camp of some kind out of trauma, and you come out like all right, like
Is the fact that I like made you crawl through mud and jump over whatever, like, or and actually it's worse than that because it was an alignment that happened. So if somebody
Does cutting off your arms and legs make you stronger?
Yeah, it's better. Sorry.
No, but was it not? Wasn't that Job that got everything back and more?
Did the people that he lost come back? The same wife, the same kids? Were they resurrected?
I don't know. These are good questions. But
I don't know is a great answer.
For me, it's like I said. At the end of the day, I don't care about credit. I really don't, and I don't need people, or even myself. I don't need to blow smoke up my ass to feel good about myself. You know, I just I don't know if it's if you feel like there's something wrong with with me, or if it's like I don't know. I've never seen it as a problem for me to not really care about the credit when I just care about the results and just doing my part. Am I saying I'm not proud of myself for the things for where I am? I'm not saying I'm not proud of myself at all. You know, I acknowledge I've been through a lot, and I do acknowledge the fact that I did put work in, and that gives me confidence to go at any venture that I want. I feel like I can, and but as far as the rewards I reap from it, you know, I thank God, and I thank the people that put me in the positions they did, that sacrificed for me to be able to have these rewards, to have these nice things, you know. I just know I couldn't do it by myself. That's all I acknowledge, is that I couldn't have done this by myself. I needed these people, and I needed to fail.
Mm-hmm.
I needed the people in my life. I needed God. I needed to fail. I needed to suffer. I needed to learn from my mistakes.
I wonder if all of that was absolutely necessary, if you actually needed it, or if it's just what happened and now you're here.
I feel in my heart it's what was needed, because
I also wonder about the needed God part. It's something I would wonder if you would question more before saying it as an absolute. But really quickly, I gotta thank Angela, Shell, Donna B, Cat the Witch, Cassia the Sea, and Everlasting Godstopper for helping with the previous goal. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate all of you.
Woo!
That was an interesting noise. You all right?
I was saying woo for the people you shouted out.
Oh, hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Best audience on TikTok.
We got 105,000, almost 106,000 likes. Now we got 106,000 taps. Yeah.
Hell yeah. I was gonna celebrate the 100K when we crossed it, but the questioning was really good. But yeah, thank you guys so much for the 106,000 likes. That's really amazing. And all those shares help us get out to the FYP. So of course, if you haven't already, hit the bent little arrow at the bottom right corner of your screen and add it to your story, or reposted the live, or even just copied that link a few times and send it on to somebody who might be curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. All of that helps us get out to the FYP.
Can I ask Noe another question real quick? I think it's just a shorter one. I'm not sure the answer, but I think it's a shorter question.
Gosh, I wish that wasn't so loud.
Well, Noe, I've been through like a colorful life. I've had some trauma and a lot of hardship, and I like to say I came out like a decent person in the end. Who should I give credit to?
I think you should give credit to whoever or whatever it was that kept you from thinking into those traumas, and that would have kept you from being a decent person.
So I can look back on my life and say, well, for a period of time, I got hope in God for about 20 years. I got hope in Islam for about a year. I got hope in paganism for about a year and a half, almost two. I'd help, I could say, I could point to like what gave me hope during those times. And what eventually gave me hope was maybe hope in myself. Should I give credit to myself then?
If you feel like that's what kept you from letting your traumas take over, yeah, definitely.
Is that not prideful and lacking humility?
I'm not the one to judge you. I don't judge people. I'm not judging you.
No, I'm not saying you should judge me, but like, who do I give credit to? I'm not saying mine are worse or better than your traumas or whatever you've been through. I'm saying we'll just pretend they're equivalent for a second. Say we might both went through the same situation, like, and we both came out half decent people. Right. What's the factor that is different?
I think there could be multiple different factors. We're not the same person. For one, there might be different environmental factors as well.
Yeah, but we both ended up, like, I would say you can accept credit for all the hardship that they survived, but you might be through, or a Christian or anyone else who believes in God might be through some hardship, and they go, oh no, I can't take credit for that. I can't accept accountability for my own steps that I took. Like, why is accountability only for the bad stuff and not for the good stuff too?
Oh, a lot of the bad stuff that I went through, I think a lot of the, I guess the things that hurt me the most were things that happened when I was younger, and things I couldn't control, and things I possibly could have been accountable for. And it took me a long time because I used to take responsibility for those things. I used to put that stuff on my shoulders, and it took a long time for me to realize it wasn't on me. There's just bad people that were around, and they did terrible stuff to me, and they're just it took a lot of that's why I give a lot of credit to my mom, because it took a lot of therapy and patience from her for me to overcome those things and finally realize, like, hey, that shit wasn't my fault. I was a kid, and took her and I having a conversation of her understanding, like, yeah, I could have been around a lot more to protect you from those people, and that's on me, and even though I could tell her, like, it's not your fault, she'd be like, no, it's my fault that you went through that, so I personally, I don't know who you should give credit to, but if you know in your heart, if it's in your heart that you went through that battle and you conquered all that, and you want to give yourself the credit, go ahead, and I'll stand right next to you, and I'll say, Bats, she's been through some shit, and give her props, because she overcame that shit.
Them. Give them their props.
Them, sorry.
Is that the best result for me to do? To just give myself the credit? I'm not a person who naturally likes to gloat or anything.
That's why I was saying, like, whatever you decide the credit is, I'll stand right behind you, and I'm right there with you.
But you have no opinion on who I should give the credit to.
It's not mine to give. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I understand. You don't want to push your opinions onto me, but I'm not saying you, but like.
I'm saying, you know what you had to do.
Mm-hmm. I had to pick myself up and get myself out of there instead of just screaming at the sky to help me. I had to pick myself off my feet and put in some action.
For sure.
And I did put in that action. Should I receive less credit? Should I just deflect that credit because it's the humble thing to do? I could say, well, no, if our government didn't have a healthcare system, I probably wouldn't be here today. Should I give credit to the government?
I don't know what you mean by humble.
Well, is humility not a virtue that you aspire to by giving credit to God?
I just give credit to God, because what I feel like his role has been in my life. That's the only reason I don't subscribe to anything. It's just, I feel like that's the one who I feel like put the stepping stones in front of me, because I felt like, I couldn't do it on my own, and it's not just him, and I feel like all the people around me is because of him, and and whatever it is, whatever it was for you, it's for you,
Semper makes an excellent point. If you are giving credit to God, do you even have free will?
I don't know how to answer that question.
when
Oh, he didn't ask a question. He just made a statement. Okay.
Yeah, no, I made it a question.
You made a question, yeah.
When you read, and like a lot of us who've been through hardships have a few, sometimes have moments where it's kind of like a lot not to give up, but in the end we have to decide whether we're going to give up or not. And would you think that's a choice, whether we decide to stick around there or give up?
Yeah, I feel like everyone has the choice to either keep going or not going anymore, and I feel there's a lot of people that feel like they don't have any other way to go, and I've lost a few friends that challenge that mindset.
Yeah, been there. It's a really rough place to be, but like people can inspire me on my choice. Like, oh, they can say do this, do that, or you have to live for this, you have to live for that. But ultimately, like, who makes the choice? If I'm gonna think I'm gonna keep going or I'm gonna stop, who makes? I have to make that choice. People can inspire me to keep going or whatever, but if I make that choice, I did that action. I could say like my kids inspire me to keep going, but in reality, I had to make that choice to live, and each one of us have to make that choice to keep going and to fight and to survive.
Right.
Does God make that choice, or do you make that choice to keep going and despite all the hardship?
I feel like when I encountered God and he gave me that I guess that battery in my back to keep trying. I could have took it and not listened and just kept doing the same old, going with the motions, or I could have took it and made something different. And I chose to do something different. I felt like I didn't have anything to lose, so I was like, you know what? I don't have anything to lose. I'm just gonna adapt to what's been given to me. I'm gonna really sink into this experience I just had, and I'm gonna go all in. And it's been really hard. It's been really fucking hard. It's been really hard.
Yeah.
And I'm grateful for it because it's I'm in such a better place for now.
Do you believe in free will, or maybe better said, the freedom of choice?
Yeah, I feel like we all make our own choices. Yeah.
So when I ask you who made that choice to survive, why is it uncomfortable? Like I guess I'm still struggling. Why it's uncomfortable for you to say that you made that choice? Because I would have accepted, like, yeah, I made that choice, yeah. But you won't even say that. You just like immediately say, no, God. And I'm trying to understand why you won't even say you made that choice.
Well, I did say I made the choice. I said I could either taken what was being advised to me, or I could have just kept going through the motions, and I chose not to keep going through the motions. I chose to, take what I'm to lose, and I'm gonna make some changes, and it's not gonna be easy. And I accepted that because I think it's just to my own detriment, because I always thought, because that whole idea of like I used to think of the idea of working smarter, not harder, and now I completely don't believe in that at all. I feel like it's all I feel like working harder is more beneficial for me, and now that I'm in that kind of mind state, instead of You know, I feel like things have just worked out better.
I'm struggling to understand. I have a lot of questions, but I know Monster's been up here for a second, being very patient. I don't know who else has questions. Thrayle, does anyone else have better questions?
Sorry.
Better questions. Your questions have been great, Bats.
Sorry.
But you're all right. We should welcome Monster up. How's it going, Monster?
Hi, hello.
Hello.
How you been?
I'm great. How are you?
Doing pretty good. Can you remind us your age for TikTok TOS?
41.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I would actually label myself more like an agnostic person, but I'm a deconstructed, disfellowship, shunned JW.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So, agnostic, as in you believe there is something, but you don't know what it is? Or agnostic as in you just don't know if there's anything there at all?
Yeah, I just don't know. And it wouldn't make a difference really to me if there was. Yeah.
Why not?
Just because it doesn't really change anything for me, especially deconstructing from something so serious that, you know, where that was your whole identity. When you kind of get shunned from something like that, it's easy to not care. So
It's been a while since I questioned you. What inspired you to want to join us again today?
So I was doing some research and something came up. I wanted to. Are you guys familiar with that cult at all?
That cult?
Yeah.
The one you came from?
Right.
Yes. A little
Yeah. So something serious actually happened. They are reconsidering the no blood transfusion issue. And they are reversing it. And
Interesting.
Yeah, it's a big deal. A lot of people have unalived from refusing blood. And now all of a sudden the governing body is reconsidering, and it is messing with my mind. I mean, as a deconstructed person from there, it just, who still struggles somewhat with PTSD from the Armageddon issue, where, you know, you wonder, did I make the right decision? Was it the truth? Was it real? Like, am I going to unalive? Those questions are still there. And then this happens and it's like, oh my God, the whole thing's a fucking lie. How can you just change something so serious like that?
What is it that led you to believe, well, to leave the Jehovah's Witness faith?
So, when I was they call it publicly reproved, which means they basically humiliate you in front of the entire congregation. And during the service, the person talking into the microphone tells everybody that you're in trouble. And basically, you're not allowed to be talked to, and you can't sing, and you can't answer any questions during the lesson or anything. And I had a serious issue with that. And being disfellowshipped was like, you have to sit in front of a council of a couple elders and talk about your transgressions. Apparently, I wasn't sorry enough. I didn't have enough remorse for what I had done.
Can we ask what you had done?
Fornication.
Scandal.
Yeah. I mean, it happens. Well, that cult is something where you have to like have, if you go on dates before you're married, you have to have like a chaperone. You can't watch R-rated movies. Like, Hammy, you've seen me on my live. Do I look like a person that follows rules?
No.
No.
I didn't follow the rules either, but I a different cult, but yeah, I didn't follow the rules either.
I asked too many questions.
Still follow the 2-witness rule?
They do. I have an issue with that too. Yep. The 2-witness rule is still active and alive, and there are many, I'm not going to go into details, but there are many children who get turned a blind eye to when abuse happens. And if there are not enough people that have witnessed it, which I don't see how that would even be possible, there's so much wrong with it, you guys. Like, aside from the blood transfusion issue, the Armageddon issue that causes severe PTSD throughout adult life. And then you have children. Yeah, anyway.
And then on top of that, they believe in keeping any kind of investigation within the church and not using outside police.
Yeah, you don't call the cops.
I'm sure somebody asked you this at some point. Monster, did you leave Jehovah's Witness because you just wanted to sin?
Did you say leave?
Yes.
Oh, so I was removed. The disfellowship means you get kicked out almost, and you have to like crawl your way back in, and I didn't crawl my way back in.
That's what I mean by leave. You didn't crawl your way back in.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Did you not crawl your way back in because you just wanted to sin?
Yeah. And you know what else? Celebrating Christmas is super fun. So,
is there some Christmas?
What about birthdays? You do that?
Yeah, I had my first birthday when I was like 19 years old. Fun.
What about all the atrocities that the JW community does? How does that affect or influence how you act now? Like, are you like now an advocate against the cult and all what it does?
So I talk about it publicly. I've talked about it a couple times on my platform, and I'm considering doing a live soon where I have people discussing the 2-witness rule, actually. And as far as me personally, like locally, it takes everything in me to not do anything to the building when I drive by.
What kind of action should be prompted by that kind of atrocity? Like, are we like is advocacy the ultimate, like, or should we also try to reach out to the people who are in it? Like, is that a safe thing to do? Like, if people come to my door asking them questions that might cause them to question their faith, acceptable? I'm just trying to understand what an outsider could do who someone who's not in that particular cult can do.
Yeah, so unfortunately, the brainwashing is deep and the indoctrination is wild, and basically we're considered apostates. Anyone that stands up against the truth in quotes, they are told to not listen to us and that we are evil, and if they do, they're going to basically unalive. So I'm not sure that it would do any good, unfortunately. And that's so being a shunned person, I have my family is there, so I'm like an orphan trying to figure out how the world works all by myself, and it's a sad thing. You know, I miss my mom and my sisters.
Yeah, I can relate to that. I miss my dad. He won't talk to me now because of the I'm going to hell and all that.
Right.
Yeah. I personally grew up in the IFBC community where we kind of were similar to the JWs, except we thought they were all going to hell. But we were similar to them in the whole purity culture, all the rules, all the long denim skirts, don't cut your hair, all that, and I'm wondering, because I know what that trauma prompted me to live, how that trauma prompted me to live my life. How does that trauma prompt you to live your life?
I think it's shaped a lot of how I've turned out. It's hard to see in my picture, but I pretty much emulate everything that I wasn't supposed to do. Tattoos, as a trade, I do body modifications. I work with the unalived. I watch every R-rated movie that I can, and horror is actually my favorite genre.
Oh, I'm going to follow you later because I'm going to have to ask you your favorite horror movie.
Yes. So basically everything I wasn't supposed to do or was told was worldly. That's the word that they use. I do that. And it's been really fun.
Do you think this newfound freedom to live the life that you want and not the life that the church may have preferred you to live is freeing, or are you, I guess I'm wondering, do you think you would I'm struggling to figure my question. Does anyone else have a question? I keep asking all the questions.
I think I know what you were trying to ask.
Really good ones.
Yeah, you were doing great. I think I know what you were trying to ask, and my answer to what I think you were trying to ask is, yes, I feel free, but there's still some kind of weight around my neck because I feel like I left people behind, even though I can't do anything really to take them out. It's not like I can kidnap them and wash their brain off, so that aspect keeps a weight, if that makes sense. So free, but chained still, kind of.
Yeah, I think I understand that a little bit. I have siblings who are still in the IFBC that it's hard to be happy when I know that they're living under a misogynistic, sexist, patriarchal society. It's living under a lot. And I can't. And as much as I could yell at them till I'm blue in the face, saying, "Get out, save yourself," and they were like, "From what? I'm happy here."
Yeah, and they really think that.
Do you think there's anything that an outsider can do to help people who are brainwashed? Because I know what it's like to be brainwashed. You can't really reason logically, but do you think there's anything that can be done to help those people?
So, what I would suggest is, Leah Remini, the lady who did the Scientology expose, actually did an expose on the JW cult. And not a lot of people know that. So what I can say for the people that want to be more educated on what's going on inside, I would suggest researching that and watching it because it breaks it down what's actually going on. And I feel like the more outsiders that know that these aren't just little meek and mild people walking up to your door and knocking on it trying to save your soul. They're literal demons trying to steal your children.
Well, by demons you mean bad person, like you're not trying to
Just
modify.
no, like little, like in my, like the picture that I have in my mind of those little just gremlin demons just crawling up to your door, knocking on it, trying to steal your children. You know what I mean?
Is it a little bit dehumanizing, though, Monster? I mean, I understand you have animosity because of the history, but are they really demons, or are they potentially victims of, victims of a system they were born into?
Two things can be true at the same time. Personally, I don't want anyone to take offense to what I said, but I will say that they have dehumanized me my entire life, stripped me of any identity, told me I couldn't vote, told me I couldn't go to college, told me that I was to prepare for the paradise on earth that was coming, so it wasn't important for me to have any friends. I've been dehumanized for a very long time, so I feel like describing them as gremlin creatures is okay.
Is it possible that maybe the system and the individuals who committed the atrocities are to blame, and that we can't, or is it because it seems a little problematic to call a whole group of people a subhuman category? So is it possible that we can still give accountability, we still hold people accountable for the bad things that they did, the individuals and the system? But I'm wondering if it's maybe dangerous to say, oh, JWs are demons, and then like people when they go out and knock the door, get away from me, demon, like like, and then a person might be at the door just thinking, who's brainwashed, thinking, I was just here to save your soul, motherfucker. I wonder if maybe some people within that cult are just brainwashed, and maybe we shouldn't dehumanize them.
Well, I get what you're saying. I want you guys to remember, though, that those sweet, innocent little old ladies that are coming to knock on your door, they're also the ones who are P3 sympathizers, and they cover up crime against children, and they look the other way while their husbands do atrocious things. So I need you guys to understand the level of depravity that I'm talking about. These people know what they're doing and what they're covering.
Yes, but like my sister was committed, had a grave atrocity done to her by the church, and they covered it up. I hold the pastor and the members individually who did that atrocity accountable for that. But I'm not going to hold everybody in that church accountable for what they may have not understood or known, or because not every single person in that church was a party to that. But I hold the pastor, the elders, and those who were involved accountable.
Yeah.
Is it possible to hold people accountable without maybe saying all of them?
I can respect your stance on what you're saying, and I totally can. Two things can be true, like I said, at once. And while I respect what you're saying, and I know that what I'm saying is possibly problematic, it's hard to remove the stance I have just because I know inner workings more than somebody looking in from the outside. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think I understand that. I'm not saying your perspective is wrong. You've lived those atrocities. I can't say, like, I'm not about to say that you can't hold those people accountable for what they did, or you don't have some sort of feeling about the way that system treated you. I'm wondering if, like, because they call us demons, they call us like those things, and they dehumanize us, and because of that, maybe they'll won't be able to talk to us if we do certain things that the church doesn't like. But how does us turning around and dehumanizing them help the situation any?
I liked that.
I guess I'm wondering, do two wrongs make a right? Or can we figure out how to
bats.
solve that wrong?
You gave me chills. My irrational part of my brain that does the things, wants to say something else, but you're probably right.
I think it's important that we fight the atrocities in this world, because that's when evil prevails when we don't. But is it possible to fight these evils while maintaining the fact that they are humans who are brainwashed, and that some of them are maybe a lot of them done great bad and maybe are not savable, but there's still individuals that could be saved or could be helped, or because you were in there, and for a while when you if you were to come to my door, should I dehumanize you and not think that you're capable of change or before you committed anything horrible?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like removing the individual from the program, like, because as I'm saying what I'm saying, I would probably be pretty upset if somebody said what I'm saying to like one of my sisters who I know haven't done anything. So yeah, you're right. It's just on a global scale, these people, the things that they're covering up, like hashtag redact the file level. Do you see what I'm saying?
There's a few churches that I have pyromaniac feelings towards because of the atrocities they've done, but I hold those particular churches accountable. I'm not gonna pyromaniac every church I see just because it's because one church did me wrong. Like I will hold the individuals accountable. Yes, I'm gonna say, yeah, that person who did that horrible thing deserves, wood chip or whatever. But like, I'm not going to like say, oh, all JWs deserve the wood chip. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's hard to remove the group from the individuals.
Some good questioning and some really good introspective thinking there.
I feel like it's going to be helpful for me too, actually, with what Bats is saying, because the feelings that I harbor, the resentment, it's painful. And I'd like to not view each person handing out those magazines like that. It's just so dangerous, and they use the little innocent looking people, and oh my God, it's terrifying. Yeah, they do. Oh, sorry. I know I'm not supposed to do that.
Yeah. No, but I understand what Quantum's saying. And,
yep.
They refer to you as no longer living when you're not.
Yeah, I went to Sizzler and saw my grandma and my papa, and they walked right by me, didn't say a word. They made eye contact and kept going. I don't know if you guys have ever felt anything like that, but
I haven't. It is frustrating, and it's heartbreaking, and it feels like ultimate betrayal.
Yeah. And they really think that they're doing me justice, because if they don't have any conversation with me, then their hope is that I'm going to come crawling back, repent, and beg. And I'm not.
Is it difficult thinking that they may or may not ever come to the point where they realize that their quote unquote hard love, or whatever you want to call it, like is not working, that is not productive? Or do you think that maybe that one day that there's a chance, do you allow yourself to think that there's a chance that maybe things might be okay? Or is that a struggle to think that maybe forever, like certain people will, because I struggle with the fact that my dad probably will eventually alive never talking to me again.
Right.
And that's hard, but I've learned to come to terms with the fact that I can't control his actions. Are you like do the same, or how do you deal with that?
So I think why I'm so unnerved about the issue that I came up and talked about, the blood transfusion thing, because obviously things are changing in the higher up council. And I'm thinking, what's next? Are they going to just say, hey, you remember that person that we left to unalive alone in the wilderness? Well, you can talk to them now. Like, what's next? Are they going to be able to smoke cigarettes and get tattoos? Like, what are we doing? I've given up a lot of hope where my family is concerned, but the fact that they can just start changing stuff really irks me. Because people are unaliving for these values that they hold. And would I even want to speak to them again if that rule was overturned after leaving me out here?
Is there a rule that, when overturned, would make you want to speak to them, to go back?
What was that? I'm sorry.
Is there any rule that, when overturned, would make you want to go back?
No. Nope. Like, not even if they let us celebrate Christmas all of a sudden, I wouldn't.
If any, for any reason, let's say the atrocities were like exposed in your family that are still in there, and they try to reach out to you after that was exposed, would you accept them?
Ooh, that's rough. That's a good one. You mean if they were willing to take accountability?
Yeah, if it was like a situation where, let's say, someone went undercover or something in the cult, and it all got blown up, it got exposed, and you say your grandparents were the ones that saw you and didn't speak to you?
Yeah.
Let's say it all got exposed to them and they were like, wow, we've been tricked, we've been hoodwinked, basically. And they're like, there's people in our lives that we've completely shunned out, and they just try to reach back out to you. Would that be, would you accept that?
I probably would have a conversation, but it could never be what it was ever again, I don't think.
Right.
Because I just feel like if you can throw people away for a faith in something that you have no idea is even there. I'm not sure if y'all peeked at the New World Translation or anything, but it's completely rewritten for the 100th time.
I have seen.
It's like, how would you even accept somebody back who has left you what they consider HELL on earth
to fend for yourself, having no life skills, by the way. I had to learn how to do everything on my own. I don't know if I could have a relationship in the way a relationship should have been from the beginning ever again. No, I don't.
What if they received justice for what they did, say like prison or whatever for like endangering a minor or whatever like the legal term is like. If they got into prison and then they felt sorry for what they did and they wrote you a letter, would you visit them?
No. I mean, at the least, it's neglect. The indoctrination itself is abuse, if you ask me. Because I'm telling you, those books that they read to us before we go to bed with those pictures of what will happen to us if we don't do what they say are atrocious in itself without even receiving any physical abuse. Like sometimes on TikTok, I see creators that they'll show the drawings and stuff that we were supposed to read, and they're terrifying pictures, you guys. The world is on fire. There are people on fire. Like, and we're
being traumatizing to a child, yes.
Yeah, well, we're being told that is going to happen to us if we do not listen. Like if you are at a birthday party at school and you eat a cupcake, girl, like you are done. You better go to the elders and tell on yourself. Otherwise, you're going to be burnt. It's terrible. It's a very, very hard way to live when you're little. I feel like more outside people need to understand what's going on in there. I feel like if more people knew what was actually happening, that we could do something on a larger scale. I don't know what, like how, I don't even know what. As the world is evolving and we're realizing more and more what abuse actually is, I feel like it should have a bigger magnifying glass on perpetrators, if you ask me. Sorry, I went on a rant.
I agree with most of your rant because but I'm wondering, what if we're just at a loss of what to do? Is there nothing to do? Because there's great atrocities from the JW community, from like Mormon community, a lot of different cults. Like so many, I could name all the cults, but like, if we don't know, like, we don't know what to do, we know what not to do, but we don't know what to do. What is there to learn from the situation that we can learn?
So, myself, I'm the type to stand out front of the Department of Justice with a sign that says unredact all the files now, whether I'm standing alone or not, shouting into a megaphone. So, personally, I'm not opposed to walking up into an assembly and displaying that same type of behavior. The reason I don't is because I don't trust my behavior when it comes to that, in that sense, at least in the front of the Department of Justice. I know to not act too crazy, right? Because hello. But say I was to do that at an assembly, I don't think that I could act right, if that makes sense. I might go to jail. So I'm a believer in one person can change the world. I think that all we can do now, the apostates, in quotes, can do is awareness and just continue to speak on our experiences and hope that the people who, because there's newly disfellowshipped people every single day that are thrown out into the wilderness, and just be there for those people who feel like crawling back because they have nobody, and being a place for them. And yeah. So if anyone in here knows what I'm talking about, you can follow me if you want to, and we can have a discussion, because I feel like this is it's a very serious situation when you feel like you're all alone in the world.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
Do you feel like you're all alone in the world, Monster?
I do sometimes when I see other people with their mothers.
I can relate to that.
Like my husband, he can have whole conversations with his mother on the phone, and I just look at him like talking to his mom, and I'm like, oh, that's so cute. I don't like envy it or anything, but I'm just like, dang, I wish I could call her and tell her that I just won the best of, what I do and got an award, like I have nobody to tell that stuff to.
Yeah, I remember when I had my first child and I wanted to call my mom.
Yeah, we just want our moms. Like, I'm 41 years old and it never goes away, you guys. It never does. And I feel like it's even more painful. It's not like she's unalived. This person is breathing and choosing to not be in my life. That's excruciating.
Yeah, there you go. I'm the same way with people that have siblings or people that have siblings and a father relationship. I grew up an only child with a single mom, so I was envy people who had, well, I guess not envy, but I always had that fame, like not having a brother or a sister to communicate with, and a father not to look up to. So,
Do you think that it's possible to maybe find comfort in chosen family over maybe blood relatives or people who we called family as a child, who may have not done what a family's supposed to do? Is it possible to take comfort in like a community, like instead? Because like, yeah, I'll probably never have a relationship with my father. Yeah, I'll probably never be able to tell my grandma certain things about myself. I'll probably never talk to certain family members ever again. But like, I have found hope in community and chosen family, and I'm wondering if Monster, if you can find hope in chosen family and community as well.
Yeah, that's possibly. It's a great suggestion, actually. I find myself a isolated kind of hermit person who has a hard time in social situations. So that's why I'm on TikTok all the time. But I feel like there's a little bit of work I have to do therapy wise that's above TikTok's pay grade. So I'll have a better answer to that after I'm in the process of searching for a therapist that's based in religious trauma, like cult trauma, because I feel like that is where I'm struggling the most.
Yeah, it's so hard to find a good therapist these days. I'm still looking myself.
Yeah, and it's like the rate for people who, when they get disfellowshipped or shunned, the rates for substance abuse issues are high up there. So I was able to, by myself, without a higher power, by the way, get 3 years sober. So
nice, congratulations.
Yeah. So I think that, so I do know I'm powerful and know that I have the power in me to do anything that I want to without relying on something else to like see me through it or whatever. And that independence alone too is something that I have. So I'm working on, I feel like if I just get a therapist and deconstruct a little bit more to where I don't have the PTSD issues, where when it is thundering outside, I'm not thinking I'm about to unalive because he's coming for me and, you know, it was real all this time. That I'll be a little bit better off and maybe be able to be in social situations easier. That's all. It's also why I work with the unalived people too, because like I can't trust anybody alive. So,
Monster.
Yes.
I can appreciate where you're coming from and your kind of shock, distaste, and outrage at them changing things now and doing what they're doing. I do have to ask to keep us on topic. Does anything about this cause you to change your views on Jehovah's Witness? On God?
No, it basically just shows me that the governing body can basically do and say whatever that they want to and change anything that they want to, because they consider themselves a God-led congregation. But that doesn't make any sense, because if the no transfusion thing came from the scripture, specifically a law they were following, how does a group of old crusty men just decide one day that, hey, you know, that's probably not working for us, we're losing people? Because you know what's happening, Thrayle? The people that they're shunning, they aren't coming and crawling back. And the people that aren't getting transfusions are unaliving, and they're losing numbers and money. That's what's going on.
So they're doing it just to maintain numbers.
It has to be. That's the only thing I can think of. That's exactly why I'm saying, what's next? Are they going to say, oh, hey, it doesn't matter if you want to, you know, wear whatever you want to when you come. You can have a tattoo maybe, or smoke a cigarette in the parking lot if you want. Like, what's next? I think I'm enraged because do you know how many people, I looked it up, how many people unalived about the transfusions was 1,000 a year. That's huge. That's a lot of people. One's too many. Why is there a governing body above people making medical decisions for everybody? That is basically, it's giving hand wipe tail vibes. It's giving not my body, my choice. It's giving these people can just tell you what you can do to live or unalive. Are you guys fucking kidding me?
Are you here to spread is you here or wherever you go just spread awareness about this? Is that?
Oh, I was just coming up to talk just because I know that this is like a belief thing and wanted to kind of. So my goal actually for coming up was the deconstruction that I've gone through. I wanted to let y'all know that, like, with that small change, the belief is all the way gone. Remember how I said at the beginning that it kind of lingers and you're like wondering if Armageddon's going to come tomorrow and you don't know if what if it is really real and all the things? Like, when you change a rule like that, the belief is actually gone. So I wanted to tell y'all that. It disintegrated like in an instant. I could not believe it.
What helped you lose the belief in Armageddon or the fear of the when the thunder comes?
Well, just in that little finding out that transfusion thing. It's amazing how one little huge thing, actually, I can't say little thing, it's huge.
Do they try to explain it as a misunderstanding or a misinterpretation on their part? Or did God just reveal it?
Yeah, so as far as what I've read, it was a governing body decision. They didn't even chop it up to, God gave me a message to tell y'all. Like, he sent me a DM and told me to tell y'all guys, y'all can get transfusions now. What the fuck?
So they portrayed it as like a sense of reform?
Right.
Oh.
Like they made a decision. And that is wild to me because they just admitted that they run it.
Well, I want to question more, I do. But it sounds like you've mostly just wanted to share that you've lost the belief.
Yeah. All the way.
Sure. I appreciate you coming up and sharing what did it for you.
Yeah.
Maybe I'd have more questions for you later, but I think we're ready to move on.
Of course.
Thank you so much, though.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, and keep spreading the awareness and keep sinning, I guess, and asking questions. W's Monster.
W's for Monster, they were up here for awareness, but I did see that they questioned the belief in whether or not they should dehumanize a whole group. So there was some questioning.
Oh, they did wonderfully. No, Monster did great, and Monster's been up here several times to question other beliefs and has done wonderfully. Shy-Town, did you mean to join us, or were you sleeping? Oops, I did not mean to disconnect them. I was waiting for a response. And my finger slipped. If you meant to, of course, request backup.
It's a little hard hearing Monster's testimony because I relate a lot to it. I obviously wasn't in JW. I can't relate to exact things, but the IFBC has lost a lot of atrocities, and so do many Christian cults. I think that's why I maybe debate sometimes whether or not I should become anti-Christian. I'm not, but I debate sometimes whether or not because of all the atrocities in the Christian cults.
Yeah, I kind of relate with it in a way too, because there was two different churches that I went to as a kid that got exposed for youth leaders grooming children and taking advantage of them, and for people I knew very well growing up. That's why it's always been that's why I never had a hard time questioning, because I've always seen a lot of things happen that wound up happening after I left those congregations.
How do you feel, Noy, someone who believes in a higher power and I'm guessing the Christian doctrine? How do you feel when you see it being used for such great atrocities?
I think it's disgusting, horrid, and I think there's a lot of, and it's not just the atrocities happening; it's also the cover-ups and the lack thereof, and lack of action towards those people and towards the church in different ways. Like like I'm pretty sure we've all heard of Spotlight. And different things like that. I've seen all kinds of different documentaries involving the Catholic Church or Mormon faith and different things like that. And it's just, it's sickening to me. It's very sickening. And with me personally, seeing personal people I've seen on the news that like I shared very close ties with, and at one point even called them mentors at one point in my life, and seeing them be involved in these kind of acts, it's heartbreaking, and I hate it.
Does it maybe help you understand why so many people might have certain feelings towards the Christian faith?
Of course. I'm very critical of like the Catholic Church, even though it's considered like the highest church. I'm very critical of it because I know for a fact that they purposely and intentionally hide monsters, and they moved monsters all around the world to avoid persecution, and it's disgusting. But that's why I liked your line of questioning, where you were saying, don't call them all that, don't put all of them in the box, because some of them are just brainwashed. And for me, when it comes to bad people in these sort of environments, they need people that don't know what's going on. They need people that have the wool over their eyes to operate. And it's almost like with Malcolm X, where he talks about wolves in sheep's clothing. They hide amongst unbeknownst people that don't know what's going on to commit these acts. And because like I'm also very critical of like how Mormons operate in Utah. And I know they're not all like that, but I know there's a man in prison right now for doing gross things and still runs a cult. And he did horrid things to children, multiple tens of children, and I know not to judge the whole religion or that whole faith, but it's just, it is hard. Yeah, it's very hard. I understood her point where she was saying like it's hard not to, because I definitely felt for her.
Yeah, but and I understand Bat's point too, because if we label everyone monsters, then it gives the actual monsters the ability to hide, and that's not. If we want to call out the bad people, we can't allow them to hide amongst the good people.
Right. And unfortunately, there's just, when there's hierarchies like that, there's so much. They have so many resources. They can just. That's why the Catholic Church it makes me so angry, because they just have so many resources worldwide and in so many governments that if a priest gets caught doing something and the heat starts to come on before the cops can get to him, they're sending him to a different parish somewhere else on the globe with no extradition, and he's still doing the same things there that he was before. And man,
and that kind of leads me to ask a question of, we see these type of atrocities happening in not just, the major big time churches, but we see them in like even your small town church and stuff like that. And I'm sure a lot of them aren't doing good, but we see a lot of bad coming from them, and it makes me wonder if God is even in these churches, like any church at that matter.
Monsters pointing out Leia Remini. I can't pronounce her name properly. Remini. It's always a very good source. I learned a lot about these groups from her. But Thrayle, you've been messing with the skull head for a second. The eyes are perfect now. I don't know what you did, but it's perfect.
I think they could still use a little work, but yeah.
Whoa.
Except that happens.
Yeah, the Leah Remini thing, when she did the part of her docuseries on the JWs, there's a gentleman who was there by the name of Lloyd Evans, who has a YouTube channel that he does a lot of the calling out of the horrors that go on in the JWs. And listening to some of his own personal testimony was pretty heartbreaking. Just, I think like last year, the year before that, he had driven by his dad's house, and the church was, or the fellowship or whatever, were helping take care of his dad's lawn since his dad couldn't go out there and do it anymore. And he drove by and saw that the grass was way over, like really tall. And he left a voicemail on his answering machine saying about how he was going to come over there to mow the grass, that he didn't have to come out and see him, he didn't have to do anything, that he's just coming over there to do that, and then he'll leave. And he knew his dad was in that house while he was out there mowing, and he cut his dad's grass for him, and his dad never called him back, never left him a message, never nothing. He just kept going on without speaking to him. And hearing stuff like that, it's pretty sad.
The cult that I grew up in was IFBC. Hi, Ataman. I'm sorry, did I say that right?
Yeah. My bad. Let me see if my audio is fixed.
Now we hear.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can we get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I am 22. Can you hear me?
Yes, and do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything?
Yes, I believe in Jesus Christ.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Completely no. Because the purpose, I will say I will always be able to gain more knowledge. But the purpose and intent of reading the Bible, I know we are called to read his entire Bible, but it is better to get an understanding than to just read it. So I will sit there and I will linger on one verse or whatever the case may be, or whatever God leads me to learn within that set of time. And I might read who knows, like a whole chapter, but it may be one verse that only sticks with me. That is God speaking to you.
Do you believe the stories from the Bible to be true and literal?
Yes, but he also talked in parables. And the Bible is very complex. You will always be able to learn a numerous amount of things, no matter how many times you've read one thing. So,
do you believe the creation story? to be true?
Of how man is created? Yes.
Well, 6 days in a particular order.
Yes.
Why do you believe that to be true?
Because it says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God. He is the way, the truth, and the life. So it's true.
I was asking you about the first book of the Bible.
Yeah, Genesis, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I also just told you that it is His word, so that means it is true.
A different book. So you're saying because it's in the book, then it must be true, and so that's why you believe it?
Yes. Why?
Are you saying?
Because it plainly states, if I say that I believe something...
Stop. Will you stop trying to talk over me? I've got a question.
Okay.
Is there something wrong? Like, are you in a
No,
hurry?
go ahead. You're right. That's me. I apologize.
So you're saying that you believe the 6-day creation is true, that it must have happened in that order, in that number of days, because it's in the book.
I plainly stated. May I state what I said? Or what I believe, to blatantly answer what you're asking me?
Can you answer what I'm asking you?
Yes, you asked me one question and now you're trying to get me to answer it in one particular way. I answered it.
I'm not trying to get you to answer it
it
in any particular way. I'm trying to get you to answer it. Can you repeat back the question?
Yes, you said, do I believe in the order of how things were made? Do I believe in the first question you asked me, you said, do I believe in the first book or something like that? Or do I believe in how creation came or whatnot? It was something like that. I'm probably not wording it directly how you said it.
The one that I had just asked you, that I was waiting for an answer for, that I don't know why you're avoiding.
I'm not.
Okay. So, what was the question I just asked you?
You said, do I believe in the particular order?
In that order, in that number of days, because it's in the book. Is that why you believe it?
No, I believe it simply because I believe God. Now, it's a more complex answer to that. If you need me to
because
explain.
You believe God, but you say that the reason... Would you say the reason that you believe that is God telling you that is because it is in the book? Or
because His word is divine. Because He tells no lies.
How do you know that the book is His word?
Because it tells you. It says in the Bible itself.
If another book says
I am
that it's
the way,
His word,
the
if there's
truth,
another,
and
why are
the
you
life.
screaming at us?
I'm not. I'm answering you, and now you don't want my answer that I'm giving.
It's not about not wanting your answer. Why are you screaming at us, Adwan? Nobody's screaming at you.
Because you're asking me the same question multiple times.
No, I don't
want
think
me
I
to...
am, unless you're actually not answering the question, and then I repeat it, but then I try to reframe it to make sure you're understanding. So, let me try it this way, Adwan. Is there anything in the Bible that might not be true?
No.
Have you read 1 Peter 3:15?
May you read it to me?
I'm asking if you had read it. That was the question I asked.
I don't recall it by heart, so I may have, but I don't recall it by heart. May you read it to me?
Do you have a Bible? Do you have a Bible?
Yeah, I'm going inside the house. Let me go inside my house, and then I'll be able to. I just got off work, right? Literally, about an hour ago. I was just scrolling on TikTok, and I saw you.
I'm going to thank everybody for tapping the screen and sharing the live so much. Appreciate everybody. I'm also going to step away for just a second, but I'm listening. I want to know if anyone reads that verse.
What was the passage again, Thrayle? I was going to follow along.
Disarm system now. Disarmed. Armed stay.
First Peter 3:15.
I muted you so that way, just in case, don't want any private stuff to be leaked out on the TikTok.
Oh, Atawan, are you there?
I muted him so that way he can get situated without any private stuff not possibly getting leaked due to getting inside.
Yeah, that's good because I heard the alarm. Yeah, that's good. Oh, I just love my number right now. Nope, I don't want to change it. Oh yes, Adawan, go ahead. It's 1 Peter 3 verse 15.
Okay. 1 Peter 3 verse 15. There we go.
Did you read it, or are you reading it now?
I'm still trying to. Hold on. You said verse 15, right? Okay, do you care which version I read it in? I only use
Which version are you reading?
King James and NIV, but it's in NIV right now.
Either one should work.
Okay. And it reads, but in your hearts, revere Christ as Lord. Always be prepared to give an answer to everyone who asks you to give the reason for the hope that you have. But do this with the gentleness and respect. Okay. Are you saying because I was yelling earlier?
Do you think that you're exhibiting gentleness and respect?
At that very moment, I would say no, but that's why I thank God for bestowing his knowledge upon me to simply repent from my wicked ways, to
So you
ask
can do
for
whatever you
forgiveness
want and then
and
ask for
apologize.
forgiveness.
You said what?
You can do whatever you want and then ask for forgiveness. Is that?
No. We'll all be held accountable.
So what is the reason that you believe that the 6-day creation is as Genesis 1 says?
I told you my simple reason for believing that is simply because I believe God's word is everlasting. It's truth.
Why do you believe God's word is in the Bible?
Because the Bible plainly states that his word is the way, the truth, the way to eternal life, the truth, meaning without
Can you
fault.
stop preaching back? You've already said the way and the truth. You don't need to expand upon those. So if you're saying, if you're saying that the Bible says that it is the way and the truth and that it says that it's God's word, why do you believe what it says is true?
Because I believe he tells no lies. I've been shown
Doesn't that seem
God.
kind of circular? That, like, if you're believing that the Bible is true because you don't believe God lies, you believe that the Bible is God's word because the Bible says it is, it keeps circling back to why would you believe the Bible at all? Have you ever read any other holy books that claim to be the Word of God?
What holy books are we speaking of?
Any. I'm just asking, have you ever read any that claim to be the Word of God?
Read any, but I've heard many be recited to me. I will say this, I will answer the reason I haven't as well, if you want me to.
Fascinating, because I didn't ask you. I was just asking if you had read any other holy books. You said you've heard some recited to you.
Yeah, I've heard some recited to me, but I mean, as far as like me simply reading them myself, seeking out and reading them, no, I haven't.
If other holy books claim to be the Word of God and claim to be the way or the truth, would you believe them as well?
No.
Then why? Why believe the Bible and not these other holy books?
Because throughout my life, I've put faith in the one and only Jesus Christ, and he has changed my life tremendously. So I would be foolish to reject
How do you know
something
that he changed your life?
Because, like I said, how it works, you have God, right? Which, how we just talked about earlier, you have God or Jesus Christ, same being.
What do you mean you have God? I'm not sure what you mean.
Like, all right, so God, right? There's God, okay?
How do you know that?
Are you just gonna keep critiquing everything I say, or will you let me break down what I was telling you?
Trying to ask questions about this. How do I know
But
that?
I can't even answer his original question if it's 3 questions within that one question after every word that I say.
Do you think
That's
you're going
certain.
to answer my original question?
I'm trying to. You said,
what was the original question?
Hey, we went through so many. I would be telling a lie if I sat here and tried to repeat it back to you. Could you?
How old did you say you were at one?
I'm 22.
What year were you born?
2004.
Can I try something, Thrayle?
Yes, Bats.
Can I answer a question?
Yeah, I don't
You
want
did.
No, you can go ahead, but my bad.
There was a book I read. I'm just gonna say the initials, SB. I'll just say SB book. And there was it says some very powerful things in there, and it actually moved me to make changes in my own life and be a better person. I find the things in this book to be true, to be accurate, and I like to look to it when I struggle with something.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think, actually, I'll just say that the name of the book. The book is The Satanic Bible.
Mm-hmm.
Should I, because that book has influenced my life, treat it as truth and unerring, and therefore, like, I'll never question it? Or should I evaluate the book and maybe see if it's an accurate book as I go along?
So, are you saying? I mean, to give a short answer, I'll have a further dialogue for that. But to give a short answer, I would say no. But I would like to have a dialogue with you on afterwards. All right. So the reason I say that is because, are you saying like now everything is wonderful now, or like, is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying the book positively influenced my life.
Yeah. And you said, so when we say influence, are we saying like just like what do we mean it influenced? Like everything has gotten better, or
I'm not saying it's religious for me, but I'm saying maybe to an extent, it changed my life to be a better person.
Oh, I mean, well, I mean that just would be how you look at it, I guess. I mean,
By what authority should I? No, go ahead. You start. You were talking first. I interrupted.
No, it's okay. I was just saying, like, people would say the same thing about the book or the person that I'm talking about. Jesus. People would say the same thing about Jesus. So I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? That's why.
Yeah, I think that's why I brought it up because,
Yeah.
like, so if I have a book and you have a book, why do you follow your book and why do I follow a bunch of different books? Like, why is it you believe that book is the book that has the truth? Is it because it says it? Is it because there's evidence that proves it? Why would you use that book and I use a couple other different books?
Because the reason for that is because at the end of the day, the one that I'm talking about, the way that I'm following, it speaks on our leap of faith, right? How you have to have faith. So what that does is just how we're, and I can go through so many countless things, all the crazy things that I've been through throughout my life, whatever. I've seen how he can show up and have grace and mercy upon our lives, because at the end of the day, I've come to an understanding of how me personally, whenever I try and do good or I try and plan out everything and I try and strategically make things play out a certain way, I always fail, right? And that shows me how I can have flaws, right? And I acknowledge that. I acknowledge my flaws. I acknowledge my imperfections.
Okay,
and
stop,
what
stop
God
for just a
says-
moment. Stop for just a moment, because I think you've wandered far from the question. And really quickly, I do need to make sure that I thank Heather's Descent, Hammy, Ollie the Appa, also Shell, Brad, and Claire. Thank you guys so much for helping with the goal. You guys are amazing.
Yeah, my bad. I'm trying to wander up.
I think Ottawa is what you're trying to say is that because it causes you to action of a good life that you believe in it. Is that fair to say?
No, I'm saying all of mine is from a leap of faith. Because
okay, so you believe you believe because you have faith in it. Why do you have faith in it?
Because the way he showed up in my life, and he showed me when I was growing up, when I was young, my father left my mother while she was pregnant with me, and she didn't have a job or anything. And there was 3 of us that was living with her without any job or anything. Only thing she had was her faith and was God. And he has blessed us tremendously. I won't really disclose like my personal life right now, but I mean, like, he's changed it tremendously. And also, I've had my own encounter.
How did he do?
I worked.
Stop. All you've said is she had faith, he changed it. How did he change it was my question. What has he done?
He blessed her with a job. He blessed her.
Did he bless her with a job?
Again, you're not even letting me finish my answer.
No, because you're trying to list things, and I'm trying to ask you about the things, and I'd rather ask you one by one.
No, I'm answering your
listen to the whole list. So you're saying he blessed her with a job. How did he do that?
How do you, honestly, I'm not trying to like reject or anything, but how do you ask me a question and then when I give my answer, I'm giving my answer, you limit my answer that I'm giving you? You can't even get the point that I'm saying
Atwan,
because you're cutting me off.
Stop. Are you saying that if I let you list all of the things that you're saying God did, then I should go back to the beginning of the list and ask you one by one the things to see if God actually did? So that's what I'm doing right now, is asking you. The first thing on your list was he blessed her with a job. How did he do that?
He did it because when she didn't have a job and there was no way, she still put faith in him. He prayed to him opened and poured her heart out to him, and he answered her prayer. Do you know that story of Job?
Did she? I don't know how that compares to the story of Job, but did she put in applications or create a resume?
Yes, but faith without works is dead. What are we talking about?
So you're saying that she filled out applications. She tried to get a job.
Yes, and faith without works is dead.
I'm sorry. I don't know why you keep repeating that to me. It's not actually answering the question I'm about to ask.
It is. Yes, and
to me, it's not actually answering the question I'm about to ask.
It is.
You think it's going to answer the question I'm about to ask?
You go ahead and answer your
question. Are you psychic?
I'm listening out for the next question, sir.
Was God the person who hired her at the job?
No, he wasn't physically.
So faith without works is dead didn't answer that question, did it?
Yes, it did.
Oh, it did. God,
yes.
God being the boss who hired her. That's answered by faith without works is dead.
I didn't say God hired. God works through people. You know that, right? Just how he's working through me to spread you the gospel.
What do you mean he works through people? What does that mean?
He works through people. He shows up through people. When you speak his gospel,
what do you mean he shows up through people? You're just repeating it. Can you tell me how? Like, what does that mean? Does he take control of them? Does he turn them into?
No, he doesn't take control of nobody.
So then how does he work through them? What does that mean? Does he make them do things? Does he move their hands, change their behaviors?
Okay, so you know how I told you, don't say I'm not answering your question, right? Because I am. You just have to listen and hear me out, okay?
Why did you request up here?
Because it says, can you question your beliefs? And then I requested somebody.
Can you question your beliefs?
Yes.
I have not seen that demonstrated yet.
I've had multiple questions about what I believe in.
Is that you questioning your belief? Is me asking you questions and you providing an angry and an adamant answer?
I haven't always been angry. No, I'm passionate.
Is that you actually questioning your beliefs?
You said, can you question my belief? You asked me multiple questions.
That's not what I asked. Stop. That's not what I asked.
I didn't repeat it verbatim.
Stop. Can you question your beliefs?
Yes, I've done it, but I've been answered.
Can I ask you a question that's a little less broad, Ottawan? Yeah, he's I guess the ability to question would be whether or not you can say yes or no to this answer, I guess. But can you consider the fact or the possibility that God and the Bible is not real or true? Can you harbor that hypothetical?
Yeah.
So if you start from that point, that if you start from that point of the hypothetical that God is not real, or that if you start there, what makes you believe that for sure with that there's evidence of God being real?
Because I've questioned it multiple times, but it's been answered.
I'm sorry, I don't think you're questioning very well. I think you have to be able to answer the question directly and not like. Let me ask you this then. Is it good for you to challenge God?
You kind of lagged in the beginning. I didn't catch the first part.
Sorry, is it good for you to challenge God?
No, you shouldn't challenge God. That's why Satan was cast from hell.
Okay, should you challenge the existence of God?
No, but we have our own questions as humans, so we're gonna have concern. We're gonna raise questions or whatever, and that's what I'm telling you. When I was in my beginning stage, I had multiple questions, and I still run into questions on okay, why
Are you
this
saying,
or why
Atwan, that
that?
you don't
But he
question
answers.
anything now? You don't question anything now about God
I
or the
didn't
Bible?
say that.
Are you saying that, though? You kept saying in your beginning phase, like you're well past ever questioning anything about God or the Bible.
No, if you listen to my answer, you would have heard me say I still have questions. I still wonder upon questions. But I can't blame the man for simply answering my questions. If you actually seek with all your heart, you open your heart to him, he will answer you.
Stop, Adwin.
Pray.
No, stop. We're not here for you to be preaching at us. We're here to see if you can question your beliefs.
Sorry
and
if my
so far,
preaching
shut
makes
the
you
fuck
mad.
up while I'm speaking.
Ooh,
Remember?
Jesus Christ get you angry, don't it?
No, Jesus doesn't get me angry.
Oh, yeah,
now we children who don't actually pay attention to their Bibles.
Yeah,
have
now
already
I can talk to you.
Who have already forgotten 1 Peter 3:15.
Guess what happens?
Those fucking idiots. Those fucking morons.
They tremble at the
those
name of
fucking
Ottawan,
morons who
shut
come
up.
up here as fucking arrogant, idiotic children who talk down as though they have some sort of height to stand on. These fucking arrogant children get me annoyed. It's the arrogance, the insolence, and the absolute disrespect. You didn't come here to question your beliefs. You didn't come here in good faith. You definitely forgot 1 Peter 3:15. There was no gentleness or respect. You are a hypocrite.
%100. Don't question yourself too much on what you just did, because that was that was deserved as fuck.
The absolute idiocy of him thinking that you were angry because you said Jesus Christ. Thrayle, how many times have you said Jesus Christ on this panel alone?
I lost count.
Jesus fucking Christ! I wish like people would express some meekness. And oh my gosh, it's in the Bible, y'all. We read it already. Well, if anyone else actually has the ability to question their beliefs and what it is you believe or why you believe, and you care to share with us what you believe and why you believe it, we have several boxes open and a pink and blue person you can tap to usher you to the box if you so need. We're not here to take away your beliefs, but to ask questions and to learn about them and to see if you can answer the question of the hope that lies within you with meekness, gentleness, and respect. Sorry, I got my mom voice a little bit there. R-E-S-E-P-C-D. Sorry. Maybe if you saw up here the inability to question, and you think you can demonstrate it better by just simply, all you have to do is just wait for the question to finish, ponder it, and answer directly and honestly. It's really not that hard. If you think you can do that much, please request up. We really would appreciate it. That's how you win, folks. Not by yelling.
The sad thing, Thrayle, is that I remember growing up and going to church and having that same outlook about, like, whenever people were to say, like, hear Jesus' name, who were just children of the devil, that they would get angry, that then that's how you know that you're talking to people who hate Jesus and hate God. And so these are the people that you need to preach to the most. And it's like, what? Like, what kind of idiocy did I used to believe?
Funny thing, it's not even the name he went by, if he even existed. They always say, in the name of Jesus Christ. Well, dude, his mom probably called him Yeshua. This makes sense to me.
Hello, Kyle. Oh, goodbye, Kyle.
Good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Oh my gosh.
Have we put Noy to sleep? I think we have. He's been up here almost since the beginning of the live.
Maybe the turning in the sleep and the elbow hit the request button. I may have done it before, I'm not sure. I was asleep at the time. I cannot be held accountable for what I do in my sleep. Oh, Thrayle, I was in another live yesterday, and someone mentioned that they quite often come in here and sleep, and I told them that you appreciate them. I hope that was okay.
Absolutely. I really do appreciate everyone that comes in.
Actually, Dark Knight said that too.
Yeah. I've questioned Dark Knight a couple of times. Well, at least once.
Over in his live one time, and it was before you went live, and he said that he's like, I'll probably go and sit in the Batcolyte because that's where I go and sit down and sleep.
Hell yeah. We really do appreciate all the sleepers.
Yeah, and just so you know, like, we're all those of us. I don't know if you hear people say nice things about you while you're around, but I'm saying when you're not around, there's still a bunch of people out there saying nice things about you because you do great work.
Well, thank you, Bat. And we got a grumpy butterfly joining us. Can I get your age for TikTok? Oh, never mind. We don't.
You do all right work, Thrayle.
A grumpy butterfly, isn't that a moth?
I think that might be one of the ways to think of it.
I love lunar moths. Lunar moths are my favorite. Butterflies are overrated. That's just a belief I can't question.
Nope. And we'll try one more ghost in the queue who might not exist. We'll see.
Oh, hey, Space Girl.
Hello, Space Girl. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Can I get your age? 3, 2,
Bye!
Buck off. Could tell by all of the maturity in the comments what we were going to expect there.
Yeah, I'm afraid the only thing I agreed with them in the comments was that Tank Girl was a good movie.
Tank Girl is a good movie. Well, I mean, it was when I was 12. Might not be.
It's nostalgic. It's not like the best quality, but given this
Lori
time,
Petty and Malcolm McDowell, really great actors.
yeah.
It's a little weird.
I don't know. Sometimes some people. But if some people, like the 121 people in here, are tapping 130,000 times, if some of you can question your beliefs, we'd love to listen and ask you questions. All we want to know, what it is you believe, why do you believe it? You think you can answer those questions? We have several boxes available for you to request on up. It's a pink and blue person down below you can tap. And yeah, I swear, we're not here trying to make you look like a fool. If you want to act a fool, you're probably not going to last long. No one's up here to make anybody a fool. We want to simply ask questions and learn and see if you can reflect on it is what you believe.
Comes in today.
Time for moon pickles, maybe.
She came back.
Hey, no pickles.
Can we get your age? Space girl, age.
I told you 39.
See, now we actually hear you. Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Nah, farm life. There you go.
Still didn't hear you.
The answer is no, I guess.
Why not?
Just the answer's no. That's it.
You don't believe in a god?
Nah, I'm good.
Why not?
Why would I?
I don't know.
Okay, then.
Have you ever been presented with a reason?
I was a Pentecostal until I was 9 years old, and then I got smart.
Got smart. What does that mean?
Remember, I was taught Pentecostal till I was 9 years old. So obviously, after a 9-year-old, they got their own brain.
Thank you, Lady Huggy, for the fireworks. So you're saying that at 9 years old you got smart, but is there something in particular? I'm still kind of in the middle.
Afterwards,
of the
I got smart.
Yeah, but I was still in the middle of the question.
Oh, okay. Were you? Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. I don't really
Okay.
care, but go ahead.
Okay, well, if you don't care to be respectful, then you're not going to be up here. No, I'm happy to move on.
I love. This is like Reddit level atheism.
She got smart though, Hammy.
Clearly, I mean, not my aunt who's a devout believer who has her doctorate. Clearly she's not smart. Not to mention all the biologists and the theoretical physicists and all the other people who find a way to be both believers and carry very, very smart.
I once interviewed somebody who claimed to be a critical thinking professor.
Oh my God, I think I vaguely remember that.
And they were a Christian, a Catholic, I think. Maybe. I might not be remembering the denomination correctly, but yeah.
I just, it's cool that you became an atheist. It's cool that you, at 9, awesome, I guess. But, that
I don't get the point of not questioning.
Yeah. Not only that, but it's like, that doesn't automatically make you smart because you came to the realization that you believe no gods exist.
There was like a superiority, like everything was funny and beneath them. It's very frustrating. They couldn't take it. Why not take this seriously? It's Socratic questioning. It's supposed to be taken. It's if you can't question your beliefs, there is no point in requesting up. But if you can, if you think you have the ability, if you think that you can just answer some pointed questions and
do it directly and respectfully, I feel like that doesn't require much. I think if you can do that, and you should be just. I'm falling apart, Thrayle. What's going on, man? Like, what is up with this with Space Girl and then the Ottawa? And people, if you can question, please request up. We would appreciate it. I think a lot of you are very capable people, and if you're capable enough to question, like Daniel might be, I'd appreciate it.
Hello, Daniel. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
40.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do, and I'd like to be a good example of a non-denominational Christian questioning his belief.
I hope that you are. I know you have a short period of time. I saw that in the comments. So, non-denominational Christian, you said?
Yeah.
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
I have, but it's been a long time. From beginning to end, but I've checked in.
Do you believe the stories to be true and literal?
I've gone back and forth. As of now, I believe some are, some are not.
Some are and some are not. I think you know the first one I'm going to ask about. Do you believe the 6-day creation story from Genesis 1 is true and literal?
I don't think so.
Why not?
Science. I have the non-denomination is for a reason, and it's science, and then the recognition of the Bible being pieced together by human.
Do you think... What do you think is true and let's say is the biggest true claim from the Bible?
The existence of Jesus.
The existence of Jesus.
Yeah, that's... Does
it matter if he is, as the Bible claims, the Son of God, the performer of miracles, the forgiver of sins?
That's a good way you phrased it when you said as the Bible claims. How about this? I do believe it. Oh man, good question. Can you give me a second here?
Absolutely, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Can I just say so far, big W's for Daniel. This is how you question. Keep going. You got this.
Thanks. Yeah. That's a good question. The Holy Trinity, I do believe it, but does it matter? But the way I believe it, I don't know. To be honest, that's a really good question. I don't know. I need to think about that, or the way you phrased it.
Mm-hmm. That's fair.
I just don't know, Thrayle. I can't answer that one. I
don't know the fine answer.
Yeah.
So, what is it you believe Jesus to be?
I believe him to be tied in with God. I believed it to be the Son of God. I'm not. I wouldn't say my faith has dropped in God and Jesus, but it has been shifted. I guess, like, I believe it's still to be there, but that's what, especially with your question, that's kind of hit like one of my things I'm a little shaky on at the moment, like a strong faith in that. I have a strong faith in Jesus and God, but with the Holy Trinity aspect, I guess it's a little bit shaky is the best word I can use right now. It's on top of my head.
You said the biggest truth claim in the Bible would be the existence of Jesus. Why do you believe that is true?
Historian. It's so baked into history, and I have a bias, of course. I grew up Presbyterian. Sorry, no, of course. I have a bias. I grew up Presbyterian, and so you mix the history, childhood. I'm 40 now, and I think that's what settles my faith in it and the belief.
So history and your own upbringing convince you that Jesus was real?
Yes, certainly walk the earth. And if that isn't true, I don't know what is.
Can I ask a question real quick? Oh, sorry.
Absolutely, Bats.
Daniel, when was Jesus born if he was real?
Oh, I'd have to look that up. The date?
To the date, but I will settle for like time period, like under what rule he was under, what Roman rule he was under, or something. Like, generally when
the Roman era, right?
Yeah, was it like? Do you know if it was under Herod the Great or if it was under Quirinius's census or?
I don't know. I'd have to look that up. I don't know. I'm no historian myself.
If you looked it up and found out that there was two accounts given in the Bible, one saying under Herod the Great and one saying under Quirinius, there being a 10-year discrepancy, did it take 10 years for Jesus to be born, or is there possibly a contradiction here?
You could have a contradiction there. I couldn't state anything for you about that. I wouldn't know. Can you rephrase your question? I'm sorry. Maybe I'm missing something.
If there's a contradiction in the Bible about where Jesus was born, and there was about a 10-year discrepancy, would that cause you to question its truth, its legitimacy?
Yeah, it did, right? I mean, that's it did. That's the whole thing. That's why I'm not denominational. A mixture of reasons. I'm not going to go on a tirade about it, but yes, it would, and that's why I do. I step away from the denomination.
So, if we're not quite sure when he was born, and we're not quite sure about his childhood, what makes you think that he lived at all?
Well, I think I would have. I guess I'm on the side of assuming that his history explained that he was there pretty well and well documented, and the fact that we have a forum here even talking about it is so interesting, right?
What?
Sorry.
How is he well documented?
I have under the impression he is. Now, like I said, I'm no historian, so.
I'm pretty sure that you don't even have to be a historian to know this part, but I'm pretty sure like you might have heard something like from your church leaders saying that we have thousands of manuscripts about Jesus's life, right?
Sure. Yeah, in general.
Are you familiar with these manuscripts?
Offhand, no.
So, the oldest thing that a lot of people use as a quote-unquote manuscript is a credit card sized part of, I believe, Luke. It's literally the parchment is about the size of a credit card.
What's it called?
And it's Thrayle, what is it? P what?
P52.
Yeah, P52.
P52. Okay,
yeah, P52 is about. Oh, it's John?
It's John.
Yeah. Okay, so P52 is a part of John.
Okay.
It's the size of a credit card. And most of the people who talk about these thousands of manuscripts count this as a manuscript. It has like 5 to 6 words on it. And then the other, a great bulk of these are actually manuscripts that were written in the 13, 14, and 1500s. So way after Jesus had already been long gone, even if he did exist. So my question would be, is that, are we sure that we have well documentation on Jesus, or just well documentation on what his believers believed of him?
I hate to use third-hand knowledge, and I'm just realizing I'm going to sit up here with third-hand knowledge. I got to answer your question, Hammy. So, you wouldn't want. I'm going to say I don't know. I'm just going to say.
Well,
I don't
here,
know.
let's put this into like the realm of hypothetical. Let's just say hypothetically, I'm right about it, right?
Sure.
Wouldn't, like, is that not just the case of believers writing a lot about what they already believe?
And believing in their bias, I'm sure, without checking outside. Yeah, it would. Hypothetically,
yeah.
This would be saying without outside text, right? Without outside the Bible, historians writing about Jesus.
Right, and when we go, like, hypothetically, because of course you've said that you're not a historian and you don't do a lot of digging in here, which, I mean, let's face it, who really would unless they spend time talking about this? Hypothetically speaking, if most of the outside sources mainly refer to sorry, I had mod things to do real quick. If they mainly refer to what believers already believed at the time, such as, say, Tacitus, which is one of a historian from long ago, right? If they're just saying things that are what believers already believe, is this truly an attestation to Christ?
I wouldn't say it would be of his, right? Because you have the Jewish community who believe his existence but didn't believe him to be the Son of God, right?
Well,
sorry, go ahead.
As far as I'm aware, the Jewish community, they don't like, some of them, they agree with the general consensus that he was probably real, but as far as I know, they don't actually say, like, personally whether or not they truly believe he existed or not. They just go, if he were real.
You know, it's too bad that Rev wasn't here for that one, right? Because I've only gone off of what this is a great question. The line we've gone down is to a line of another question that I would literally have to walk away from, and I literally have to say I don't know, because I don't. I think about it, and to speak openly, unbiasedly, I don't know. I need to go check my historian facts.
Yeah, I would definitely recommend that as well. It's because, like, let me put it to you this way. I haven't been a lifelong atheist, right? I was raised Christian. I was raised Baptist, to be exact. And as an atheist now, I realize that I should have looked deeper into this, because if this is somebody I'm going to stake everything on, and if a believer is correct that there is an eternal afterlife, then my very soul on, then I should have looked into it a lot more than what I did.
I think that's one of the best things about this channel. I could find no better place. It's amazing how this place restructured, because I have a strong faith with the feeling based. Since you were formerly faithful, you might understand what I'm saying, right? And it's strongly faith-based in relationship. And I do like opening the facts and checking the facts. So that's why I love this channel. You know, you guys are a great panel.
Thanks, I appreciate that, Daniel. Can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah, it'll have to be the last one, unfortunately, because I only got 7 minutes. But
I'm sorry.
here.
Hopefully it's a short one. But when you go to formulate your beliefs, do you take the belief and then look at the evidence, or do you look at the evidence and then take the belief?
When I formulate my beliefs, do I look at evidence first, or the way my belief came about is biasly from my childhood, and I would say that I take my belief and then look at the evidence, or I don't even look at the evidence, and I move along. It depends. Like now that I'm like questioning it more, I would say now belief first, evidence next, and then chop it up after that, like chew it over and see if it outrides what I feel. If that answers your question, I don't know.
Yeah,
that's the best I got.
Yeah, that doesn't. Just thank you. I just wanted to ask if they think that's the best method.
Well, I see there's 114 people watching. I hope fellow Christians out there can come up and be as respectful as me. There's no reason you can't.
I do have one final question.
Sure.
And both Thrayle and I will judge you, but in very different ways.
Sure, okay.
Thoughts on Batman?
Great guy.
Sorry.
Definitely leaving us with some questions, Daniel. But appreciate you so much.
Thank you, likewise.
I gave you a follow. Definitely W's for Daniel. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Big W's for Daniel. And I caught him in the middle of a word.
Because of his Waynian heresy?
No, not for the Waynian heresy. You can like Batman. It's going to raise some questions. But definitely big W's for questioning his beliefs. He's doing a great job of it, and I look forward to questioning him again.
I gave him a follow. Hopefully he comes back again, because I would have loved to ask him one of my favorite questions later, but hopefully another day, because that's how you do it, folks. That's how you win. Daniel won, and now waiting for the next person to come up here and win, because we love winners. We love it when you have the I don't knows and the thoughts and the direct answers.
We had one in queue. We'll see if they're still there. Might be a ghost.
Sure, looking like a ghost.
This Batman thing, though, got me started. I'm changing my name temporarily to Bats Against Batman. Because, like all of us, me talking about me, don't like Batman. I'm sorry. I don't care if it's bats in the name. Dude's a vigilante.
Isn't all superheroism vigilanteism?
It depends. Are they working in conjunction with the police or not?
I mean, isn't Batman working with the police?
He works. He's a contractor, I guess, kind of, maybe. You could try to put it that way, but he does a lot. But he doesn't ask permission. He does it, and the police pick up the pieces.
Well, that's kind of how all superheroes start. They just do it, and then later on, the police get involved, and they say, "Hey, if you're gonna do this, here we go. We're gonna work together on it."
So, what makes a superhero then, Hammy?
What makes a superhero is somebody seeing injustice and deciding that they wish to correct that injustice.
Would the green character from Mario Brothers be a superhero?
I think I know
who you're talking about.
Oh, yeah, I know who you're talking about. In my opinion, yeah. he saw an injustice. He took things into his hands, and you may disagree with the methods, which a lot of people might, but I personally think that, yeah, he was a hero.
I may disagree or agree. I'm not sure yet. But do you think, though, there might be a danger in labeling certain people who use certain methods as superheroes?
So, one of the things that we have to understand is, like, whenever it comes to superheroes, that's strictly for, like, comics, right? Like super is in the name because, like, for instance, even whenever it comes to someone like Batman, who, yes, is not a alien or a Ubermensch type of person as far as, like, powers go. The reason why he's super is because he does still do incredible feats that no ordinary person normally does. Like, nobody can become a master of several forms of martial arts by the time they're in their 20s. Nobody can get, several different degrees in different fields by the time they're in their 20s, right? These are things that comic book characters can do. But whenever we're talking about, like, heroes, the people of the everyday life, I think that if you are willing to stand up for injustices, that there are going to be some people who label you as a villain and some people who will label you as a hero. And that just depends on that person's perspective as far as, like, their moral judgments go.
So, like, some people might think of you as a god, and some people might think of you as a devil.
Yeah. Very similarly.
But you're probably neither.
Oh, yeah. I think that a lot of the times, take for instance, Sergeant York during World War II. He was a guy who saw that, all the stuff that was going down, decided to join up, and he just did his job. That's the way he saw it. He went and he did his job, and people labeled him a hero. I'm sure there are people who had ties to the other side who probably labeled him a villain of some sort, but he himself saw himself as a human. He was just a guy doing his job.
And there are a group of people being harmed, like, so we'll say the non-criminal citizens of Gotham. Let's say the everyday citizen who hasn't committed crime. Those would be the victims, I guess, of Gotham. So is the enemy of their enemy their hero? Is that how that works?
The enemy of their enemy. You're talking the non-criminal citizens? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the everyday citizens, the law-abiding citizens in Gotham. They're the true victims in the story. Their enemy would be their people that harmed them, the criminals of Gotham, like Joker. And their enemy's enemy would be like Batman. So it's because their enemy because their enemy has an enemy, does that automatically make them their superhero?
I think that it's not the reason why he would be labeled as superhero. I think that the enemy of my enemy is my friend is a kind of... It's one of those things that could become slippery slopes, right? Because the enemy of my enemy is not always my friend. The enemy of my enemy is just the enemy of my enemy. But there are times whenever you come across somebody who is the enemy of your enemy, who share them be your friend. But I don't necessarily think that Batman is the everyday citizen's friend as much as he is just the person out there who's being the enemy of their enemy.
Do you think Batman is motivated by a hate for injustice or a love for or just doing saving the innocents?
I think he's fueled by vengeance. I mean, he himself even says, "I am vengeance." Right? He witnessed a horrible thing as a child, and he wanted to become the vengeance for his younger self. And so he became that vengeance.
So if he is vengeance... I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So if Batman is just doing vengeance and his whole purpose is to just get revenge on all the criminals of Gotham for the atrocity that happened to him and his parents, how is he a hero? Because hero means you save somebody or something, right? He's not trying to save people, he's trying to destroy criminals.
Right. I would say that that's not necessarily what a hero is. People label soldiers, for instance, heroes, and some of them, yeah, they go out there to do their part to help their country, but 9 times, I wouldn't even say 9, probably about 7 to 8 times out of 10, they're just somebody who they saw it as a way to pay for college. They saw it as a way to get out of their small town. They saw it as a way to do whatever. And so these are people, sometimes you get people who do sign up for patriotic or things because they saw injustices happening, right? But that doesn't automatically make someone a hero. What makes them a hero is kind of what other people put on them, right?
So if someone's labeled a hero, they're a hero. If 1942 dramatic area people labeled a man a hero, is he a hero?
He was a hero to them. But he wasn't a hero to others.
So as a hero is just an opinion. There's no one actually is a hero then.
Yeah, a hero is going to be a label that others give you, right? So take for instance, with that example, these were people who were also going through a Great Depression, just like we were. They were a lot of them were barely making ends meet, and then here comes a man who takes charge, and all of a sudden food is getting stockpiled in your cabinets. Your family members who have been jobless for a while now are getting jobs. Your livelihood now, you are now thriving. So to them, yeah, he was a hero because he saved them from basically withering away until they're nothing. However, to the rest of us, especially us in the future who now see how he is, or who he was, we know him to be the villain. And now even Germany sits there and teaches them, hey, he was the villain. And so hero and villain are kind of labels that we give to people because of their actions, but I think it just depends on the perspective of the people.
Okay, then I'm going to label Thrayle and Hammy heroes. Okay, nobody can argue with me because it's an opinion.
I personally do not call myself that label, but if that's what
you don't have to. You don't have to. No. Shh, Hammy just accepted. Shh.
Shut up and take it, Hammy.
I look look very heroic right now.
You do. Look at that. Did you put lights in the eyes?
Something like that.
Okay.
Maybe it's a soul, Hammy.
Oh, it might be a soul.
Yeah, are souls green?
Some souls can be green, Bats. You can't ask that type of question.
Well, excuse me, I thought they were colorless.
Gosh, Bats, don't ask somebody what color their soul is.
Well, can mine be purple?
If you want it to be purple, yes.
Okay, I got a purple soul. What color is your soul, Hammy?
Blue.
Maybe I should make mine red. Everything in my room is red and black. Or it could be black. I don't know. Dark soul. Do you think there are such a thing as dark souls?
They made a game about it.
Oh boy.
You didn't like that one, Thrayle?
No.
But you don't mean by dark soul though, Hammy, right?
Dark soul?
It's what the energy
No.
people. Which the energy people call what the Christians would call evil. Some people are bad.
I think that. I think that. I think more or less actions can be good or bad, right? I think that in somebody's, even the people who do bad things, I think that in their messed up logic, they think they're doing good. But the actions are bad. And it's always hard to just label. I think like for instance the Germany man, I think that his actions were horrendous. I think that what he did was terrible. I don't like, even if there were such a thing as a soul, maybe, but I don't. I have a hard time labeling that.
Yeah, that's kind of why I asked. I'm not sure either.
If you believe in a soul or God or anything like that, anything you label that, and you can question that belief, then go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate you or argue. We're just here to see if you can question your beliefs.
Oh my gosh, Phil, you did like a puppet. Perfect.
I tried the timing is hard because it's two different devices. So there's a lag, I think.
I've been told I specifically cannot debate people, so y'all are safe. For now.
Yeah, this isn't a debate space. We're merely here to question. Think of it like an interview process. Like you sit down, nice cup of coffee, they ask you some questions, you answer, a few laughs, a few parables, maybe hopefully not a crash out, and then we're done. And you win.
Thrayle, you know what I have in my fridge?
Moon pickles.
No, I don't.
I have an Irish cream monster Java.
Good job, Hammy.
And that's mainly because the store I went to on this particular day only had that and the cafe latte one.
I don't know if I've tried the cafe latte one.
It's okay.
Hey, Thrayle, did you see Monster's comments that they felt appreciated, felt respected and heard? That was sweet.
I'm so glad to hear that, Monster. We've had several really good interviews. Well, several, I think 3 now.
How about Joe just walks in? The mouth moves now?
Doesn't your mouth move now?
Yeah, come on.
Gosh, Joe, you can't ask a skeleton if his mouth moves now.
Damn, Hammy, I think I know what you mean now. Damn. I'm sorry.
Some people.
Some people. Me, I'm some people.
Would not appear to practice skeleticism. Please respect that the skeleton is able to move its mouth and have green eyes, and a soul, apparently.
The greenness is the soul paths.
Ooh, get those little tiny portable fog machines and put it in the mouth. That'd be so cool. Every time you open the mouth, fog comes out. They make little ones now that can fit in your pocket.
That's an interesting idea.
We'd have to break up a mechanism that every time that gets it to the spew out when the mouth opens, but then stops when the mouth closes.
I'm sure somebody.
I'm sorry, Bats.
No, it makes sense. If somebody, people, a lot of smart people in Batcolyte. Someone like Thrayle, you probably even have basic engineering knowledge, like as far as like being able to rig a I'm not saying like it's just like it should be able to be done. You just you make it so that when it opens, it presses down on a lever. So press the button on the fog machine. Yeah, that makes sense. I just saw it on TikTok Shop the other day. I know that helps the algorithm, so I'll say TikTok Shop is a great place to get a fog machine.
A foot trigger for the fog machine. That could work. Sorry, I'm thinking of the mechanics of it all.
I can shake my head no, but I don't think I can nod yes. Not without opening
Not without
my
it.
mouth.
Right.
I'll work on that. Maybe there's an angle.
Break up a puppeteering situation.
Puppeteering, no. I just have a stiff neck.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
But if you've got a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate or argue. We don't want to burgle your gods. Just want to know if you can question whatever it is you believe. And maybe Discord, YouTube, Venmo, Cash App. And I think the Twitch is there, though I don't do anything with that yet. Probably need to.
Needed, No, because that wouldn't work. Never mind. I was going to recommend doing something kind of like what Ian or some of the other people do who use like computers and stuff to stream from, but you wouldn't be able to have this set up. So
not like this.
Mm-mm.
Well, there'd be some other way I could do it. Probably wouldn't need to put my face on camera.
Yeah.
probably use something animated to stream.
Mm-hmm. But the setup I'm referring to is like the panel like this style. It'd be like the little boxes like you see whenever like they call in, like they come in on Justin's Live or something like that.
Oh, the tiny boxes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't need to do that.
Yeah.
Zaya in the comments wants to request up. If you do want to request up, Zaya, there are 4 boxes and a pink and blue person down below.
Well, they said they want to question.
Oh, they want to. Oh, no,
ask questions. And we know Zaya. Zaya's okay. Hang on.
But then we need to
awake
probably.
enough for Zaya.
Oh, well, yeah. Don't we generally need question the questioner up for asking questions?
Generally.
But also, has Zaya been up before, Thrayle?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh.
Oh yeah. Hang on just a moment, Zaya, if you're still there. I think the rest of us need to wake up first.
I'm awake.
Do we need some jammy tunes, or I'm gonna call them that from right now?
Jamming tunes? Okay, let me mute up.
Can you question your beliefs? Request on up. Do you have a belief in a god? Goddess is a higher power! And you can question that belief! Request on up! We're not here to debate or burgle your gods! Not trying to pry the last vestiges of faith from your bony fingers! But there's always room for one more! In the shed!
Oh, what the hell? Sorry, my music was playing when I joined.
Hello, Zaya. Can you remind us your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi, my name is Zaya. I'm 21. Going on?
And do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
I hope y'all had y'all coffee this morning. I'm just saying. I hope y'all had y'all coffee. I hope y'all have like energy drinks.
We might need another song. We'll decide.
All right.
I had louder ones I meant to play. I thought that one was louder. Maybe to relabel it.
All right, get y'all pancakes ready. Get y'all bacon ready. Here we go.
Do you
All
have
right.
a belief in a god, Zaya?
Yes.
Which god do you believe in today?
An apple.
An apple?
Mm-hmm.
Like gala or like any kind of apple?
Like all kinds of apples. Like apples in general can be a great belief because
What about
they could
Granny
be,
Smith?
yes, because they could be turned into pies, anything you want.
So what prompts your belief in the red delicious apples?
Like it goes back from when gravity wasn't existed. Like gravity wasn't even a thing. And
Gravity didn't
that
exist?
guy, Yeah, and then that guy was sitting underneath the apple tree, and the apple went boom on top of his head, and boom.
Which guy? Which
They
guy was
believed in the
sitting under the
apple.
apple tree?
I forgot who's the guy who discovered gravity. That guy.
So beforehand, were people just jumping off the Earth and into space?
I guess so, but they didn't have a belief in apples then until the apple fell, and then
They
they
didn't
believed in
have
the
a
apple.
belief in apples?
Yeah, until the apple fell and landed on his head, they were like, "I believe in apples."
Good. Thrayle.
Yeah.
You're doing great, Hammy. Keep asking.
I am. So what makes you think they didn't believe in apples? If the apple was there to fall on his head.
Because before, when gravity wasn't exist anymore, they just saw an apple regularly, like, oh, it's just an apple. That's just like with like, if you want to get into Christian belief, that's just like with Christian belief, God was like, just like with his people, they didn't know like, that was like God, So let's say it's from the apple perspective. They didn't know that apple would just fall from this tree and create this gravitational
So
force.
so
So they worship
so
it.
the apple that fell from the tree created gravity.
Yep.
So how many newtons go into into the gravitational pull of an apple falling from a tree?
I'm not too sure, but I know an apple is light though.
I know at least 1 Newton.
Yeah, probably one. Yeah, that's probably true.
This so do you know like when this guy who for shits and giggles, let's call him Newton.
Okay.
This Newton guy. Do you know about what time he lived?
No, but I know he was around when the apple fell on his head.
Would you say that it's probably before or after, like, I don't know, the creation of man?
No, I don't think it was before the creation of man. I don't think it was because apples are around at the same time. It's just they just didn't worship it as much because it didn't fall. Like they didn't understand how gravity worked until the apple fell.
So, apples existed.
Right.
Man existed.
Right.
They existed side by side.
Right.
Man walked the earth. Man jumped up and, I guess, flew away? Or
right.
So, if I lived back before then, before the apple fell and created gravity,
right,
and I were to have sneezed, would I have just gone shooting off into space as well?
No. I think I'm taking it a little too literal. Like they knew gravity exists back then. Like they weren't just floating in the sky. It's just they didn't understand the concept of gravity until that apple showed them, and then they're like, "Oh hell, apple for showing us how gravity works."
Are you familiar with the term apocrypha?
What?
Apocrypha.
A Cheeto?
I don't know what you said, but no.
What is that, bro?
Apocrypha is a story that is told that isn't exactly true.
You just said an oxymoron.
No, it's not an oxymoron per se, but it's what it is it's like I said, it's a story that we tell, and it doesn't necessarily have any truth value to it.
I know it's another word for that. Why'd you have to use that big word?
Would you be surprised to know that the apple falling on Newton's head, this Newton guy, would you be surprised to learn that is apocrypha?
It was fake. Nah, it's not fake. Nah. It's not fake because if it's fake, then that means you have to say apples are fake. But like, you can bake an apple and
I
say,
mean, no. Not that the apples were fake, but the story that an apple fell on his head, and that's how he came up with the idea of gravity.
nah. I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
Apple fell on his.
I don't believe. Nah, I can't believe that. Like that whole apple saved the whole gravitational concept. Like, nah.
Do you know what this? Again, because we don't know his name, it's been lost to time. We're just gonna call him Newton.
Let's just call him the apple guy.
The apple guy, Newton, whatever.
Yeah.
Do you know what he did for a living?
It don't matter what he did. Let's just say the apple forgave him by falling on his head and giving him the concept of the gravity, though. And that's why apple is.
Well, it kind of matters what he did for a living, right? Do you know what he did for a living?
He had an apple fall on his head.
Oh. That job must be real in high demand. But
wait, wasn't he a rapper? Because I know he was writing bars in his notebook about apples.
No, he wasn't a rapper. Rap wasn't even a music style at this time.
He had to be doing that thing because he was on the apple tree writing bars. Like, this apple finna fall on my head. Gravity is really that thing. Bar.
No. Oh, no, see, this guy, again, his name's been lost to time. His name's been lost to time, and we have no way of figuring out what his name was. But this guy, the Newton guy, he was a scientist.
Scientist?
Yeah.
Out of all things, I'm over here thinking he's a rapper.
Out of all things he could have possibly have been,
he could have been a rapper.
He could have been, but he wasn't.
So he was a scientist and then writing diss tracks on the side underneath the apple tree is basically what they trying to say.
So basically what this...
Bars!
Again, this Newton guy... Again, this Newton guy whose name's been lost to time, he was a scientist, and he came up with the idea of the understanding of gravity by wondering why things fell.
And his mixtape, see? Like I said.
Mixtape?
Yeah, he wrote a mixtape about it. That's what he was writing underneath the apple tree. See, a lot of people, they never figured out what he was writing. It was a mixtape.
Do you know when cassettes and stuff like that came about?
You said what?
Do you know when like cassettes and all that came about?
Yeah.
When they come about?
Honestly, I mean, you don't need no like instruments and stuff to write a diss track, though. You can just write a diss track. Like, he could have just been mad at that apple.
I mean, you are correct. You do not.
That's why I'm saying, like, he could have been like,
album.
You stupid apple tree, you ain't gonna do nothing on me, and then the apple boom. Like, you talking smack. That's what you did.
So the apple was talking smack to this Newton guy, who again his name's
no. He was talking smack to the apple tree because he was writing it down because he was underneath the apple tree writing bars. You see in that like in his painting, right? He underneath the tree, he's going this stupid apple tree.
He had a painting.
Gravity to be bars.
He had a painting.
Yeah, you ain't see that one painting of him when he underneath the apple tree, and then the apple fell on his head. Moments before disaster type joint.
So, again, this Newton guy, who again his real name's been lost to time, but you know,
girl, you still there? Why he back up?
His name's been lost to time because you know we definitely don't know his name. Nobody does. Like, but we're just calling him Newton because you know gravity and Newtons, they kind of go together. But
I thought it had something to do with figs, and I was really trying to figure out why.
See, that's his cousin.
Use fig.
Why are they named after Fig?
His cousin was Fig Newton, right? But
I like the name Lil Nude. Lil Nude. I like the name Lil Nude. It's in the comments. I think it's maybe more applicable. Since he's a rapper, of course.
I like Apple Guy. Yes. Oh yeah, because he is a rap. Lulu, you right. You so right. Dang.
he's a Zaya.
Lulu featuring the Apple
When
Tree.
did Zaya? When did rap?
What is he from, Louisiana?
I know. I'm doing so good right now. Zaya, when did rap become a genre of music?
Honestly, rap's been around since like poetry. Like a poetry is basically a rap form once you think about it. Like roses are red, violets are blue. I'm gonna take your girl and so are you. Like it's bars.
Oh my God.
So
that's poet.
Then that means every genre of music can be.
Beethoven was back then writing bars. Do you not know that? Like when he was with the instruments, he was writing bars. Bars.
Did you know that Beethoven was also deaf?
On that joint, right?
Like, how could a dog possibly, be able to write music is amazing. I mean, I'm just saying.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, dogs writing music is just
nah. Like he really been his music. Like you ain't got no better violin than me. F you. Period.
But again, we got to get back to this.
This
Newton guy who again, his name has been lost to time. We have no clue what it is.
Featuring the Apple Tree.
Yeah, he had an apple tree like Johnny Appleseed or something. That might have been his name. Who knows? But anyways, this Newton guy, he was a scientist, and in his
a rapper
study, of course, he was writing rap before rap was a thing. But he was in his study whenever he pondered why things fell to the ground, and then
wrote about it.
Of study.
I wrote about it.
Wrote about it, and he also looked to the sky and noticed planets and things like that, and realized that because of how the Earth rotates and how it goes around the sun, that it creates this pull and stuff like that, right? Yeah, that
That's
each
a bar right
thing
there.
must have its own gravitational pull, and he just, he realized that the Earth has its own gravitational pull to the things that are on it, and I hate to say this, but I'm doing some digging right now as we speak. Here, let me grab this book.
He was a rapper?
This is totally a science textbook and not a D&D player's handbook. But it's totally a science textbook, and it's telling me that. Right here. It says that there was no actual apple involved in.
That's a lie.
Oh, look, it's a science textbook.
No, let me pull out my science textbook. Hold on. We can go science for science. Where's my textbook?
Yeah, the science textbook, which again is totally not a D&D player's handbook. It's totally a science book, right?
They said that man was underneath that tree writing his next diss track for that apple, and then that apple freaking failed. Nah, where my
is your science textbook called The Science of the Couple You Made Up?
Nah, it's not called that.
Oh,
hold on, just wait till I find it.
Because sometimes people grab that particular book and they read from it, and that's it kind of helps muddy things up. And I've been telling people that they need to recall this book because it gets a lot of things wrong.
Nah. Hold on. Can we pause the program real quick until I get to the right page?
Absolutely. Get to the page about this guy whose name's been lost to time. That we just call Newton. We're just calling him Newton.
Apple
for now,
guy.
but, yeah.
No, Lulu, because the rapper.
Yeah, Lulu. Yep, because that's totally his name. The scientist Lulu. Everybody knows it.
Oh my gosh. For solution, okay, force. No, I need gravity. Gravity. Dang, bro. This gonna be a minute. I ain't gonna hold you, son. Um, sorry, I'm not gonna find the pace of time. But yeah.
Oh man.
What
Well,
was the
I
time
promise.
limit?
I don't know.
Oh, okay, there's no time limit. Okay, okay, please
No,
forgive
there's no
me.
time limit. We're not gonna. We don't have a
Oh,
timer up or anything like that.
gravity, friction,
Mhm.
and more forces. 11. Unit 3, page 11. Okay, bet.
Okay, so
All right.
Lulu, the Lulu guy who
No, no,
we've been
the rest.
calling him Newton because his name's been lost to time. We have no clue what it is.
Right.
Make sure you find that Lulu dude.
Yeah.
The Lulu, the scientist who had apples falling all over the place.
Yep. And he wrote diss tracks about it.
And what's the name of the science book you have that you're looking at? Is it because it's not science of the completely made up? It's is it science of the fabrication?
Science of the what?
Science of the fabrication of reality.
No, I'm not gonna hold you. It's called Everything You Need to Know to Ace Science in One Big Fat Notebook. Um, all right, so basically, all right,
Mm-hmm.
all right,
You found the
so
page of Lulu,
yeah,
the complete scientist,
yeah, yeah.
who would be calling Newton because again his name has truly been lost to time.
Okay. His name is called Apple Guy. Figured out force, so yeah, he figured out the force. Yeah, 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 with the kilogram per second. Yeah, yeah. In fact, to hold up an apple against the force of gravity. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But
Yeah.
about in a force. Yeah.
What science book did you say this was again?
It's nah, it's called Everything You Need to Know to Ace Science in One Big Fat Notebook.
And one big fat notebook, man.
Yes.
That science book. That's definitely. I'm sure, been looked over by actual scientists and stuff. Yeah.
Look, this is a bar by Lulu right now. Second law basis says that the main force applied to an object, the faster it will occur. You'll also need the relationship between force, bar. See, look. I'm not
So
hearing
are we
this.
sure this isn't the science of bars? Is that not the book you're reading from?
I swear, that's literally his bar. It says literally like, look, this is literally his words. This is literally his bar right now. Look.
Mm-hmm.
An
And his
object
name
is
is Lulu.
equal to the net force on an object by the mass of the object. Bar. Look, you think I'm lying?
And his name was. I'm guessing because his name has been lost in time. That this guy, whoever wrote this science book, is just giving him the name Lulu, right?
No. Do you actually want to see it though? The bar.
Hmm.
Do you actually want to see the bar in the book?
Yeah. Let's hear another bar.
See, look, it's right there. Look, the bar. Lulu.
Oh, can we big screen that for just a second, Thrayle? I must see this.
That's his freestyle bar right there. Look, in
Newton's
quotation
second
marks.
law. Oh, so his
Lulu.
name was Newton. Lulu.
Nah, it's
Where do we say-
Lulu.
Oh my goodness. It says Newton. Nunu. Is that what you're calling him? Nunu?
Nah, yeah, Lulu. See, look, that's him holding it right there. See, they got a whole picture. Evidence. Okay. Yeah. I just wanted to get the evidence out. But yeah, I told you he was a rapper and a scientist. That's why I believe in apples, because the
I know
apple
Hammy's got a
freestyles he
lot more
featured.
questions for you, Zaya, real quick. I know Hammy's got a lot more questions.
There's more
I just wanted to remind everybody there is a poll in the upper left-hand corner of the screen if you'd like to vote in the poll and have your voice heard, of course. Just go up there and click on that blue clipboard and let us know.
Wait, what's that?
Go ahead, Hammy.
Yeah. So did you see how it said Newton's second law?
No, it said Lulu's first law of motion.
Oh no, it said Newton.
No, it said Lulu's first law of
Oh.
motion.
So okay, this is what I need you to do, Zaya. I'm gonna need you to pick up a book that's called Knowing the English Language, and
That
it's going to
literally
teach
said
you. It's going to teach you. It's going to teach you so many great things, including how to spell. Right?
He gonna add you in his diss track. It's gonna be crazy. He gonna add you in his diss track about the apples. It's crazy. You really dissing the apples right now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have nothing to worry about a medicine debt for like
you
300
saying
years,
Lulu
but you know.
didn't have a whole apple land on his head for him to create this beautiful masterpiece diss track against this whole apple tree. He was sitting underneath the
It's
apple tree writing bars.
such a mystery on how a scientist by the name of, again, his name's been lost to time, but we call him Newton. But it was such a mystery on how he came up with the idea of gravity. And of course, people were flying up in space before that. What's up?
Thrayle, I have a question for Thrayle.
Thrayle, it's your turn.
Thrayle, are you still there? I'm sorry.
I might exist. I haven't decided.
Can I question? I have questions.
Can you question who?
Like any believer that has a belief or anything that comes up.
Oh.
Because every time they do come on the panel, I'll be having some good questions. I'm like,
what? Let's we're gonna give you a trial run right here. Let's say you're a believer. I believe in a God. What kind of question are you gonna ask me?
if you believe in a God, and then what question I'm gonna ask you? Okay.
Yeah, what kind of question do you want to ask me as a believer in a God?
Is there really a scale with your religion?
Is there a what?
Is there really a scale with your religion?
A scale?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Like in Christianity, I feel like there's always a scale where they're always like, oh, well, I'm doing this, so I feel like I'm better than this person, even though we're one as a religion. Why does it always have to be a scale? Like, do you believe in that?
A scale?
Yeah.
Like an actual scale?
No, not like an actual scale. I'm just saying, like, hypothetically speaking.
A hypothetical scale.
Yes.
Like
a measurement, like how you measure how they measure things.
No, not how they yeah, I guess you could say how they measure things, yeah.
So the only religion I've ever known of that has a scale involved is like the god Anubis of ancient Egypt.
No. Oh my gosh. No. Oh my god.
Where Anubis literally is in the afterlife, where you're waiting to be judged, and you have a feather on one scale, and your list of deeds that you've done.
Is that a better word? A spectrum? Is that better?
Spectrum?
Is that better to say?
Oh, okay. Then what do you mean by a spectrum in your belief?
Like, if a religion is supposed to be people are supposed to be as one. You feel me? You all worship the same God and stuff like that. You feel me? So I guess
talking about
they don't have to. Yes.
I'll give you an answer for this one, and then I'm pretty sure Thrayle has the results for the poll ready to read to you. But so the answer to that is, the reason why there's so many denominations is because people disagree about certain doctrine. They can disagree about certain theological takes. They can disagree about a lot of different aspects in a religion that has grown so massively, right? the bigger the religion, the more it's going to divide up because of the disagreements amongst the believers.
But I'm trying to figure out if, well, since you're playing as a Christian, but I was trying to figure out, since you put it that way, but, oh, dang, I forgot I was going to say, no, I forgot.
Oh. Well,
Damn.
the thing
Damn,
is
chat.
that and that's the thing is if you want to be a questioner, like, it's not necessarily that you have to have a question right off the bat, but, you know, if you're going to question someone,
It was
you
a
gotta
good question,
have a
though.
follow-up.
Yeah, it was a good question, though.
Thrayle, trial run, yay, nay?
I don't know.
I think it only went nay because you're not an actual, like, because I feel like if you were actual,
wait.
they have real.
I didn't. The thing is, I don't think she understood that I was talking to you, so I got to call you by the name she calls you. Thrayle, yay or nay for the because of the trial run for her becoming a questioner.
I mean, I think there's still some more questions that I have for Zaya.
Okay.
The first question I have for you, Thrayle, is
Stop!
what was the result of the poll?
Oh, it's definitely time to move on.
Y'all about to be added in the Apple diss track. That's all I'm gonna say.
The Apple.
Your Apple diss track?
I'm telling you.
Your Apple or this scientist whose name has been lost to times?
Lulu gonna add y'all in that diss track.
Lululemon?
Lululemon.
Thrill, I have to go help a friend real quick. But before I do, and as I go, I just want to say, that maybe give Lil Lulu a chance. I heard his track. I started getting some bars myself. Guy, my name is Lil Lulu. I see.
Thank you. I appreciate you. See, by his dish.
So, Zaya, the thing is like
link in bio.
There's a process here to becoming a questioner, right?
Link in bio.
There's a process. Psoriasis. Zaya. There we go. Zaya. There's a process here, right? I'm sorry. Look, I forgot it.
I'm over here calling you hummus, and you're calling me psoriasis.
You're calling me what?
I'm not over here calling you hummus, and you're calling me psoriasis. I'd at least rather go by succubus. That would have been better. But okay.
Sorry. Like it's the.
Like I said, you're going to the Apple diss track right now. Where's my pencil? Where's my freaking pencil?
So, I'm so sorry, Zaya, but there's a process, a lengthy process of constantly coming up here to be questioned before you're able to actually become a questioner, and also we have to see how you question, which is why I did the trial run, which you barely failed. You got a question in, great, but there wasn't good follow up, and so I need you to go. Like, I'm giving you homework. This is there's going to be a test later on that you're going to have to complete, and that is finding great follow-up questions.
Can I get another trial?
See, it's once per show.
Actually,
once per show.
I think there's a good trial.
I introduced y'all to Lulu.
No.
Ask Hammy what he actually believes.
Hey, what's your belief? What do you believe in?
I believe that no gods exist.
You believe no gods exist. Why do you believe no gods exist?
Because I have not seen evidence, and then on certain cases, the gods themselves are contradictory, depending on their attributes. So, like, for instance, the Abrahamic God doesn't exist based on his attributes of the omni properties.
See, See, y'all can't do this because real religious people, they're not going to use big words like this. I promise you they're not. They're just going to come up here and be like, I
Oh.
believe in God. And they're going to be
Okay,
like,
here we
okay,
go.
why do you believe
Okay,
in God?
okay.
Because,
Look, ask me again. Ask me again what I believe in, and I'll answer it.
okay. What do you believe in?
No gods exist.
No. Oh my God. Act like you believe in God. Say I believe in God.
Oh, I thought we were going to. Okay, I believe in God.
Honest answers. Honest answers.
Okay.
Honest answers.
Okay, you believe in God. Okay.
No gods.
So,
No gods. I believe no gods exist.
stop. Okay, restart. Why do you believe in no gods exist?
Because the gods are the fake.
Has anybody ever came to you with proof that God exists?
Do what?
Has anybody ever came to you with that proof that God exists?
Have they come to me with proof? They tried to, but it's all fake.
But how do you know that it's fake?
Because it doesn't make sense.
But how do you know it doesn't make sense, but it makes sense to them?
Because they just don't understand how it doesn't make sense.
But how do they not understand it makes sense? But when you try to explain to them that it doesn't make sense, but they still think that it makes sense. So obviously there's something a little bit out there that does make sense. Ooh, bar.
So to them it makes sense because they don't realize.
Notes really quick. Zayed,
Yeah.
that would be what we call a leading question.
Mm-hmm. That was a bar, though. You can't tell me that wasn't a bar.
But it's a leading question, and that's
Okay,
what
okay.
we try to stay away from because you're trying to get them to warn
sometimes you wanna make your leading questions a little less leading and give it an open end so they can get out of it and answer honestly.
Okay, let me slow down then. Okay. Let me. Okay.
Okay, yeah, slow down.
How do you know that's not real?
Because of the contradictory properties.
Okay, so, but how come they still believe that it's real with your knowledge?
Because they go off of faith, and with faith you can hold any proposition to be true based on it, even if they are contradictory.
Okay, so even if you explain that to them, but they still believe it, does that mean there's still a little something out there?
This is what we call cognitive dissonance.
Constant distance. Okay, can you explain it a little further?
Yes, cognitive dissonance is a thing where you are presented with something that goes against what you already hold to be true, and you disregard it. Right, Thrayle? That's basically what that is, right? Am I getting those things
I'm
mixed
not
up?
here to tell you you're right or wrong.
I couldn't remember, but I believe that's what it is. Cognitive dissonance is whenever you hold whenever you're given evidence against a position you hold, and you reject it based on the fact that you hold that position.
Okay, but how come, like, the religion?
You said that very confidently.
It's like
I did, didn't I?
Oh shoot, my bad. How come, like, the religion? They'll go to like a room, whisper, and then come back out and try to get other people to believe them.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear a word you said.
Oh, chicken tenders. I'm saying, but how come the group will go to like a room and whisper? Okay, and they'll go to the room and they're like whisper, and then they're trying to get other people to like believe if it's actually just nothing.
Is this a question or is this a statement you're giving me?
It's a question, like, why get other people to believe if there's nothing?
Other people believe. So, the way believers tend to believe things is they start off with a personal experience, something that's happened to them, and then they look into it and they come to the conclusion that it must be this particular deity. then what happens is they preach their deity's message to other people, and other people may think it sounds like it makes sense, and to them it might, and therefore they then look further into that and then start believing themselves. Other people are raised up in it, and other people convert because they think that there's more truth in there.
So, do you think that the evidence and stuff that they did search up to figure out if the person, like, what they worship is real or what they do believe in, and then the proof is actually real? Like, yeah, I don't. Yeah.
So, the evidence that they come across usually is from an already biased source, right? So, for instance, I can convince you of Christianity being true, with telling you
So
all
it's
about
manipulation.
how. Well, it's not in a sense it is, and sometimes it just it could be stuff that is somewhat true, but relies on the
We're gonna pass the
ignorance
basket
of
one more
others.
time.
Okay, really quickly, before we continue any further down this road, I've got to thank Tape Traders, Heather's Descent, Claire, Kat the Witch. Thank you guys so much for helping with the goal. You guys are all amazing. And also good morning to Philly Red and Morgan Le Fay. And did I even say good morning to Blake?
You did not.
Sitting here for like 2 hours.
Morgan.
You did not say hello.
I'm just like riding apple wraps over
Morgan,
here, so I'm pretty content right now.
Apple wraps. Oh,
I've been doing so well.
yo.
I did not crash out.
Morgan, you know the rapper Lulu?
I do not.
You know the one who had the apple fall on top of his head? He was writing a diss track underneath the apple tree? And he a scientist?
Interesting.
His real name has been lost to time. Nobody knows it, but I was calling him Newton.
You want to wake up and not be sure if you are still asleep or not? Jump on this panel. It is
I told y'all to get some more coffee. Y'all thought I was lying? Bro.
Look, I have been doing so well. I have yet to crash out.
Thrayle had to walk away like 3 times. I think he already crashed out. Yo.
Good job, Hammy.
Thank you. Even Thrayle has said I've been doing good.
He's doing wonderfully.
But I gotta be good because Morgan's on the panel, so yeah.
I'm the reason you're behaving?
Bro,
So,
you be scared with
Zaya.
the Morgan guy. I ain't gonna hold you.
So has all of this been a ruse?
A what?
A ruse.
He keep using these big words to scare me.
Have you been bamboozling us?
Oh, okay, there we go. No, I haven't.
I love how bamboozled.
No, that actually
Bigger
helped.
than the word
You get what I'm
ruse.
trying to say? I'm trying to that actually helped. You gotta use words like that. Like, thank you. Thank
I
you.
love how bamboozled,
We're getting somewhere.
which is
Yes.
objectively a bigger word than ruse, and yet ruse was the big word.
My whole mind just opened up better. Yes, thank you. Finally.
So you've been bamboozling us.
No, I haven't. No. Now this is something I can get around. Yes, finally.
Do we want to see the science book that I picked up, Thrayle?
Yeah.
The science book that's totally a science book and not the Dungeons and Dragons Player's Handbook.
Is Lulu Bar in there?
So the thing is I'm looking at the entry on Gravity, and there's no Lulu, there's no apples. It says the scientist whose name's been lost to time. That's what it says, and then it says, but others have called him Newton because gravity and Newtons go together. That's why his name.
He
is
could have been the
Newton.
next Tupac, Apple Pop. That's crazy, bro.
I am so lost.
Right there.
Sometimes, Thrayle, I think that you pull up certain gifts just to test me.
No, I'm chill. I'm actually chill.
What could possibly give you that impression, Hammy?
I don't like.
Well, he doesn't know me, so that's probably why. But I'm not being bullying though.
Zaya, I'm pretty sure you're a lovely human being. I think that's wrong about a lot of stuff, but I think that you're a lovely human being.
What was that? That sounds like a train. Your train's here. Yo, your
Hammy's train has arrived.
It's the train that is gone off the tracks. That's what it is.
You say calling your Uber? No, calling your train. Bro, that's
yeah. You see, some of us live close by train tracks, and by some of us, I mean me. I'm some of us.
You are all of us.
I tried to do that before in a video game. It did not go well. That joint was so annoying. But
you tried what?
I tried to live by a train track in a video game. Like, I built a house by the train track, and it was so annoying because the train came like every second. Like, what the fork?
I'm sure that living next to one in a video game must be hard.
Right.
Must be completely terrible.
Right. That train going in the dish.
Unlike living next to one in real life, it's wonderful. It's magical whenever people can't hear you because the train's blowing their horn. This totally wonderful, legit science book.
So, do you believe in trains?
I'm sorry.
Be so for real.
Did you just ask me if I believed in trains?
Yes, because you live by the train and then you act like you worship that train every day.
I need you to answer this question, and that is, what is it that you think believe means?
You're like,
Isaiah,
I love trains.
This is for you.
But it's like I like the teddy bear. I ain't gonna hold you in the background, wherever that thing is.
I'm sorry. What? No. I need you to answer that question. What is it that you think believe means in this case?
You can believe in anything. You can believe in belonging.
Telling me you could believe in anything as a definition for belief is
like not. I believe in that teddy bear back there. See, there's all kinds of belief.
What does belief mean? Like, what's the definition of belief in this sentence?
Oh my God. I think it's everything though, right?
So belief means everything?
Yeah, because I remember before, then I believe in like.
So let me replace the word belief that you used in the original sentence. Do you everything trains? In trains? Is that what you're asking? Do I everything in trains?
No, you're like, okay, so you see a train, right? Like one day in your life, right? Like bear with me. Hi, Thrayle, welcome back. Like, bear with me. One day in your life, you saw a train, right? Like, let's say you were like little, you saw a train, and you was like, oh my God, there's a train. And then you were like, I want to live by a train track. That wouldn't be bad because every day I could see that train and I could hear that train. So that obviously caused you to believe in that train.
To believe, I'm sorry. Are you using believe to mean live?
Yeah, the train.
So, are you trying to ask me, do I live in a train?
No, not live in a train. Oh my God.
I'm sorry. So then
I'm not saying you're
really
Harry
confused.
Potter. I'm just saying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do you
What do
believe
you
Harry
mean?
Potter lived in a train?
No. That was a joke. No. He didn't live in a train.
I need to understand what it is you mean by do I believe in trains? I need to understand
You said
this.
you live by a train track,
Yes,
right?
I
And the
live by
train
train
track
tracks.
every day. You're literally fantasizing about the horns on the train. You're like, oh my god, you heard the
No.
horns every day. So I was
Unless
like,
I'm in a live, where I have to actively mute myself because of the horn, I usually tune it out because of the fact that I
and then you
hear it
meditate
so
to the
often.
horn.
No, I tune it out, meaning that I don't hear it. Because I'm not consciously thinking about the train. The only time I ever have to consciously think about the trains that are going by is when I'm in a live, because I'm trying not to be rude to others. So when I hear it, I mute. So that way everybody else doesn't hear it.
Yeah, she's right about that. See, this see.
Dude, no. Joe is doing something called encouraging you, and I don't like that. No, I'm sorry, but do I believe trains exist? Yes.
Okay, hold on.
Clearly.
Okay. Morgan, I have a question. Morgan,
Oh my.
I have a question. Morgan, would you willingly, like, if you had the option, right? Let's say, would you want to stay in a nice, like...
I'm sorry. I kind of hit a wall there, Zaya. And we did a poll earlier, and the poll really did win, and I just needed it to stop.
I want y'all to know that Thrayle broke before I did.
I cannot believe you let that go on that long,
Are you kidding? That was mild.
Is it Hammy's birthday? You got like birthday numbers right now.
It was.
Did she think that I live by the tracks because I wanted to?
No, she doesn't.
So why do you believe in trains, Hammy?
Right.
I'm still not sure if I'm being fucked with.
Hammy, she's smarter than you're giving yourself credit for.
I still don't know if I'm being fucked with right now.
Of course you are.
Like, was that a legit human being?
Yep, that's a real person. That has been
Zaya.
multiple times on this panel before.
Every time. That is
and that's a
Zaya.
legit human being.
That's Zaya.
That's Zaya.
Like, that wasn't somebody pretending to be that.
Nope.
No, now she says she's AI.
If Zaya's pretending, then that's
I'll tell you right now that that's baseline interaction with Zaya.
It is. It's pretending every
So,
single time that.
Thrayle, was this a test for me? Because if this was a test for me, I say that I pass this with fucking flying colors.
Yes. Hammy, you get all the gold stars, the A pluses.
Remember,
The Lewis-
she wanted to be a questioner, and we let her do some questioning.
The Lewis Black in me almost came out several times.
I know. That's when I said she almost won.
She
Almost. She almost won, but she did not. Oh, Uncle Rory's down there. Yay. Hi, Uncle Rory. Isn't it funny how Uncle Rory is the reprieve?
You do this to yourself, Hammy.
How do I do this? I'm not the one who let her up.
I'm not convinced.
I didn't say, yay, I see Zaya, let's bring her up. I didn't even know she existed until today. No, next time I'm going to be like, please don't.
Bet.
I'm going to go, ha ha! No.
No, she's just a lot.
And she's a real human being.
Yes, this is a real person.
Oh, the education system is failing us.
Honestly, that's a better case than most.
She strikes me as somebody that was understimulated by the education system and was running circles around the teacher.
Zayed, please tell me, were you in public school or were you homeschooled? Oh no. Yeah, so I'm never going back to the Discord. It was nice knowing all you who stay strictly in the Discord, but I'm never coming back. But Zaya, are you somebody who was homeschooled, or were you? Is this public education? Like what's happening here?
Hammy, how do you define meditate?
Chupacabra, no, because you were encouraging her.
I don't think you realize how insightful of a point that is. If you tune out the trains, that means you're meditating to them.
What?
Accepted them into your oneness.
Ignoring their existence in everyday life does not mean meditating.
It does. You're disassociating in the moment.
So if I disassociate, are you saying that meditation just means disassociate?
It means you're achieving a oneness with your consciousness that is beyond what your ears hear.
It's when your frequency aligns with the aura of the universe.
Now y'all both are fucking with me, and y'all can both fuck off. But I love you both. Very, very much. But fuck off.
Love you too, Henry.
I'm totally looking at this totally legit science book that's not a D&D player's handbook right now.
Mm-hmm.
Because at least it makes sense.
Do you believe that the world has to make sense, Hammy?
I believe it does, regardless if I want it to or not.
Do you have access to that?
Access to what?
The sense of the world?
No. Well, partially. I think that the more that I learn as far as science goes, I can get to a closer understanding of what we know of the world. I don't think that I necessarily have access to it, as much as I think that I can understand a little bit more.
Does information that you don't have access to exist?
It could. It does. It probably does, because I'm a fallible human being.
Does information that no one has access to exist?
I would say so, because there's galaxies that are beyond what we can observe that exist, that no one knows what's going on there because we can't observe it.
What about abstract information, like making sense of something?
What do you mean?
Making sense of something, do you take that to be like
why things happen or how things happen?
I think making sense of something is... I guess it'd be more like a thought, because you are kind of arranging things in your brain to understand what you're, whether it be observing or what you're absorbing through being taught things by somebody who is more knowledgeable than you.
Dodge.
How's that a dodge?
Well, okay, but of the two options, it's why things happen or how things happen. Are you mixing those? Is it one or the other?
Making sense of things, is it why or how?
Mm-hmm.
Is it thing dependent?
Give me a second, I'm thinking.
While he thinks about that, let me make sure that I thank Cat the Witch, also Tape Traders, and Katie, and I lost the list, so I'm going one at a time, sorry. Also Nihilistic Optimus, and Heretical Apothecary, and Morgan Le Fay. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate all of you for helping with the previous goal. You guys are amazing.
I don't think it's either. I don't think me making sense of things is why that thing happens. I don't think that me making sense of things is how it happens. I think that these things happen and we are trying to just make sense of it. I think that these two are not conjoined in that way.
I accept your answer, Hammy. Philly, do you not know what the UAP topic is?
What's UAP?
I don't know.
UAP is unidentified aerial phenomenon.
Oh.
It's a way of stepping away from UFO.
Of course, GoPro likes aliens. Yep. Mm-hmm.
According to Lambori, UAP is an insurance for African citizens. I'm sorry, Lambori, I don't think that's the UAP that they're referring to.
Yeah, not in this room.
A spellcaster could use programmed illusion to cause a watchdog to appear and kindly ask intruders to leave.
Hammy.
Sorry.
Now randomly reading pages from the Player's Handbook.
From this totally legit science book, Thrayle. That's not the Player's Handbook. I just found that this is 2024.
I see.
Yeah, I just saw that and I thought it was hilarious because it's like you make an illusion of a watchdog and the watchdog's just like, "Hey, yeah, can you please go away? Thank you."
I almost accidentally let somebody up on the panel again.
Is it who I think it was?
This time it wouldn't have been an accident. It would have been an accident.
Wait, who is it? You could totally do it by accident if you'd like.
No, it's already been a very overstimulating start to my day.
Look, I don't know why people don't like him. I like him.
I love him.
I know you love him, Billy.
Hammy likes Uncle Rory and does
have
not
an
like
idea.
GoPro.
I do. I do
an
like
idea.
Uncle Rory.
I will give you this chair, Thrayle. It's your chair anyways. If your idea is what I think it is, then you need this chair.
Don't you dare.
I don't think I need the chair. I don't think he was patient.
Oh, no. If he comes back and requests again, that'd be great.
Would it? You know, it would be even greater if somebody with a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that would request up with the curiosity and the courage to question whatever it is that they believe in. That would be way greater than an atheist playing a character.
How is
an
leather?
endearing character.
How do we know that Uncle Rory is an atheist?
Ah, that's a great question, Billy.
Because you could only be that good at being condescending from the inside.
How is leather armor light armor, but hide armor medium armor?
This is why we don't like the 2024 rulebook.
Why are we talking about armor?
Because some people who believe in a god, God's higher power, or anything like that, believe
The armor of God.
Armor, and I believe that that's something they should question. And this is a great place for them to do that.
I think the other reason why this is happening is because Zaya won more than we thought she did.
Of course.
She didn't win.
Yes.
She came nowhere near winning.
No. The fact that we are so off the rails. Zaya is training all of us.
I was just looking through it because I was looking through it, and I came across a couple of pages that one was funny, and the other one made me wonder why one was lighter than the other.
Is the armor of God half plate or full plate?
It's full plate. Because when I was a child and we were learning about the armor of God,
half plate or full plate?
Because full plate armor.
Oops, wrong button.
That was a very pretty background.
It was.
It's the background for the board.
Oh, it's prettier on the Batcolyte.
It's also one of the well, it's part of the Discord logo icon.
Do you know what the sword was called, Morgan?
Do I want to?
It was the Sword of Truth.
That's why we did sword drills in Sunday school.
I'm personally preferential to the lasso of truth, but that's just me.
Yeah, we did not talk near as much about the army imagery in the Catholic Church, which is surprising since we did the Crusades and stuff.
It's so true.
That was probably trying to clean up our image thing. It was too close to home.
A little too close to the Crusades.
We haven't had quite as many years between us and the Crusades. Let's kind of tone that down, guys. Thank you.
Yeah,
Do you know
with all the Templar statues and knight statues we still have in the churches, we probably shouldn't have the children be doing sword drills.
Do you know what the shield was called?
Shield of Faith.
Yep.
Which is also the name of a spell.
If you have a belief in a god or gods or anything like that, and you can question your beliefs, request on up. We're not here to shit on your faith, or make fun of you, or debate. We just want to know why you believe, and what you believe. Huh?
You can question your belief, and if so, what that belief is.
That was good, Joe.
Yeah, that was good.
Hey, he can do it.
I need you to though incorporate what the past conversation was.
Segways for the win.
Oh, segways.
Hell yeah.
If you define meditation as tuning out the world and becoming one...
Nope, that's not it.
Okay.
What's the matter, Harry?
Nothing's the matter. That just wasn't the last conversation we had.
You didn't like that topic?
It's not that. It's that wasn't the last conversation we had. That's what's great about the segues, is that it's the exact last conversation we just had.
Just the exact one.
Mm-hmm. And if your last conversation was with God, and you believe in that God, request on up.
Oh, I get it, Hammy. If you wear your faith like a shield of comfort, but would like to destroy that shield and question your belief, request on up. How's that?
That's good. That's good. I like that.
If you believe that the truth will reign, that your belief is the truth, then it shouldn't take a lot of courage to question that belief. And you should request up.
You know what's funny is they always say that the truth is mightier than the sword. But then they named the sword of truth. Sword. So
the pen is mightier than the sword. The pen is mightier than the sword.
Yeah, tomato.
I do think it's interesting that Philly called it courage. Like, it takes time, right? There's no way to... If you have someone come question a belief, and then they immediately go, yeah, you're right. It feels disingenuous, right? Like, it wasn't like a really held belief.
Mm-hmm. You got the green glowing eyes to work, Thrayle.
Yeah, they won't stay in the right place, but they're there.
Bats' fog idea is on point.
Yeah. That'd be cool.
Yeah. Or bubbles.
That might get messy.
I feel like Bubbles is more Philly's speed than Thrayle's speed.
Mm-hmm.
3. I only see 1.
Yeah, me too. I think he did that on purpose.
To make me look.
Yeah.
Joe, do you think that it takes courage to question your beliefs?
I think that you're looking at a paradigm shift and you're not sure what would be on the other side. There's a lot of uncertainty. And I think that belief and identity are often very intertwined.
Mm-hmm.
So not being sure who you will be after you shed that skin, title fight, yeah, it can be scary.
I say no, and it's solely because I want to make sure that I go against what Joe just said.
You're gonna ride your train in the opposite direction, Henry. Are you? Mm-hmm.
I caught the eastbound train while he was going the westbound train.
Mm-hmm.
It does depend on how you look at it, though, because if you are really seeking truth and you have a questionable belief, you may find that it's exciting to like sort it out, right?
You see, it's actually black and white. It's not like what Joe said at all.
There's no nuance, Hammy?
Not if you're gonna say that there's nuance, Joe.
It is black and white, Hammy.
That means there's all the nuance in the world.
If your belief in a god has nuance, request up.
I haven't even started on the poem yet.
Oh no.
Hasn't even occurred to me to start on the poem.
I
probably should.
Left this realm this morning.
24-hour stream.
I have a question for the regulars and Thrayle, actually. To what extent do you feel that people are responsible for their beliefs?
To what extent people are responsible for their beliefs?
I don't think that I chose my beliefs, but I do think that I need to be
As Christians.
So, if I was a Christian pastor as a woman who said, no, the Bible doesn't actually support silencing women, and here's why I believe that and how I interpret the text, and my actions are in line with my beliefs. How is that? Is that calling it out, or is that excusing it?
I don't think it's calling it out. Calling it out would be more like, yes, this particular passage from Paul to the Corinthians was problematic. This was something that shouldn't have been. This is something that should not fly in today's society. But they are products of their time, and therefore he said it then. That I would take as a good calling out of the passage. I would say that reinterpreting or interpreting it in a different light is a form of excusing it, but without excusing it, if that makes sense.
I don't understand.
So, if there is, let's say there's not a passage like this in the Bible, but let's just say there's a passage in the Bible that says slavery is good. If you are saying, well, I don't interpret it mean this way, I interpret it mean that it's talking about the slavery that, we as Christians should be slaves to God, and that's what's good. You're not exactly excusing. You're not excusing the text, but at the same time, you are kind of excusing the text. Because you're saying that this isn't saying what everybody else thinks it's saying. That it has this other meaning instead, and that people should be taking this meaning. But we know that people take it the other way.
So if I were to say, so it's about the reverence given to the text.
The reverence.
Is that what you're saying?
I don't think it's necessarily the reverence. It's more or less the brushing under a rug. Because it's a way of downplaying other the context that some people take it. And it's saying that, oh, don't pay attention to that. It's actually meaning this. But there are some people, both within Christianity and outside of Christianity, that take it for that meaning. I mean, I know you've probably seen it several times on in these lives that we do, where there's a man who will come on and just be like, that I don't allow women to teach me because it says in the Bible, yada yada yada, right? So know that people take it to mean it this way, and we should call that out, that that's wrong. Even a Christian should call that out as wrong if they're wanting to not be seen as excusing the text.
So I would call that out as wrong.
Yeah. If you were a Christian, like you used to be a Christian pastor, and you were calling that out for being wrong, and saying that text is wrong, it shouldn't, like, Paul was a product of his time, and that's the way it fell out, but it should not be held in today's society. That's great. I love that. That's fine. If you then say, instead, I think that this here should be taken, these steps here should be taken, again, that's fine, because you called out the wrongfulness of it, right? But I wish we had more people that were like that, right? Than what we see a lot of the times. Oh no, is that another train? Yeah, I gotta go on mute.
I think there's a little bit of a difference between if the fundamental belief, say it revolves around some text, or, like mine, my like community revolves around pretty much the published work, right? Like the art of it that's accepted. So if we say, this like 80s punk band is overtly racist, but they're still qualifying as fundamental to what punk rock is, then by saying, oh yeah, no, I'm accepting them as the real thing, they are the real thing, then I'm also accepting that their ideology is part of it. So when it comes to a text, that's why my question to Hammy is, does the Havamal have anything in it that can go directly in the face of racism? Or are we going to use some text to help with other text that is directly overtly racist? And the same thing with the Bible, which I think we agree contradicts. If we have a bunch of misogynist text, and we have a bunch of text that kind of helps with that, right? Of course there's nuance to it, but I think that there's some responsibility in propping up the misogynist text as God's word, alongside, the stuff that helps with it. And I do think that there is a way to say, hey, the interpretation of this, I suffer not a woman to speak, is more specific, and it has to do with, like, specifically the wives in this congregation and the issue they were having. Maybe true. So are you going to be this Christian that comes along and says that fundamentally you're misinterpreting my text and my text is equal for them? Sure. I mean, I still have issues with that, and I'm just talking to myself here. But
I think that whenever it comes to like the Havamal, as you brought it up and you asked if there's anything specifically against like racism, I think one of the things that we have to remember is that we get the Havamal from the Poetic Edda, which was written by Snorri, who he had gathered all this information from his time in Scandinavia, which means that these were most likely, at this time, since a lot of the writings and stuff like that were destroyed due to the Christianization, most of these were probably oral traditions at this point, which went way far beyond the time of Snorri, and probably even extended far back as the age of like the Norse, where like you're talking like 900s, where they didn't really have a concept of race
since race wasn't something that nobody ever really spoke about, the amount of the exposure to the Muslims, because they did have contact with Muslims, was probably the closest thing that they got to seeing some other type of group of people. And we know that they had some dealings with them, both horrendous and peaceful. And so I think that they wouldn't have necessarily, the Havamal would never have said anything about race itself, due to the fact that they didn't really have a concept of what a race was. They knew that people were different, and as a matter of fact, and whether or not a specific color of skin is wrong or right, they don't seem to focus too much about that. And so, if you're asking, is there anything within the Havamal that would classify as calling out racism? The answer would be no, because they didn't have that concept. But the closest thing it would be the verses that or the stanzas that I already brought up.
Are those stances, are those sections in direct contradiction to other sections that a supremacist would use to prop up their belief?
So, whenever it comes to the Havamal, the only thing that supremacists would use is trying to use specific stanzas about women and where their role should be, but it's not ever going to be anything about like race or anything like that. It's going to be mainly focused at the women.
Sure. So, I mean, I do think that's the challenge of any system that you're trying to go. These ancient people in a society, like if it's fallible and not some inspiration of God, and it's just people, you can say, yeah, I mean, this was, a society driven by men, written by men. It's going to be misogynist. I can pick parts of it, but don't you have some responsibility really to like update the text, right, to what we now know is true of our species, which is that we're equal?
I mean, I think for the most part that's what the heathens are doing. I mean, because for the most part, whenever you come across a heathen here on TikTok or in life in general, they're going to be what's known as a reconstructionist. And so they're reconstructing it. However, you have people who are reconstructing it in a way that fits modern times. There are some that do try to hold to traditional types of things, but they're always very inclusive. Like, they don't say that women have only a specific role. They'll say that women can hold roles, in any place within the hearth. And you have it to where they're like inclusive of everybody, including people of different races, people of different sexual orientations, and even the trans community. So they are like, if you're asking if there's something that they're doing about that today, yeah, they're doing that. I think that in certain cases, like even when we look in historically speaking, while women did have certain roles, like the women of the Norse were badasses still. Like they were some of the most badass women, like, to be like around in that area. And so I think this is where a lot of the reconstructionists take this, is because women were badasses, so they were like so they're like, yeah, these certain passages may not look favorably, but we don't like. We're fine with admitting that that's bullshit, and we're going to show that women can do these roles that they may have originally been pushed out of.
Yeah, I wonder where the value in reverence for an ancient text that needs that much updating, where is the value in that?
Well, I don't necessarily think that there is, like the Havamal is not necessarily like being revered, right? I think that reverence of the text is something that is mainly done in like Abrahamic faiths. Whenever it comes to heathens, they don't really have any reverence for the text. They use it because it helps them with reconstructing it. But
so that was my so that was my question is it really about how one treats the text?
Like for in heathenry or in Christianity?
The calling out that you were talking about. Because as a Christian pastor, I would have said, yeah, no, I don't believe that women should be quiet in church.
So,
Sorry, my kiddo.
Go ahead.
I would say, yeah, I don't believe that Christians should be quiet in church. No, I reject that. I say that that's not the case. In that sense, I am not treating the text as literally authoritative word of God in exact words, right? Is it really about how one reveres or doesn't revere, or how much reverence is given to the text?
In that case, it could, because as far as I can tell, the only heathens, for instance, that revere the text are the ones who are the problematic heathens. They're the ones who see this as the gospel, if you will. So it could very well be like how much one reveres it in that case. I think that it depends. It's one of those things where you might have to take it case by case, depending on the people and what they believe about the text.
So when I bring in reverence, I'm talking just about it's worth reading.
Just about it being worth reading?
Yeah, worth reading, worth referencing. I'm wondering, as an angry, semi-recent misogynist in today's world in 2026, why we even are referring to books that perpetuate this kind of thing.
Well, I think that whenever it comes to the Reconstructionist, it's more about having enough knowledge about the religion in order to know what to look for as far as their beliefs go. Like as far as like the signs. Like, so for instance, Odin is known for his ravens, right? 2 of them to be precise.
And so if they don't know that Odin is known for his two ravens, then when they're walking about and they happen to see two ravens following them or something like that, then they don't know that that's Odin, right? So it's enough to know what to look out for in their beliefs.
When you say that, to me, it sounds like voluntarily walking through a minefield of beliefs.
Elaborate.
So if I'm accepting that, like, there's some value in this, but there are mines in the field, there are things that I need to really be cautious of. That means, A, that I can't trust the text, at least not in its entirety, or the source of it. If it's like mono, one source, right? Sure, I get that it may not be. And I totally get that there may be definitely cultural value for the actual people of a culture, not necessarily for everyone, but and there may be some insight and value even in the worst things, right? The worst people did good things too, sure. But if I'm going to have some reverence for a text and say, this is worth my time, energy, belief system, identity, all that, but there are sure. I wonder why we can't just go for updated material that doesn't have the minds.
That's where you run into issues of, especially since Snorri Sturluson had his hand in a couple of the texts, and he was a Christian monk. So there was a lot of bleed over, and there's only so much available to reconstruct from. And I know that sounds like apologetics, but it's not. It's what's available.
I mean, there's one entire story about the Volsci that it's a funny story, and you can tell the Christian influence in it because it's one of those stories. It's like one of the very first and everyone clap type of stories, right? Because everyone ends up becoming Christian at the end of this story. And so you see a lot of Christian influence within a lot of these tales, and that's mainly because of Snorri. But in a story like that, you can also gain insight into some of the practices within the people of the time. So, for instance, part of the story is the fact that they are sitting down for an evening meal, and they kind of have a small thinking of the god. Of the Volsci, and they go around the table thanking the god, and that could be something that took place, like as far as like the culture went. But of course, like I said, because of so much Christian influence, there's a lot of it that is wrapped around in Christianity.
Is it fair to say that, and I don't know, I'm genuinely asking out of ignorance, is it fair to say that the thing that's wrong with this text is the Christian influence, or is there other core, from the beginning, from the jump issues?
I think that it's hard to tell, because some of it could be Christian influence. Some of it could also just be the fact that this is stories that are given about people of the time. And it's really, really hard to tell which is which. And one can say that in and of itself could be seen as problematic. But it's one of the biggest sources that people pull from because of how much is there.
Why do you think, in a broader sense, that we're attracted to these ancestors, the ancient texts, whether it be Christian, any of it?
I think that... Oh, I was going to say that I think that it depends on the people. I think I personally, I like history. I like to learn historical things. I like to see history and read about it. And that includes these ancient texts from religious doctrines and religious people.
Did it become more than that for you? Because, I could have read about the thing without ever calling myself anything, right? I think I find history interesting too, but it doesn't start to form my code per se.
Oh, let me make this clear. I've never been in Norse heathen.
Oh, okay. So you know about it from research.
I know about it through being. It first started off for me as being interested in the gods because they were the stories of them were fascinating. Then it became more about the history, and then I started talking to Norse heathens, and then I got deeper into it as far as learning about it. I've never crossed over the path of being an actual heathen.
No, that's my lane.
That's what?
I said, no, that's my lane.
Yeah, that's Morgan's lane. I've been so close around them that I've been called, pagan adjacent? Which just means that they fuck with me because of what I do.
Is true.
So what is it that draws you towards it, Morgan? And is my assessment that it seems like a minefield to me, is that way off?
No, it's absolutely a minefield. Anything in history is a minefield. Let's be so for real. And that's kind of the difference between me and a lot of believing, or rather I should say theistic pagans, is I don't believe that the gods need to exist in order for them, in order for the stories and things that they have and tell to be useful or applicable to, behavioral modification, whatever. I'm drawn further to pagan practices, even though I don't believe in a literal god, because it personally aligns with the kind of life that I want to live, and I don't want to say it stabilizes my mental health, but it gives me something to latch on to.
What that sounds like to me is that the rituals and practices are something that you find a benefit from.
Yeah, that's definitely a factor of it. A lot of my family history was lost to time because of World War II and other events around that time in the general Slavic Germanic region of that time period. And so it's also really important to me, and this is why like Reconstruction in any regard is really, an important aspect of modern paganism to me, is being able to find those things that did get lost because they were oral traditions, or you weren't allowed to talk about them because like you have like the schools up in Canada for Native American children and things like that. Sorry, my dog's distracting me and I've lost my train of thought.
Yeah, that's the way that like a lot of ethno religions are practiced. That like if you go to a ceremony, it would look like everyone is practicing it with like not like a fundamentalist belief, but like with a true belief, whereas a lot of it is continuing the cultural practice and just enjoying the ritual, and the ritual as a form of meditation and self-soothing. Because you see that sounds very similar to a lot of like indigenous communities as well, or like the way you talked about it, where you go through all of the motions and it's very healing, but like I don't think that like Okatat actually like brought me out of the water at high tide when I'm like doing ceremony or anything like that.
I would love to keep diving down this lovely rabbit hole with you, Joe. I, however, have to go. I'm about to drive. So if I could be dropped, I would super appreciate it. Love you guys.
Appreciate you, Morgan.
That's a good place. Do you have a poem, Thrayle?
I might have gotten about halfway through proofreading, and I've had to edit a lot.
Oh, it came out really bad this time?
Yeah.
What do you think of 1-2-1-2 rhyme schemes, Thrayle?
I'm partial to rhyme schemes of any kind, though I don't know that a poem needs a rhyme scheme. I used to never rhyme my poems.
Interesting. I don't know how not to. Do you know what I mean? What are we doing here if I'm not rhyming?
I feel the same. Normally the way mine work is the first line of the stanza will rhyme with the third and the second with the fourth.
Yeah, I can go either way on that. Sometimes, I don't know, I don't mind what I think of as like an A-B-C-C. Kind of an Edgar Allan Poe kind of thing.
Oh, yeah. So, Joe, Philly's got something to say. Go ahead, Philly.
I really appreciated this conversation. I think that I need to also drop out.
Oh, you're gonna run from me now, Philly?
That's just what they do.
It's what we do.
Appreciate you, Philly.
So, Joe...
Should have proofread faster.
Joe, you thought that I was a Norse heathen?
No, I didn't know. I just you know a lot about it, so I assumed that you had maybe been one before, or, most people who go that deep into it probably are one, right?
I was friends with a lot of the Norse pagans. Back whenever the pagans decided to call out the AFA. And I helped some pagans out with videos for YouTube that they were doing. And it was a major thing that went on, and then of course that the call out that they did was like Declaration 127 or something like that. And then somebody came out with a new one called the Declaration of Deeds, where they just called out like how they wanted heathenry to be exclusive and wasn't just singling out a specific group. They wanted to broaden it out so that way it wasn't like just a solo call out. And I was around when that all went down, and I learned a lot from the heathens by talking with them and hearing what they experience and things like that. And it helped me understand who they were as a people. And it was very, very interesting to me. So I kept learning and kept calling out supremacy, and over time the two of us just had a mutual respect for each other for it. And yeah. So much that there's somebody who once told me that if I were a Norse heathen, that they saw me as a Tyrsman, and Tyr himself is the god of justice. And so I took it for the compliment that it was meant to be.
My only experience with it is on TikTok, you know what I mean, in these communities. And because of the way that you question people about it, and because of the way that I see it often, you know, talked about, I find myself very skeptical and weary of this thing that seems to be, you know, like wrought with supremacy, you know?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's one of those things, especially whenever it comes to the American heathenry. It definitely was started by supremacy, and it's a problem for those who personal experiences that they've had. And I think that any chance to call it out should be done. And thankfully, I've seemed to come across more and more inclusive heathens than I do the supremacy ones. But they still creep up from time to time, and they should be... I believe that a spade should be called a spade.
Yeah, I don't necessarily want to talk too much about it without someone from that community to represent it. I just, if it's indeed started with that in mind and then corrected, maybe I feel some kind of superiority in my, you know, my community that doesn't start that way and then is infiltrated. So you try to keep them out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but so one of the things about this is the fact that heathenry, like, that's the way the heathenry in America may have started, but heathenry in and of itself has been going on since way before that. Heathenry, like for instance, in Iceland, they actually have like heathenry is recognized as a religion there, and and they are very structured, and they are inclusive to people, as far as I know. And it's the same with like heathenry in other areas, and it's one of those things where it's like, heathens should not be, I don't think anybody in general should be casted amongst the people who are horrendous. I think that we should call out the horrendous people, but not lump in everyone in with them.
When you say inclusive, is that as opposed to exclusive, right?
Right.
Which one of that is fundamental? Of those two options.
Which one is more fundamental? I would say the inclusiveness.
When you say the inclusiveness is fundamental, is that because it started that way and then it was corrupted by other people? Or because if you read the text properly with an updated progressive mindset, then you can make it inclusive?
I've always said that if you dropped somebody who is black into Norway in the 900s, and you're able to give the Norse there and the black man the ability to be able to communicate with each other. If the black man said, "Hey, can I follow your religion even though I'm black, even though I'm a different race?" They would say, "What the fuck is a race?" They didn't really care if you believed in their gods. Like, they may not have accepted you in like their community as far as like their actual like village type of deal, but if you were if you believed in their gods, you were a heathen to them. Well, of course, they probably wouldn't have used the term heathen, but you were one of them as far as that was concerned. So I think inclusivity is something that was like, it wasn't a main goal to like the people, but it wasn't something that was fought against. And the fighting against inclusivity is something more modern. And as Heretical pointed out in the chat, it started in 1974.
Oh, got it. Okay. Dream race. Just tribes.
Yeah, because at the time, there was times whenever certain tribes of Norse were at war with other tribes of Norse.
Sure.
So you may not have been accepted within the tribe itself, but you would have been seen as a follower of the Norse gods.
I mean, fair enough, right? Like, I don't think we'd even know who they wouldn't exist if they didn't defend their tribes at the time.
Yeah, even the idea of a united Germanic people was didn't happen until well after not well after, but after colonial America.
Yeah. I get that. Thanks for explaining that. I get it more. I have this sense that sense that I should be weary of an easy place for a supremacist to be. Does that make sense?
So it makes sense, but the thing is that it takes people like me and a lot of the people I hang out with within the heathenry. It takes people like us to make it uneasy for them, and that's what we kind of do. Is we make it uneasy for them. We let them know they are not welcome. Like we don't have commonality. We don't have a kinship with them. Yeah. Like Kara said in the chat, it's the relationship you build with people for peaceful connections. I have no peace with fascists. I have no peace with supremacists.
Yeah, I like the way you said that. It kind of circles back to the idea that people in a community are responsible for the other people in the community in some ways, and it's your responsibility to make people uncomfortable in your community if they are intolerant.
Yeah. And that's what a lot of heathens don't know about, like 6 to 8 years ago.
Did the music drop?
No, it's still there.
Oh, I can hear it.
I can't hear it. It's my fault.
In another note, I get to go to a really cool concert tonight that I'm so excited for that I had a dream that me and my buddy were late for it. We sang words in the music in the dream.
You were saying words in the dreams?
Like what? The actual songs that I'm going to hear tonight, we were like chanting in the dream.
Oh,
it was like a very realistic dream. Yeah, it was very cool. Very excited for it.
I'm excited that you're excited for your concert. Who are you going to go see?
That's exactly what my question was going to be.
It's a band called Poison the Well, and a band called Contention is opening for them that I've been very excited to see. I'm kind of doxing my specific location, but that's fine. And we're at a really small club Like, it's undersized. They're local heroes, and they're playing a few Florida shows. They're all sold out, but tonight is the smallest club.
It's funny that you said that. I knew a couple of YouTubers who went by the name of Poison the Well.
Oh, it's a great
name. I can't decide if I've heard of them, or if it's just because it's like a phrase that my brain is telling me I've heard of this band.
I mean, it's a debate bro phrase for sure.
Yeah, Poison the Well used to do a lot of things about within the atheist community. Fane and Fat Pat.
It also kind of means poison the well, those who are well. You know what I mean? There's a double entendre in there.
Yeah. So I'm assuming this is like a punk rock band?
It's closer to like what you might call screamo. It's definitely not, but it's like metalcore.
Oh, okay. I know very few metal bands, like hardcore metal bands.
It's my whole personality. You're right, Thrayle.
I've been there.
Like, you gotta think, my introduction to a lot of that came from Metalocalypse.
Oh, great show. Grandpa's Guitars?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I fell down.
Oh, yes. Oh, later? Come on. Just say you're eating chips. Say I'm eating chips.
I like Dr. Roxo.
That's one of my favorite lines in the show. They're like in the studio and they're waiting on him to record, and he's just been sitting there eating chips. And he's like, I'm eating chips.
I'm eating chips.
Ants with bad intentions. The thing about band names is that you never, ever feel like you chose the right one. And you almost always feel like you could have updated it, especially if you don't have a great one. I've got friends with great ones that have no regrets, but those are few and far between.
I think that's why I like in Parks and Rec, whenever Andy's band name kept changing.
Yeah, it's very relatable.
Oh, the end of the live is nigh. Background has finally came up.
Let me chat GP a tirade real quick.
ChatGPT a tirade.
Yeah, so you can drop me while I recite my tirade. Hold on.
Okay. Well, while you do that, thank you guys for being here. Thank you, everybody, for all your questions, all your comments, all of your taps, the 138,000 times you tapped the screen, and the 73 shares. All of that helped us get out and get more believers in here, so I really appreciate all that engagement, but more so, I appreciate you just for being here. Thank you guys so much for being really the best audience on TikTok, whether you came in and engaged or just fell asleep. Thank you guys. And thank you to the mods. Without you guys, this place wouldn't be what it is. There'd be chaos all over the chat down there, and nobody'd want to be here. And I did just notice that my head got way too small for my body, so I think maybe we don't need that anymore. Yeah. Had a Beetlejuice moment there. Did you get your tirade chat GPT?
Yeah, I was about to interrupt your hosting.
It was so good. Oh.
Appreciate you, Joe. I had to do that. Thank you, Joe, and thank you, Blake, of course, and Hammy. Thank you so much. Appreciate all.
As always.
Thank you guys for all of the questions. It was a fascinating exploration. Thank you guys for always being open to question, not just, well, any guest who comes up, but each other and yourselves. Because that really is what this is about. Questioning our own beliefs as much as the ones that we're presented. Blake had an apple wrap ready. Blake, Joe had a whole chat GPT tirade he's gonna maybe remember he has ready next time. You guys are amazing. I really do appreciate all of you so much. And if anybody wants to join the community, see what we get up to behind the scenes between the lives, of course, you can follow the link tree in my bio or the Batcolyte's bio and join the Discord. It's that first link there. You just want to make sure that you read the rules when you get there, otherwise it might look just a little lonely. But if you can agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone. And if you stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App in that link tree and you want to show your support that way, it is always appreciated. And I really do thank every one of you who help that way. Thank you guys so much. It really does make all the difference. Thank you. And, well, I mean, I think, oh, and I do want to also throw in here at the end to thank you guys who contribute all the music and those great songs that we get to listen to when we're waiting for guests or at the point when I think it's time to wake everyone up. Thank you guys for all of your artwork on the Discord too, all of the ways you share how you're inspired, and all of your creativity is really inspiring to me too. Sorry, I was about to get myself all choked up, but I just really wanted to thank everybody who contributes and everybody who inspires me. So thank you guys for really truly being the best audience. The greatest community ever. But I think on that note, there really is only one thing left. I took a thought I trusted, set it gently on the stand, not as something sacred, just a claim to understand. No fire, no accusation, no verdict left to pass. Just what exactly are you, and how did you amass? It answered like it always had, smooth edges, polished tone, with phrases worn so comfortably they felt almost my own. It's truth because it has to be. It holds because it's held. It stands because without it all the rest would be dispelled. I nodded. Then I asked again, not louder, just more clear. What are you made of, really? And why should I adhere? It shifted just a little then, a subtle change in stance, the kind that tries to pass itself as confidence at glance. It's written. It was given. It was tested long ago. It carried through the ages. That's enough for you to know. But why true? What does the lasting prove? Does time refine a broken thing, or just help the pieces move? And the memory of its fracture, or the questions left behind, the fingerprints of guessing hands, the fingerprints of guessing hands that shaped it in my mind. It paused. Not silence, but a stall. A careful kind of wait, like something buying seconds to assemble something great. Then answers came in clusters, stacked quickly, thin but wide, a scaffolding of because it must, with nothing at the side. I let them stand a moment, then circled back around. If I take this piece away, what falls and what stays sound? I pulled a piece, no tremor. Another. Still it stood. A third. And what was critical did nothing like it should. Now, something in the structure felt lighter than before. Not stronger. Not collapsing. Just not what it was for. And there, beneath the language, beneath the claim to be, was not a core of iron truth, but practiced symmetry, a pattern built of answers that referenced not only self, a system closed so neatly it cannot seek the help of anything outside it. No measure, test, or seam, just mirrors facing mirrors in a self-supporting dream. I didn't need to break it. I didn't need to shout. Just asking what and why of it had slowly turned it out. And in the space that followed, no thunder, no collapse, just breath without instruction, no need for mental maps, no rush to fill the silence, no panic to replace the shape that once insisted it defined all of space. Just this, a quiet kind of balance, a ground that does not claim where every answer earns itself instead of resting on its name. And if a thought comes forward now, I don't just let it be. I ask it plain and evenly. What are you to me? And why should I believe? And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.